A Silver Bells Christmas. Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. In my opinion, Santa's naughty and nice list was the epitome of organization, and I totally needed a similar tool for my current situation. Like everyone else, I loved seeing Santa's beautiful scroll unfurling in the candlelight on television commercials during the holidays. But obviously that scroll was just for PR, and so not the real software used for deciding who deserves gifts, who doesn't deserve any, and of course, what gifts should go to which people and where. Such a complicated process that's carried out to perfection every year, making me very eager to use the same technique. Too complicated for a scroll. Please. I desperately needed to know how Santa really organized delivering toys on Christmas Eve to the whole wide world. Because it most certainly wasn't a billion-plus items long T-chart. Why so secretive, Mr. Claus? Help a woman out here. Were we talking a bullet journal? An extensive planner? Kanban method? Digital notes? Come on, Nick, cough up the details already. Harmony Harris, was clearly losing it. With a long sigh, I dropped my forehead onto the wooden top of my office desk, reminding myself that Santa was not, in fact, a real red-suited guy flying from house to house delivering gifts and ready to give me the answers I was seeking from him. I blamed lack of sleep for the desperate scenarios spinning around my brain. With a sigh, I lifted my head and threw my gaze at the ceiling, staring at the colorful twinkling lights I'd put up there the week after Thanksgiving, and which I would promptly take down by New Year's Day. See, I was organized, but not organized enough. As manager of Silver Bells Luxury Tours and the Christmas Complex, I'd tried out every organization strategy in search of the best one. Now, I was on the prowl for an even better system. Scratch that, I needed the best system. It had to be out there somewhere. The one that maximized, prioritized, synchronized, and revolutionized, and looked cute, of course. It would also be helpful to find one that would make more minutes in the hour and more hours in the day. The one that would improve everything, including me, so I could finally feel ready to ask my boss, Adam Klein, to make me his business partner. My heart warmed at the mere thought. My dream was to become a partner. A little secret I'd shared with no one. Not with my sister, not with Faith Sterling, who was a dear friend and Adam's fiancée, and not with Amanda Scott, my BFF who knew all of my secrets. Oh sure, they all knew how much I loved working at Silver Bells Luxury Tours, which was the best business of all in our small mountain town of Christmas Mountain, Montana. Well, at least to me. And Silver Bells Luxury Tours had only become better since we'd inherited the renovated historic building just off Main Street from Ms. Rivera, our beloved high school PE teacher, who had passed away 2 years ago. Adam had named the spin-off building the Christmas Complex at my suggestion, thank you very much. I had a lot to offer as a partner, but I couldn't approach him until I was absolutely ready, so there wouldn't be any possible way he would turn me down. If I blew my chance at the greatest opportunity of my life, then that would absolutely devastate me. So I needed to grasp a little of Santa's magic to take me to the next level. In my sufficiently for now organized office, I glanced at the stack of papers sitting on my desk and picked up the order form for the placard that was already supposed to be displayed outside the door to my office here at the Christmas Complex. Maybe I had been procrastinating a little in sending in that order form. Or a lot. Okay, I had definitely been putting it off. I stared at the paper, remembering when I'd first started filling the form out. Back then, I had glanced out my office window and noticed blossoms on the trees that lined Church Street below. Now I looked out that same window and saw gentle snowflakes falling over those bare trees, and yet the order form was still incomplete. Filling out the form for the placard had started out simple enough. Metal, gold. Lettering, black. Font, monotype cursiva. Name, Harmony Harris. Position, blank. Position was the blank line that I couldn't make myself fill in, so there it sat, empty and taunting me. Chewing my bottom lip, I stared at that last unanswered line, but something inside me still refused to fill it out. Many times I'd nearly given in and just scribbled manager in that empty line because there never seemed to be the perfect time to ask Adam if it could be partner. Mainly because I never felt I'd done my job perfectly enough to deserve that coveted title. Never had I found the perfect words to explain to Adam all I could bring to the table for the Christmas complex and Silver Bell's luxury tours as a partner. There was something that had always stopped me from submitting that order form, though. A small bit of hope. A not-so-small stubbornness. And a tiny voice that whispered, way too quietly, that I really did deserve to be a partner. I'd be lying if I said that order form wasn't driving me crazy. Seeing that one unchecked item on my to-do list at the end of every long, busy day was a productivity lover's nightmare. I chewed on the tip of my pen, stared at that blank space, and imagined what it would be like to have a placard outside my office with the word partner on it. Rap, rap, rap. I jumped in my chair at the knock on my office door, whipped my head in that direction, and saw a man poke his head inside my doorway. My eyes widened. Oh wow. The man's smile was the first thing I noticed, sweet and warm even though we'd never met. Kind faces weren't uncommon in our small town. Everyone who lived here knew everyone else, and even if you didn't live here, Christmas Mountain was so charming and beautiful it made people light up with happiness. But even so, there was something unique and special in this man's smile that I felt all the way down to my toes. Or maybe it was the way his lips curved upward, or how his almond brown eyes twinkled and his dark hair shimmered with freshly fallen snow. Adorable. Sorry to interrupt, the man said, glancing around my festively decorated office, which looked one good shake away from becoming a life-size Christmas snow globe. One shake would send the tidy but tall stacks of papers flying into the air. Jars of paper clips would erupt like confetti. The tiny trees, silver and gold ornaments, holly, red ribbon, and of course, mistletoe would float and bob as they fell. And me, I'd be twirling in the middle of all the swirling chaos as the snowflakes fell over me and onto my upended banana blonde curls. I blinked, shaking the random thoughts from my mind. May I help you? I said to the handsome stranger. I'm looking for Adam Klein, he said. As the owner of the business, Adam took a lot of meetings I wasn't included in on. It was one of the things I hoped would change when, or if, I ever asked for a promotion. I was sure I could be a real asset as a partner if given the chance. But for now, I slipped the placard's order form beneath Adam's calendar and flipped to the calendar page for today. Let me see, I said, my red and green candy cane stripe painted fingernail trailing all the way down the page. I frowned. Nothing scheduled with a man I didn't know. Maybe Adam had added something without telling me? His schedule was jam-packed after all. I lifted my gaze to those almond brown eyes. I'm not seeing anything on Mr. Klein's calendar, mister. The man entered my office, sauntering up to my desk. He was tall, and when he pulled his hands from his coat pockets, I saw that his fingers were long and slender as he rubbed at his clean-shaven chin. Taking a glance at Adam's calendar, he pressed his lips together. I'm Mr. Doesn't have an appointment, he said, giving me an endearing side glance. I laughed and he grinned, his eyes crinkling slightly at the corners as he watched me tuck a blonde curl behind my ear. Kind eyes and a sense of humor? Impressive. The only jokes my ex had ever made were at someone's expense, and that had never sat well with me. Your name is quite the mouthful, I said, leaning back in my office chair. Although certainly memorable. Memorable in a good way, I hope, he said, raising his eyebrows. Unable to resist his charm, my mouth stretched into a grin and I smiled back at him. I'm from out of town. My last name is Bailey, actually. Danish on my mother's side, he added. I nodded. Well, Mr. Bailey? Liam, he said, his voice gentle. Liam, I said, thinking that was a nice-sounding name. Would you possibly be free to meet with Mr. Klein on Friday? Liam's expression seemed surprised, which I found interesting. Was he used to charming his way into appointments sooner? It wouldn't surprise me. But his expression soon relaxed and he leaned forward a little. I possibly would be, Ms. Having a much better day now. Ms. can't stop staring into his eyes. Ms. rather smitten. Ms. Harris, I said, maintaining a grip on my professionalism. But you can call me Harmony. Well, Harmony, what do you have in mind for Friday? Coffee? Sure. I can schedule a coffee meeting at the Sleigh Cafe around the corner. It has a really lovely view of the town square. And they make a peppermint mocha to swoon over. How about at 2 o'clock? Liam beamed and nodded. Perfect. As I scribbled the appointment into Adam's calendar, I ignored the butterflies fluttering around in my belly. I couldn't wait to ask Adam about this upcoming appointment. For starters, how long would this man be in town? But I'd have to ask in a way that showed I had no personal interest, of course. Just wanting to be a thorough manager for the business. Right. Well, since the appointment is only 2 days away, I won't call to confirm. Is that all right? I said, regretting that our interaction was now over. Yes, of course, he said, shifting his stance. Now that we have that appointment secured, can I speak with Adam? I frowned in confusion. Huh? I'd like to speak with Adam now. Can you tell me where to find him? I tilted my head. But I just made you an appointment for coffee on Friday. He grinned. Right. For our date. Butterflies swirled in my stomach. Your date with? Liam waved a hand at me. With you. My eyes widened at his joke. I burst out laughing. This guy's humor had no end. With me? Right. That's a good one. Yes, with you, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. I'm going to order you a peppermint mocha that will make you swoon. I started to laugh again, but then realized he wasn't laughing along. You really want to have a coffee date with me? He raised a shoulder. You're single, I hope? Well, yes. Then why not with you? He asked. His question kind of floored me. A million answers filled my head, because I wasn't wearing anything particularly nice today. Because I hadn't curled my hair very well that morning. Because my mind was so filled with work, I hadn't had a chance to even try to be charming. Because I was just a manager, who couldn't work up the guts to ask for a promotion. Sigh. This is my fault, he said in a tone that made me wonder if he sensed the snowstorm rolling through my mind. I should have explained that I don't need an appointment to meet with Adam. I tucked my chin to my chest. You don't? Who didn't need an appointment? How much of a big wig was this guy? I reassessed his clothes. He wasn't wearing a suit. Just a high-quality but simple winter outfit. Believe me, Liam said, giving a firm nod. Adam will definitely want to see me now. I hesitated, but finally relented because I didn't want to be the reason Adam missed an important meeting. All right, let's see if we can find him. Liam held the door open for me, and I guided him up the stairs to the second floor. Let me check in here really quick, I told him. Leaving him in the hallway, I ducked into a small lobby with a desk and then continued through a doorway that had the door propped open by a snow globe stopper. Inside the room I entered was a beautiful living room decorated for Christmas. A tall tree sparkled by a roaring fire and stockings hung on the fireplace mantel. I went to check the 2 high-packed leather chairs in case Adam was taking a quick, much-needed break as he sometimes did. You know, one year at Christmas, my brother and I each received one of these very snow globes as a present, Liam said from behind me. I didn't fully realize their magic back then. Huff. I turned around to find Liam shaking a snow globe in the air. He smiled at me as the little flakes swirled. But I think I understand the magic now. No, don't wait. My eyes bulged as I watched him shake the snow globe that had been propping the door open, but I didn't see any magic in front of me right now. Instead, I saw the door closing and then clicking shut. Locking. Arg. What's wrong? He asked. Liam, I said, trying to stay calm even as I realized we were trapped inside now. This isn't an ordinary room. He nodded. Yes, I can tell it's extra festive in here. That's not what I mean, I said, letting out an exasperated breath. At that moment, Liam seemed to finally notice that the fake windows showed that it was night outside, even though it was actually only the early afternoon. He followed my gaze to the door behind him. Ah, I'm beginning to see what I accidentally did by closing the door. He wore a boyish grin, looking excited like it was Christmas morning. Is this one of those escape rooms? Santa's secret escape room, to be more specific, I said, my brain still processing that we were locked inside. Why hadn't I grabbed the key? I'd been distracted by this guy's charm. Big mistake, The escape room had been one of my ideas for the Christmas complex. I'd put my heart, sweat, energy, and more sleepless nights than I could count into making it come to life. It had been worth all the effort since this escape room brought a lot of fun to so many people. But now, I was stuck inside of it. Surely there was some sort of lesson in all this. I've always wanted to try one of these, Liam said, pausing by the stereo. I've been too busy, but they always looked like so much fun to me. I mean, they are, I said, thinking they were fun when someone had the key. Here we go, Liam said, as he pressed the play button on the stereo and Dean Martin's Silver Bells began spewing from speakers around the room. Humming along, he continued to search the room without rushing. This is amazing. Liam's enthusiasm made me feel like the Grinch. I didn't bring the emergency key, I said, tugging at my collar. When had it gotten so hot in here? The flames crackling in the large brick fireplace weren't even real yet, it was so very hot. Fanning myself with a staged Christmas card, I swallowed back a growing tightness in my throat. I'm not sure how to get us out of here. Tanya, my assistant, set up the escape codes last time, so I have no idea what they are or how to get out of here. Delegating. This was one of the improvements I'd made with my management skills, which I planned to mention to Adam when the time was right to discuss partnership. But now I didn't have the escape codes. I'd relinquished control, and look where it had gotten me. Did you notice that, Harmony? What? I asked, noting he seemed perfectly at ease. The music just skipped, Liam said, pausing his examination of the various ornaments on the tree. Did you hear which word it skipped on? This room takes an average of 60 minutes to escape, I said, with panic tightening my chest. I had so much work to do. I'd never make partner if I fell behind in my work due to bringing some cute guy into this room without bringing the key with me. I think it skipped on the word ring, Liam said. It was a widely known fact that a partner would never lock themselves inside their own escape room. A partner would have better foresight than to get locked in a room with a stranger. Partners didn't waste huge chunks of the day trapped in a room with a stranger when the Christmas season was fast approaching. A partner planned buffers of time should something catastrophic happen, like a blizzard or an emergency or this. Partners didn't mess up at all. That's why they were partners in the first place. I clearly wasn't ready, even though I so wanted to be a partner. Pacing in front of the locked door, I said, I have to finish the work schedules for next week, which means I'll need to push my meeting with the craft team to tomorrow. But tomorrow I need to organize the best Christmas movie ever showdown for the theater upstairs, and then there's lunch with Amanda, which I've already pushed back twice because of work. So, a little jingle rang behind me, and I turned around to find Liam holding a silver bell. As I watched him, he unhooked the clapper of the bell, which turned out to be a beautiful gold key with Santa's face carved at the top. My eyes widened. What did you find? Don't worry, Harmony, Liam said, wiggling the key between his fingers. "I'll get you out of here in no time. I know what it's like to carry work pressure on your shoulders." Had he actually been listening to my babbling? I almost didn't know what to say. Whenever my ex had a problem, he would plop his feet up and put on some sporting event, expecting things to work out. Spoiler alert, they did. A better woman came into his life, and he chose her. But Liam was actually listening to me and literally holding a solution in the palm of his hand. "I recognize that key," I said, pointing to a brick on the chimney. "I know what that opens." "Allow me to do the honors," Liam said, inserting the key into the slender gold hole in the brick, turning it to the right, finding a secret compartment inside the chimney that revealed a luxurious velvet bag tied with a long silk sash. He opened the bag and Santa's toys spilled from the overflowing top, tumbling across the fireplace and rolling to my feet. "These gifts go inside the stockings," I said, feeling a rush of excitement at how close we were to solving the escape room so quickly. "If we guess the right weights that go with the right stockings, then we win." "How do we learn the proper weights for each stocking?" Liam asked as he stayed by the fireplace and picked up the toys. "What's that?" I asked, frantically dropping various gifts into the stockings. "Maybe there's a code in the Christmas cards?" Liam asked. "A code?" My excitement had me trying toys one after the other. When I stuffed the last stocking with a tiny model train, I heard a click. In this moment, I felt two things. One was a rush of relief that I'd found the answer. But the second thing I felt was horror because the escape hatch opened, and it was directly beneath Liam's feet. "Liam!" I shouted, but it was already too late. With an echoing yelp of surprise, Liam and the rest of the toys disappeared before my eyes. Sucking in a deep breath, I had no choice but to go after him. Shaking my head, hoping this was what a future partner would do, I jumped through the trapdoor after him. Chapter 2. They say that first impressions aren't everything, which seems fair enough. So, that rule should apply to the fact that I'd laughed when Liam suggested a coffee date, right? I mean, I'd been caught off guard that he'd asked me to coffee and shouldn't be held accountable for a not-so-sublime reaction since first impressions weren't everything. Point taken. Well, in my opinion, second impressions shouldn't be everything either. Had I sent Liam plummeting down a trapdoor? Okay, yes. Had I heard his surprised yelps as he'd fallen all the way to the bottom? Also, yes. But had he enjoyed the slide a little? To be determined. The third impression should be the one to count. After all, third time's the charm is a popular saying for a reason. This logic meant that all I had to do was nail my third impression, which I was well on my way to doing after jumping onto the slide and racing after him. My blonde locks whipped behind me as I slid down the Santa's Secret escape room slide at record speed, my nerves raw with worry about accidentally dropping Liam down the escape hatch. But another part of me couldn't help squealing with glee as I whizzed down the slide. I twisted left and then right, all the way down to the Dash Away Cafe, where winners of the escape room could enjoy a complimentary hot chocolate with a mountain of whipped cream to celebrate. There would be little celebrating for me, however, since I'd just reached the bottom and seemed about to land on Liam. Yep, the speed made me unable to stop, and I smacked into Liam's side, knocking him down. "Oof," I said ungracefully as I pushed myself up, pressing my palms to the floor on either side of his head. His handsome face was lost in a pile of blonde hair as I leaned over him. As I fought to catch my breath, my hair parted, and I stared down at twinkling almond brown eyes as Liam pulled my hair behind my neck in a makeshift ponytail. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I'll let it slide this time," he said, the corners of his mouth twitching. Pun intended. "I should have warned you that you were standing on the trap door. I should have noticed and—" "It's fine, Harmony," he said with a chuckle. "This is what you do for work, huh?" I opened my mouth to apologize again. "What's going on here?" came a familiar male voice from behind me. The escape room doesn't have anything scheduled for today, and, wait, Liam? Is that really you? I glanced over my shoulder and saw my boss, Adam Klein, standing a few feet away. This was not good. How would I explain this disaster? Adam's blue eyes were filled with shock beneath his dark raised eyebrows, but I didn't think the surprise was entirely due to the fact that Liam and I looked like two human pretzels on the floor. Hi Adam, I said, entangling my limbs from Liam's as fast as possible. I quickly stood and straightened my skirt. I mean, the whole scene didn't exactly convey the professional image I'd been working toward. Swallowing my embarrassment, I gestured toward Liam. You're right that we don't have the escape room scheduled for today. Liam didn't have an appointment, but he seemed to think you'd want to see him. Well, that's true, Adam said, his voice a little wary. After all, he's my brother. Liam stood and spread his palms wide. Surprise, bro. This is a surprise, Adam said, his expression seeming guarded. Liam is your brother? I said, feeling as surprised as my boss looked. Disappointment rolled through me. It had been a long time since I'd felt sparkage with a guy. After getting my heart broken by my cheating ex, I dated a veterinarian long distance for a couple months until I finally called it off since we had zero chemistry. I thought maybe my ex had ruined me in the love department, but there had been sparks with Liam. But I'd figured he was just an investor or some kind of marketing consultant, not my boss's brother. It's been a while, Adam said, the surprise still written across his face. Ha! I said, wondering if going on a date with the boss's brother could in any way be a good idea. No, and no. Way too much could go wrong. Good to see you, bro, Liam said, still holding his arms out. Adam nodded. You too. I watched the two men embrace, which looked awkward to say the least. I'd never heard Adam mention having a brother, and they didn't seem very close. Perhaps not all was well between them. Great. I'd have to add family drama to the list of reasons why Liam was off limits in the dating department. Adam scratched beneath his starched collar. What are you doing in Christmas Mountain? Liam shrugged. Last-minute decision to hop on a plane from New York. New York? Another strike against Liam. It was one thing to date a man who lived a drivable distance on a Montana farm like the vet, but dating someone who lived out of state? Well, that's wonderful, Adam said, mustering up a half-smile that didn't seem to reach his eyes. Really, Liam? I couldn't be happier to see you. How long are you in town? I turned to Liam. Yeah, how long was he in town? Liam looked between Adam and me with that same boyish grin I'd seen in the escape room. His smile felt infectious, making me decide Liam and I could give dating a try. So what if he was the boss's brother? So what if there was baggage between them? So what if he lived halfway across the country? Here's another surprise, Liam said, clasping Adam's shoulder. I rented a place here in town to stay long-term. Adam tucked his chin. You did all of this spur of the moment? I, however, felt interested that Liam would live locally. Maybe renting a place has been a hasty decision, but I've read great things about the Christmas complex and felt inspired. And now, after seeing some of it in person, and especially after meeting Harmony, I'm even more sure coming here was a good idea. Oh yes. Liam and I should definitely go on a date. What do you mean? Adam asked. Liam paused for a moment. I'd like to help you franchise your business, he said, his tone enthused as if he'd won the jackpot. Adam's eyes widened. The Christmas complex? Exactly, Liam said. My mouth dropped open. Liam wanted to franchise my beloved business? Think again, dude. He and I were definitely not going to date. No chance. Adam frowned and I suddenly burst out laughing. Liam turned to me. You don't think it's a good idea? A good idea? I said, hoping he'd been making a joke. but his expression told me he was serious. My heart dropped down to my stomach. No. I think it's the worst idea I've ever heard. Franchising the Christmas complex would ruin everything that makes the business unique and special. I turned to Adam for confirmation. Right, Adam? It's not something I'd ever considered, Adam said, seeming hesitant to agree with me for some shocking reason. He turned to Liam. How long have you been considering this? Since my Liam glanced at me and then back to Adam as he shifted from foot to foot, obviously hiding something. For a little while. Even a minute would be too long in my book. Silver Bell's luxury tours and the Christmas complex are special to Christmas Mountain, I said, trying to keep my tone professional even though I was feeling more than a little defensive. Franchising them would take away their unique qualities and wouldn't be about anything more than making money. Sounds like Liam was here for a business meeting after all. Thank goodness Adam loved his business and would shut down the idea immediately. Adam? I said, holding my breath. Maybe we could sit down with cups of hot chocolate to discuss the potential of such a venture? Liam suggested, his tone amiable. And we could enjoy some of those scones I've heard rave reviews about? I blinked. Adam? I repeated. It wouldn't hurt to talk about the idea, Adam said, making my eyes bulge. We could sit over there by the window? Liam suggested. I opened my mouth to object. Harmony. Tanya, my assistant, came rushing in from the Kringle craft room, waving at me and bouncing on her heels. Do you have a minute? Excuse me, I said, watching Tanya chew on her nails as I made my way over. Once we were out of earshot, I took a breath. What's going on, Tanya? I'm glad you're here, she said, holding her clipboard against her ribs. You know that special paint you ordered a few weeks ago? Of course, I said, thinking this was perfect timing. My special project was just the thing to impress Adam and show Liam this business was one of a kind. Edging Tanya a little closer to Adam and Liam, I spoke loud enough for both of them to hear. Ah, yes, you're talking about the special paint I ordered for our Christmas window decorations. Tanya nodded. Yes, that's right, and the paint that the local artists will use when they arrive on Friday to paint unique scenes of Christmas Mountain on the windows, I said, clasping my hands together. This project will be something that can't be replicated anywhere else. Adam and Liam turned in my direction, my plan working like a charm. Yes, that's right, but Tanya shifted from foot to foot, biting her bottom lip. You know how you told me to put the paints on the top shelf of the storeroom to keep them out of reach of the kids in the craft room? I delegated that task to you, I said, for Adam's sake so I'd sound like a good managing partner. Then for Liam's sake, I said, we're like a family here at the Christmas complex, so I trust you fully to carry out what's needed. Tanya cringed. Actually, I kind of forgot to put the paints up high. I blinked. What do you mean? The children got to them and, well, the paints fell, she said, clearly upset. They spilled, Harmony. I'm really sorry. Don't worry, accidents happen, I said, patting her on the back. It's not like the buckets broke or anything. Everything is still fine for Friday, right? She shook her head. The buckets broke and paint is spilling everywhere. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. What do you mean by everywhere? I said, tucking my chin and noticing that Liam and Adam were listening intently. I'll show you what happened, Tanya said. The three of us followed her from the cafe to the Kringle craft room, which was a big space. We encouraged a little festive chaos in here where kids and adults alike could come to craft fun ornaments, decorations, and gifts. But it seemed crazier than usual in here right now. Several employees had their arms spread wide, holding back dozens of kids from the growing puddle of bright green paint oozing from the storeroom. Oh no, I said, watching the disaster unfold before my eyes. The surprise to wow my boss had been ruined. I wouldn't be able to get more paint ordered in time to decorate the windows. I'd be lucky if the floors weren't ruined. Adam, don't worry, I said, turning to my boss. I'll get this cleaned up pronto. And then I'll come up with another idea for the Christmas window decorations. It will still be amazing and unique, I promise. I didn't know how I'd accomplish that, and I didn't know what I'd do, but I was the manager of the Christmas complex for a reason. Right? I have full faith in you, Harmony, Adam said, but his brow crinkled at the oozing green paint that seemed to be spilling at an increasing speed. Trying to act more confident than I felt, I steepled my fingers under my chin. I'm just going to, I have an idea, Harmony, Liam said, stepping toward me. When I was a kid, I had an art class where we made holiday wreaths out of painted handprints in a circle. You did? I said, immediately understanding the brilliance of his memory. He nodded. We have the paint. We have the windows. And we certainly have enough hands to make wreaths. This was an excellent idea, but I didn't want Adam to think that Liam came up with great ideas because I didn't want our beloved businesses cheapened by franchising. Harmony? Adam asked, his eyes seeming brightened by the idea. What do you think? Chewing at my lip, I racked my brain for a better idea. I was a team player, I really was. It didn't have to be me who saved the day. It could be Adam. Or Tanya. Or a little kid. Just not the man who was here to destroy all of the hard work I'd put into the Christmas complex. The wreaths would be unique, like you wanted, Liam said, giving me a way too appealing sight glance. And I'm sure the kids will love making them. You're right, it's a wonderful idea, I said with a firm nod. Let's do it. I kind of expected Liam to leave at this point. Business types didn't typically like to get their hands dirty, but to my surprise, Liam stuck around to help get lots of hands dirty. After only 30 minutes or so, the windows were filled with beautiful hand-printed green wreaths. Hoisting up a little boy to press his wet hands against the glass, Liam said, See, Harmony, franchising doesn't mean losing uniqueness. Kids could create unique wreaths at all of the locations. It could become a tradition where everyone in each town adds their handprint. That's not a bad idea, Adam said, pausing as he painted some red berries to a wreath with the red paint on his index finger. What do you think, Harmony? It's an interesting idea, I said, because what else could I say? Liam had found a solution to the spilled paint, and he'd saved the day. I couldn't help feeling more than a little thankful. But it worried me that Adam seemed to be considering Liam's proposition of franchising the business because that was so not a good idea. With a sigh, I added my own handprints to the last wreath, hoping that Liam wasn't about to ruin everything I'd worked so hard to build. Chapter 3. The next day, I slid into a booth at the Sleigh Cafe to wait for my best friend Amanda, since we were meeting here for lunch. The image of Liam's warm smile seemed to be taking up residence in my brain, so I reached into the porcelain container shaped like St. Nick's sleigh and plucked out green and red sugar packets. I dropped them onto the table as if they were flower petals while I weighed whether or not it would be okay to go on a coffee date with Liam. I should not go on a date with him. I should go on a date with him. Best idea, worst idea. Finally, I'd emptied the sleigh-shaped sugar holder, and the final packet sitting on the table seemed to scream, No, you can't date him. He's Adam's brother, silly. Run. Shaking my head, I picked up that last sugar packet, tore it open, and dumped the white powdery contents into my peppermint mocha. Then I stirred my drink with a sigh. Suddenly, those twinkling almond brown eyes appeared in my mind, along with that sweet smile. Oh. Maybe I should try counting the packets again. Looks like someone's been naughty. Huh? I lifted my head to find my bestie coming toward my table. Sorry I'm late, Amanda said, approaching the table. Oh, hey, I said, my cheeks heating as if she might guess the reason for the sugar packet madness spread out in front of me. That's quite a mess there. She slipped into the booth across from me, eyeing the sugar packets. Extra sugar kind of day? Pretty much, I said. I can relate, she said, her green eyes softening as she smiled at Sally, our server, who set down her usual order, a gingerbread chai latte. Before I could figure out how to explain exactly what I'd been doing and, more importantly, why, Amanda tore open 2 sugar packets herself. It's an extra sugar day for me, too. I'm sorry, I said, wrapping my hand around my warm mug before taking a sip. Want to tell me about it? She nodded. I had to push back a client's massage this morning. That's why I'm late. It's totally fine, I said, waving a hand in dismissal. Honestly, I didn't even realize that much time had passed. Interesting to realize that Liam had just arrived in Christmas Mountain, and already I was daydreaming about him and wanting to give Santa my wish list. I'd like the tall, handsome, charming man from the escape room, Mr. Claus. Just not the one who wants to franchise the Christmas complex. Oh wait, they are one and the same? What do I do about that, Santa? Yep, hopeless. Amanda shrugged out of her coat and smoothed down her massage uniform, which consisted of mint green scrubs. Resting her arms on the tabletop, she dragged her fingers through her straight brown hair, which fell to her shoulders. When she gripped her coffee cup, her knuckles turned white, and I worried for the coffee cup. Amanda was petite, but strong as an ox. My eyebrows lifted. You're stressed. What's going on? Amanda was normally easygoing and relaxed, the perfect temperament, since she was a massage therapist who had a reputation in Christmas Mountain for putting her clients to sleep. Today she didn't seem like herself, though. She chewed at her fingernails and glanced out the frosted window, which was decorated with a fresh garland and icicle lights. She leaned toward me. You know I love Christmas, right? I laughed. Yeah. It's December 1st, and I already received your Christmas card. She nodded, glancing around the sleigh cafe as if someone might be listening. In a small town like ours, you never knew. Addie Wilcox was our town gossip, but I knew she was away on her honeymoon with her new husband, Paul Abbott. Amanda opened her mouth as if to say more, but then was interrupted by Sally, who asked what we wanted for lunch. Then Amanda chatted with Sally cheerfully and gave her advice about how to relieve some lower back pain she had from being on her feet all day. Runner's lunge, Amanda said, jumping up to put one leg in front of the other before tucking her bottom and squatting. I know it seems counterintuitive, but loosening the front will relieve that back. I'll try anything, thanks, Sally said, stepping out of her lunge. Be back soon with your orders, ladies. Once Sally was gone, I said, You're amazing. You know that, right? I love helping people. Amanda sat down and leaned toward me again. And I do love Christmas harmony. I love dance performances and the arts, especially if they're Christmas themed. You know that, right? I threw my hands up. Yes, I know. Just spit it out. What's going on? Leaning back against the booth, she shook her head, her shoulders stiff and high. The Rockettes have been practicing their routine above my massage room at the CM salon, and they are not quiet by any means. They've worked my last nerve and all Zens are off. I snorted. How can Zens ever be off? Talk about counterintuitive. Amanda laughed, her shoulders relaxing a little. I know I should accept what is, and I'm trying, but I'm also stressed out. My clients aren't going to put up with this noise for long. Something must be done about the Rockettes soon, or my business is toast. What's your plan? I said, fascinated by this non-Zen side of Amanda. Have the reindeer run them over with Santa's sleigh. Bop the dancers' feet with snow globes. After a good laugh, she shook her head. I know you're joking, but those ideas sound way too appealing. I raised an eyebrow. Who exactly are the Rockettes, anyway? A local dance troupe, she said, as I took another sip of my warm coffee drink. They are mostly high school students, but the troupe is open to all ages. Everyone auditions, and nobody is turned away. It's sweet, really. They believe that everyone, no matter how many left feet they have, should experience the joy of dance. Very nice, I said, waiting for more. Apparently, they put in a bid to win Ms. Rivera's building during the Christmas competition, but obviously didn't since you guys won. Well, Adam did. Yeah, because he's the Silver Bells Luxury Tours owner. I'm just the manager, I said, reminding myself I was only the manager for the time being. But soon, I'd work up the nerve to ask to be partner, and things would change. At least, if I got rid of this franchise nonsense. After they lost the competition, they had to search for a place to practice. So, unlucky me, they are now practicing for their Rockette-style Christmas number directly above my massage parlor. And they are not quiet, my friend. They are so not quiet. Oh no, I said, my eyes widening. I take it your clients don't find constant thudding on the ceiling relaxing during a massage? Weird, right? She said, blinking at me with her shoulders rising to her ears now. Here you go, ladies, Sally said, stopping at our table. Our meals arrived, piping hot tomato soups with grilled cheese sandwiches so ooey-gooey that they ruined all other grilled cheeses. Only in Christmas Mountain, I thought, taking a bite and closing my eyes momentarily to savor the unique and perfect taste. Only in Christmas Mountain, Liam. I shuddered, pushing his handsome face from my mind. What are you going to do about the noise, Amanda? I've already tried everything I know. She tapped her spoon against her lips. As owner of the CM Salon, Morgan tried turning up the music to drown out the dancers. Plus, the hairdryers and sinks can be pretty deafening anyway. In a soothing white noise kind of way. I wrinkled my nose. Didn't work? She shook her head. Morgan's fiancé, Dallas, runs his furniture store next door, right? But he doesn't mind the noise. He's always dreaming up new designs, so I'm pretty sure he hears hammering in his head all the time anyway. Probably true, I said, thinking I could relate to that. Though for me the sound in my head would be a sparkle pen crossing out an item on my to-do list. Pure satisfaction. Swoosh. Too bad that sound wasn't loud enough to drown out my own real-life worries. Amanda chewed thoughtfully on a bite of grilled cheese and then sighed. So that leaves just me to come up with a new solution. I have no idea what to do, she said. You'll figure something out. I smiled at my friend as she seemed to seek solace in the pillowy foam of her latte, which was dusted with cinnamon. Above all else, Amanda wanted to make people happy. It was the reason she went into massage therapy. She prided herself on taking a tiny bit of weight off of people's shoulders. I knew she probably saw bringing up her problem with the dancers above her massage room as adding a burden to my life and theirs too, which I'm sure was troubling her on top of the noise. I mean, there must be a solution. What do you think about adding an exfoliating scrub to my services? Amanda said, her eyes suddenly bright with hope as she looked over at me. A scrub with walnut shells can be pretty noisy, right? I'm thinking not so much. I tilted my head, looking at her over my peppermint mocha as she chewed at her lip and turned to stare out the window at people passing by outside with their wind-tousled scarves. In some countries, massage therapists smack you with oak leaves, she said, turning back to me. What do you think of that? That sounds... I paused, dunking the crust of my grilled cheese into my tomato soup. The idea sounded painful. Who would pay money for that? But I needed to put a good spin on the suggestion to support my poor friend. Finally, I shrugged. Distracting? I should go with the oak leaves, she said, as if the idea were a good one. Also, she was so caught up in her dilemma that she hadn't noticed her milk foam mustache. I suppressed a giggle and gestured above her lip. She wiped the mustache away and then snapped her fingers. I've got it. I knew you'd come up with something. What is it? Licking her lips, she said, I'll just start doing home visits. What about all the money you spend on rent? I said, recognizing blind optimism when I saw it, like every evening when I looked in the mirror before taking off my makeup after work. Tomorrow, I'd feel confident enough to talk to Adam. Tomorrow, I'd accomplish even more than I set out to do, and finally feel worthy of asking to be made partner. Tomorrow would be the day. The right tomorrow never seemed to come, of course. But the thing about tomorrow was that there was always another one right around the corner. She pursed her lips. I'd lose my rent since I have a contract. Do you have the equipment for home visits? I asked. Not really, she said, slumping. Is your car ready to climb up the mountain to reach clients? She shook her head. No, my car seems to be on its last leg. You know, your massage room is really nice, I said, since I'd had more than one massage from her in there. It's an escape. An oasis. Would it really be the same experience for your clients with their dishwasher running and a mess of toys from their kids in sight? Amanda flopped her forehead down on the table. This situation seemed dire, so I ordered her a big piece of chocolate cream pie from Sally. When she brought 2 spoons, I declined mine. I told myself that this was Amanda's crisis. She was the one who needed a heap of sweet courage, not me. I would talk to Adam and solve my problem. I really would. Once she had lifted her head, I reached across the table and took my friend's hand. You know what you need to do, don't you? She sighed, opened her mouth to answer, but then popped in a bite of dessert. I need to go talk to the dance instructor, Miss Fitzpatrick. Don't I? I'm afraid so, I said, seeing no other way. But I'm sure she'll understand. She nodded. I'll just tell her about the impact the rehearsals are having on my business and work with her toward a compromise. That's right. Her face crumpled. I need to put baby in a corner, don't I? I laughed. Actually, a whole bunch of babies. You're going to break the hearts of so many babies. Amanda laughed at the Dirty Dancing movie joke, and I gave her hand one last squeeze. She finished off her pie and checked the time on her phone. Look at that, she said, shaking her head. Lunch break is over, and I hogged all of the conversation. I'm sorry, Harmony. I assured her she had done no such thing. I didn't tell her how closely her dilemma mirrored my situation with my boss. Was I afraid that if I did, she'd hold me accountable by saying something like, Harmony, I've talked with Miss Fitzpatrick. Have you talked with Adam? Most definitely. How are you? She asked as we paid our bill. Anything new? My cheeks warmed as I glanced at all the sugar packets on the table. To go out on a date with Liam, or not? No, not much new, I said as we bundled back up for the cold. I wanted to confide in my friend about my work and dating dilemmas, but I told myself now wasn't the time with her being unzen for the first time, and all. Chapter 4. A mere month ago, my parents had ended our Sunday family dinner by serving my sister Hannah and me pumpkin pie, along with the news that they were leaving Christmas Mountain for Puerto Vallarta. Ah, a well-deserved vacation, I told them, licking the last of my pie from my spoon. How long will you be there? I remembered the way Mom and Dad had glanced at one another. For a little while, Mom said, avoiding eye contact with my sister and me. More pie? For longer than a little while, actually, Dad said, ready with the whipped cream. They finally confessed they were retiring to Puerto Vallarta, where it was warmer, where there was no hassle with all the snow, where they could enjoy margaritas and mezcalitas in December without getting frostbite. I thought they weren't thinking straight. Why would anyone want to live anywhere besides Christmas Mountain? I told them I'd buy them a snowblower for the driveway and put tiny little umbrellas in their spiked hot apple ciders, and we could put this nonsense to bed. They told me their one-way tickets were already booked. Done deal. So, my sister and I had driven them to the airport. Us wearing winter parkas. Them wearing white sunblock streaked across their noses and straw tote bags filled with colorful beach towels under their arms. Just before we left them at security, Dad finally stopped humming Margaritaville and turned to us, snapping his fingers. "The house," he'd said. Mom gave me a tin of sugar cookies as she handed her passport over to the TSA agent. "We'll be selling it, of course," she said. I was too dumbfounded to say anything as Dad gave me a kiss on the cheek, his aftershave smelling suspiciously of coconut. "Well, you kids will be selling it," Dad said, giving Hannah a kiss on the cheek. "We have to sell our family home?" Hannah asked. "So you can live at the beach?" I said, unable to believe this was happening. "Yes, but we'll give you half the profit for your efforts." "Think of it as an early inheritance," Dad said, as if this more than made up for the work we'd be doing. Then he gave me a hug. "Love you, sweetheart. Just don't love the winters. Come visit us. Hasta luego." "Hasta luego," Mom said, giving us each a quick hug before waving as she hustled through security past a mid-sized dog that a uniformed security person was walking back and forth as if searching for drugs or bombs or who knew what. My parents' news had certainly been explosive. I thought they should be arrested. For desertion, if nothing else. How could they leave Christmas Mountain? What would Christmas be like without the snow? Too weird to think about. Shudder. Mom had to take off her sun hat to send it through the security scanner. I watched Dad place the monstrous thing on the conveyor belt beside his inflatable drink holder. He turned back to us. "Of course, the house does need some fixing up first." "Are you serious?" I said, wondering why I didn't feel more surprised. In answer, they waved goodbye with their self-tanned arms and then they were gone. Numbly, I opened the tin of cookies. They were shaped like palm trees. Had I always been so easy to subdue with sugar? I handed a cookie to Hannah. I chewed on one as I stood there, eating without tasting the cookie. My parents were gone. Now, as I walked up to the familiar red front door of my childhood home with dusted snowflakes in my hair, I shook those memories from my head. I couldn't believe I had to fix up the house to sell when it was already perfect. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, looking around to savor every detail. Each scratch in the hallway's faded wallpaper contained a memory of a Christmas past. Dad choosing a tree too tall and too wide, but insisting it would fit. The trees he picked never fit the first time through, but it hadn't mattered to any of us. We always felt we had the best tree in the neighborhood. Sure, the laminate cabinets in the kitchen were more cream from aging than white, but who, when given the chance, would take non-fat milk over eggnog? It just gave the breakfast nook overlooking the forested hill down to the creek extra sweetness. I continued my journey through the past up the narrow wooden stairs, which admittedly sagged in places. But that was only because of all the hours Hannah and I had spent with fuzzy toes curled over the steps, our hands gripping the spindles as we'd waited for Santa. These memories were what made this house unique. If it were up to me, then I wouldn't change a thing before selling it. Of course, if it were up to me, then I wouldn't sell it at all. But I knew at my current position as manager, I couldn't afford the upkeep, taxes, and all the other expenses that came with being a homeowner. Plus, it was far too much space for just me. And add on the fact that I could do a lot with my share of the profit from the sale. All in all, it just didn't make sense not to go along with my parents' plan. But that didn't mean I had to like it. I felt sad about it, knowing in my heart that I was losing something dear and special to me. In my old bedroom, I passed by the twin-sized bed which hadn't changed at all since I'd moved out. Then I crossed to the wall where I'd taped up our family's annual Christmas photos. Taking one down, I saw that the paint had faded behind the photo, leaving the trace of the photo's outline behind it. "Well, we'll definitely have to paint over that," Hannah said. With the photo in my hands, I glanced up to find my sister standing in the doorway. Her head was bent over a notepad, and she was scribbling something on it. She had the same banana blonde hair that I did, but hers was cut shorter. More practical, just like her. Do you really think we have to paint the house? I asked, looking back at the faded rectangle on the wall. I already knew the answer. But it stung, erasing all that made the house ours. Instead of arguing with me, she held out her hand. I brought peppermint bark. Like my parents, Hannah believed that fighting and arguing were not solutions. Candy, sweets, and delicious treats. They made everything better. It was quite literally sugar coating the tragedy going on, but I accepted the peppermint bark anyway. Sorry to arrive here later than we agreed, she said, heaving an exasperated sigh. Things aren't going well with Ben and me right now. I frowned, which was a hard thing to manage with peppermint bark melting on my tongue. When Hannah had first met her husband Ben, she had called him absolutely perfect. She described their first date as flawless, and the next 17 dates as easy as pie. His proposal was exactly the way she would have arranged it herself. She liked to say their wedding day didn't have a cloud in the sky, even though I had counted 3. The honeymoon had been magical, the moving in together went off without a hitch, and married life was great. Anyone else would have guessed that there was more to their story, but this was how our parents spoke of their relationship, and they were still going strong, even with their major dive into spontaneously moving out of the country. What do you mean things aren't going well with you two? I asked, rifling through the tin for a piece with extra crushed peppermint. They are worse than not well, she said, shaking her head. We're thinking of getting a divorce. I whipped my head in her direction. A divorce? What are you talking about? She held her hands up and shushed me, even though we were the only people in the house. No need to make a scene, she said. What do you think of the peppermint bark? Have some more. Now, as I've noted, there are a few things to do with the house. Get new wallpaper, sand, stain and repolish the hardwood floors, perhaps rebrick the fireplace. What do you think of my list so far? Why aren't you eating more peppermint bark? I stared down at the tin in my hands. How was I supposed to communicate how shocked and saddened I was that she and Ben might divorce? Were there words to express how much I wanted to help her and Ben in any way I could? This news is too much on top of Mom and Dad, I said, my voice shaking a little. Hannah grunted when I wrapped my arms around her in a fierce hug. Peppermint bark spilled onto the bed, but I didn't care. Even with her arms pinned to her sides, she leaned her cheek against my shoulder and sniffled. Thanks, I needed that, she said. Tell me what's going on, sis, I said. Every time he and I talk, it feels like we're going to argue, she said, sounding tired. So we don't talk. We hardly see each other. It's like we're already not together. I squeezed her tighter. And being here, she said with a sniffle. Seeing this house? I remember Mom and Dad never argued. They always got along, which makes me feel like a failure. They fought sometimes, I said, but it had never been about anything serious. Not really, she said. My heart broke for my sister. For me, being in our old home was like opening a beloved photo album. For her, it seemed to be like stepping onto a set of scales, weighing her marriage against our parents' seemingly perfect marriage and coming up lacking. That had to be hard for her. Fixing up this house right now would be too emotional for me, she said, her jaw moving against my shoulder. Why don't we just sell the house as is? I said, holding her tight. My poor sister had been going through a hard time and had kept it to herself. Of course, fixing up the house would be too much for her. Someone will see the value of the house's quirks and charms. It has history, you know? It's been lived in and loved. Why wouldn't someone want all that? As far as I was concerned, it was a win for both of us. Hannah wouldn't have to spend more time in the house than necessary, and I didn't have to see all that made our house special stripped away by erasing memories with fresh paint. We should have put the house up for sale sooner, Hannah said, finally leaning back a little. There's someone moving in next door. I frowned. Someone moving in next door? Still grasping onto my sister, I rotated my head until I had the view out the window. Snow fell softly in pretty little flakes that at any other moment I would have stopped to admire. But my gaze went elsewhere. My full attention went to the tall, handsome man carrying a cardboard box as he pushed open the gate of the white picket fence next door. My attention was on Liam. My belly did a little dance as I blinked, wondering if I was in a dream or a nightmare. "Harmony?" Hannah asked, her tone laced with concern. Had she felt my heart stop beating against her chest? Had I gripped her even tighter than I had before? Was she not able to breathe? Or was that just me? "He's moving here?" I asked aloud in utter bewilderment. "Do you know that guy?" she asked. Hannah scooched around so she had a direct view of the man who wanted to mass-produce the business I loved for a profit. "We're supposed to go on a coffee date this Friday," I said, my voice monotone. That's not what I had meant to say. I had meant to say he's Adam's brother. Or that he's trying to take my job. Or that we will not be sending him Mom's sweet potato casserole to welcome him to the neighborhood. Why hadn't I said any of that? Hannah and I struggled against one another, each wanting a better view of Liam before he ducked inside and out of the snow. "He's very handsome," she said, her voice perking up a little. Catching a glimpse of his cheek pink from the cold, I turned to her. "He's charming too." "Interesting," she said, finally squirming away from my sisterly embrace and rushing to the window. I couldn't stop myself from doing the same. We kneeled on the plush rug like we were little girls again, with our fingertips on the windowsill as we peeked outside. When Liam came out for another box and happened to glance up toward us, we both ducked down and started laughing. "Do you think he saw us?" I said, holding my breath. She grinned. "I think he saw you." I shoved her playfully. "I hope you're wrong." "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not," she said, turning to lean against the wall beneath the window. I did the same. "This is the fun part, the first date." "Is it?" I said, thinking about the complications of dating Liam. She nodded. "Wait until it's been 5 years, and you can't even discuss whose turn it is to take out the trash without an argument threatening to start." I slid an arm around my sister's shoulders. "I didn't know you guys were even having problems. Too depressing to talk about. You'll soon discover what it's like. How about we start with a first date?" I said, not even sure we'd get that far. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted us. Hannah pulled out her cell, and we saw a video call from our parents. She answered, and we were greeted with 2 pairs of snorkeling goggles facing the camera. Mom and Dad bobbed up and down, going in and out of frame. "Hola!" they shouted cheerfully over the sound of waves slapping against their boat. Sunlight sparkled on the water behind them. "We just called to see if you got our delivery from the Jingle Bells Bakery," Mom said. "Yes, thanks," Hannah said, mouthing pastries to me. "And to see how the house is coming along," Dad said. Hannah and I glanced at one another sheepishly. The truth was that we'd made no progress at all on the house. And neither of us seemed very eager to begin. Hannah mentioned the wallpaper and fresh paint ideas just as my cell phone chirped. I swiped my cell screen to find a text from Adam. "I've thought it over and think we should look into the franchising idea." My heart clenched, but I typed back, "Whatever you want, Adam." Little dots appeared on my screen before a new text appeared. "Would you mind showing Liam the ropes tomorrow?" I told him no one knows more than you do. My stomach dropped, and then I heard Hannah promising that we'd start renovating right away. And when I glanced at her cell screen, I saw our parents flop backwards into the ocean, and then the call ended. "You didn't tell them about you and Ben," I said, my legs feeling numb. She drummed her fingers across her knees. "You didn't tell them about your date," she countered. We grinned at one another, keeping secrets between each other like when we were young. I hoped this meant that Hannah wasn't set on divorce, that she still saw a way toward reconciliation. As for me, the reason for not sharing was less optimistic. I didn't tell my parents about the date because, well, I wasn't going on it. The saying goes to keep your enemies close, but nobody said anything about having to go on a coffee date with them, no matter how much you may want to. Chapter 5. My most cherished part of the workday was when I arrived at the Christmas complex bright and early before anyone else. Slipping the key into the lock and stepping inside when all was dark and silent felt magical, like I was preparing a special present for the town before they awoke. I loved switching on the lights, playing soft Christmas carols through the speakers, and imagining all the joy that would fill the space like the warmth of a crackling fire. It also gave me a sense of worth to be the first person at work. It made me feel like a good manager. Possibly even, one day, a good partner. So, the next morning when I approached the front door to the Christmas complex and saw Liam waiting outside on the snow-covered sidewalk off Church Street with 2 cups of coffee in his hands and a bright, wide-awake smile on his face, it felt like he'd invaded my happy place. Sure, his face lit up when he noticed me despite the frigid wind which had reddened his cheeks. Okay, yes, it was sweet when he hurried over, even slipping a little on the ice, to help me with my overstuffed satchels. And if pressed, I'd have to admit that his enthusiastic, "Good morning, boss," sounded endearing through my fluffy earmuffs. But I reminded myself that he was here on a mission to destroy what I loved. Okay, maybe that was a little dramatic. But if he succeeded in his goal, it would ruin all that was unique and special about the business I'd helped create. So it was easier to think clearly when I viewed him as a destroyer of sorts. It was easier to push aside the little dance in my belly at seeing him if I told myself he'd probably already chugged 6 eggs, sprinted 9 miles, and mentally closed down several mom-and-pop stores that morning with thoughts of franchising. Who would want to date that guy? Me, I thought with an inward groan. If only he hadn't brought me coffee. Didn't we say we'd meet at 8 o'clock? I said as I unlocked the door. I didn't need to take off my mittens and check the time on my phone to know it wasn't a minute past 7. Eager to get started, Liam said, holding a to-go cup out to me. And I didn't want to miss anything. Adam says I can learn everything there is to know from you. So here I am. Thank you for the coffee, I said, taking a sip of peppermint mocha, the sweet liquid rolling over my tongue and warming my insides. Ah, this is just what I needed, and wait a minute. How did you know my favorite coffee drink? He grinned. You mentioned they make you swoon. Figured it would be a safe bet. You have a good memory, I said, pushing open the door. His grin widened. Especially when things are important to me. That's very sweet, I said, touched by his thoughtfulness and kind words as we stepped in from the cold. Well, I set you up in my office. I'm sure you'll want to look over expense reports, projected earnings, employee data, that kind of stuff. Maybe I could distract him long enough to get some work done in peace and quiet. Stacks of red and black charts were like chew toys to business people, weren't they? Actually, he said, placing his gloved hand on mine just as I was about to lead him up the staircase. I was hoping I could shadow you today. I'm interested in seeing what you do to make this place run smoothly. That would be preferable to sitting at a desk with a bunch of reports I can't make heads or tails of. Really? I said, feeling suspicious. What was he really up to? Thought 1. Was he trying to see how easily my position could be replaced at all the other locations he wanted to open? Thought 2. What kind of businessperson couldn't read reports? Thought 3. How did his touch feel warm through his gloves and mine? I needed a whole new organizational system to track the conflicting emotions rolling through me. Did they even make such a thing? If not, I'd make one, become rich and use my money to stop any possibility of franchising the Christmas complex. I'd call it the What in the World is Going On Planner. Trademark Harmony Harris. All rights reserved. I promise to be a very quiet, respectful shadow, Liam said, obviously sensing my hesitation. Just like I'm a very quiet and respectful neighbor, even when people peer at me through a window and then duck. My cheeks heated. That had nothing to do with you. I hope not. He winked at me, and I felt grateful I hadn't turned on the lights yet in the Kringle craft room, or he would have seen my cheeks all red. So, he had seen us spying on him, and wasn't afraid to let me know. Great, just great. The house belongs to my parents, I said, as if that somehow excused ducking and hiding like a teenage girl with an unbearable crush. My sister and I are getting it fixed up to sell. Too bad, Liam said, making me wonder what he thought was too bad. Too bad we were selling the house, or too bad we're not permanent neighbors. My gaze flicked over to his. I could just make out his eyes on mine in the dim glow from the street's golden lamps. My tummy did a somersault. His face was so handsome and his eyes were warm and inviting. Clearing my throat, I slipped past him and hit the switch for the lights. Okay, Shadow, this is the first thing I do every morning when I come in, I said, talking to him like I was the presenter at a meeting. I turn on the lights. Liam gazed up at the multicolored lights strung across the high ceiling. I expected him to ask why I turned them on this early if we didn't open for another 2 hours, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there silently with a small smile on his face, making me wonder what he was thinking. Finally, he glanced over at me. You can almost hear the snow falling. His words took me aback since it felt like he was reading my mind. I'd thought that very same thing many mornings in the peace and stillness. Something about the earnest way he was looking at me made me drop my guard. This is my favorite time of day. So quiet and peaceful, I admitted. Understandable. He nodded, glancing around the room. I'd be upset too if some guy arrived here earlier than he said and ruined this moment for me. No, you didn't ruin anything. It's okay, Liam said, his tone soft. I get it. I'm not upset with you because you're here early, I blurted, thinking it wasn't a good idea to say more. I definitely shouldn't say more. Adam wanted me to consider Liam's ideas, so that was definitely what I should do. Yep, for sure, 100%. Look, Liam, this franchise business isn't right for the Christmas complex. So much for what I should do. I mean, I'll still show you everything I'm supposed to, but it seems like a waste of time, and it's more than a little frustrating to think about you ruining all that I've worked so hard for. Nothing personal, of course, I said, unable to believe all I'd admitted. Liam continued to hold my gaze. I appreciate your honesty. Thanks, I said, completely flustered at this point and worried I'd said enough to get me fired. I needed to do my job and check off the boxes. My boss told me to show Liam the ropes, and instead I'd basically told him he was the enemy. Why wasn't he more bothered by my resistance? How about I show you the speaker system? All right, Liam said with a nod. Hoping Liam had the memory of a goldfish and could forget my little outburst, I opened a hidden panel in the back of the room. I held my breath as I heard calm, measured footsteps coming closer. My heart skipped when I sensed him beside me. I didn't dare look over at him with the way my heart was thudding in my chest. It was all I could do to explain how to select one of the playlists I'd put together, each for a different Christmas mood. You can pick the song if you'd like, I said, hoping he couldn't tell that being close to him had made my heart rate kick up a notch. The songs play through the whole building, except the movie theater, of course. Let's see. Liam's finger hovered over the selections, and then he finally pressed The Christmas Song by Natalie Cole. My favorite. Sweet, soft, cozy. Turning to Liam, I said, I'm sorry if I'm not coming off friendly enough. The truth is that I've had a lot on my mind. And I usually use this time alone to kind of sort through everything in my head. You know something? He said quietly, his eyelashes sparkling with melted snowflakes. I happen to be an excellent sorter. I laughed a little. Are you now? He nodded. I sort all kinds of things. I arched an eyebrow. Like what? He held his index finger with his opposite thumb. I sort spice drawers, bookshelves, receipts for taxes, favorite cafes in New York City. I blinked. And mines? Oh yes, he said, putting a hand to his chest. Did I not say mines? I shook my head. I would have remembered. Sorting out mines is my specialty, he said, holding his arms wide. If you're in need of my services, then I'm open for business. I'll try to remember that. I couldn't help but laugh. But for now, we tour, I said, showing him around the Dashaway Cafe, explaining our signature drinks and treats, a part of me feeling curious what he would say about the tour. I feared that tonight I would be back at my place, staring at the mirror and telling myself that tomorrow I'd speak with Adam about being made partner. Why couldn't I just talk to my boss today? Because I didn't know the perfect thing to say. Maybe I needed some advice from a confident businessman. He was a self-proclaimed good sorter after all. We headed up the stairs, and I glanced at Liam a moment. The sorting I need help with isn't for me, you know. It's for a friend. Liam gave me a side glance. A friend? That's right, I said as we reached the top of the stairs. My friend has someone she's been needing to have a conversation with, I said, feeling more than a little nervous opening up to Liam. Even though I was technically helping a friend. My friend needs to ask this person for something. Something that she thinks she deserves, something that seems fair for her to get. But she keeps putting it off because she's not sure what to say. Why does asking this person scare her? He asked, his eyes looking so warm and earnest that it made me more comfortable opening up to him. I thought of Amanda and how similar her situation seemed to mine. It made it a little easier to slip my problem into hers, so I could really be talking about my friend's dilemma, not mine. My friend fears that if she doesn't say the right thing, then she won't get the response she's hoping for, and she doesn't want to blow her chance. She's been disappointed before and wonders if she could have said something to avoid that previous dreadful consequence. Suddenly, my mind replayed the time my ex came home from his business trip and said, "I've met someone else." I'd been so stunned, I'd remained silent when I watched him close the door behind him, leaving me all alone. I'd wondered if I should have said something, the right thing to make things better. I shook the memory from my mind. Blinking, I looked around and realized I wasn't at my apartment, and it wasn't that awful day. We were now standing in Santa's secret escape room. Inside, it was dark. How does creating the escape room's clues work? Liam asked. The clues? I said, feeling surprised and a little hurt that he hadn't responded to my confession. What happened to him being a good sorter? But then again, I probably wasn't making much sense to him. That, or he was focused on business, which in all fairness was the reason he was here. I looked away from him and waved a hand. The puzzle changes each month and the clues change each day to keep things fresh for repeat customers, I said, avoiding his gaze. Can I suggest a new clue? He asked. I shrugged. Sure. I followed him over to the 2 chairs beside the fireplace, which I switched on. Liam bent over a piece of paper he'd taken from his briefcase. I stared at the flames as he scribbled on the paper, regretting saying anything to Liam at all about my friend. About me. Once he was done writing, he handed me the piece of paper. I took it without interest, but then he nodded toward the sheet of paper, and I looked at it more closely. The sheet in my hand was a list, Santa's naughty and nice list to be precise. And the first thing I noticed was the name Betty had accidentally been spelled with 2 E's. I glanced at Liam. The sparkle in his eyes told me the mistake wasn't accidental at all. Following the other errors in the list, I spelled out the letters ENOUGH. Enough, I said, thinking Liam wasn't a good sorter like he'd promised, and I'd had enough of showing him the ropes. Thanks for the clue suggestion. We'll consider using it. The clue is what I'd tell your friend, he said, relaxing into a chair. That she's enough just as she is. She's not going to be more or less by trying to find the perfect words or waiting to ask for what she wants. Today she is exactly as she is and always will be. Enough. She's enough, I said, tears burning the back of my eyes as I dropped into the other chair beside the fireplace. You think she's already enough? Yep, he said, keeping his gaze on mine as if he did care about the advice he was giving. We're not perfect beings, and we never will be. All we can do is our best. It might work out, it might not. Sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. But waiting and letting time go by without going after what you want, that's definitely not going to get her what she wants. His words hit me hard. It was a lot to think about. Thanks, I'll tell her, I said quietly. Good, he said, the corners of his eyes crinkling as his mouth curved upward. You can tell me how the advice went for her during our date tomorrow. Here it was at last. The big moment. Would I agree to the date, or would I not? I'd been stressing about it all week. This morning I'd tossed and turned in bed. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. But with Liam here beside me, and his kind words rolling around my head, the answer had sprinkled down to my heart like snow. That would be nice, I said, watching his smile grow. Only then did I remember I was this friend. It was me who had to talk to Adam today rather than tomorrow. My stomach rolled. Would I be ENOUGH? If only I knew the clue to find that answer. Chapter 6. From the Christmas complex, all I had to do was make a right onto Main Street and walk half a block up to reach the Christmas complex's sister business, Silver Bells Luxury Tours. If only the walk were further from my office to Adam's office, then I might have an excuse not to go this afternoon and talk to him. I buried my face in my scarf against the cold wind, thinking that if my boss's office was on the peak of Mount Rudolph, I'd have a good excuse for not making it there for a talk. If he ran the business from the cozy Pine Tree Lodge, which was in the opposite direction down Main Street, I could stop in at the CM Salon to see how Amanda's talk went with Ms. Fitzpatrick. If I went a little further up toward Santa's Grotto, I could have hopped on St. Nick's lap and wished for a tiny bit more courage for Christmas. So many options. None of them plausible. The fact that Silver Bells Luxury Tours only took making a right on Main Street and walking a half block up meant I arrived quickly. Shivering in the cold, I stared at the icy door handle as my eyelashes froze. My toes were going numb in my boots as I hesitated, visualizing the headline tomorrow in the Christmas Mountain Herald. Local woman found frozen solid on Main Street, reasons unknown. Maybe they could display me at the annual ice block contest on the square and title me, Scared Stiff. Since I didn't want to become an ice sculpture, I yanked open the door and marched inside. I would not be carved on. I would be the one with a chainsaw. But not in a cornfield, full moon, Halloween kind of way, of course. More in a take command of the situation, decide your own fate, carve out the life you want kind of way. Important difference. Hey, Harmony. Monica, Adam's assistant, greeted me with a smile. Hi, how's it going? I said. Tough day, she said as I hung up my coat and straightened my skirt. We had 3 school groups visit Santa's Grotto this morning. One kid ate too many cookies and barfed in the sleigh. I cringed. Not good. It gets worse, she said, holding her pen in one hand and clicking it open and closed rapidly. Turns out the kids in his group had weak stomachs and were sympathetic heavers. I cringed. How many in the group? She flared her eyes. 6. The poor janitor, I said. She nodded. Adam's expecting you. Thanks, I said, wondering if the janitor or I had it worse at this moment. After talking with Liam in the escape room, I'd emailed Adam to ask if he had some time to speak with me this afternoon. His response was that he always had time for his favorite manager. It was almost enough to make me postpone the meeting. Indefinitely. But if I wanted to be a partner, then I had to believe I could say whatever it took to make Adam believe I was more than a manager. Had I ever been this nervous in my life? My stomach was beyond topsy-turvy right now, and I hadn't even eaten any cookies. Before entering Adam's office, I slipped my hand in my pocket to touch the folded naughty or nice list Liam had made that I'd secretly kept for my friend, of course. I whispered the coded letters, ENOUGH. "What's that, Harmony?" Monica asked, glancing up from her computer screen. I forced my mouth into a smile. I said it sure is cold outside. Reminder to self, keep pep talks to yourself. After pulling back my shoulders, raising my chin, and throwing on a confident smile, I stepped through Adam's doorway and into his office. It was simply decorated, well organized, and featured large windows overlooking the sleighs and horses used for the luxury tours of Christmas Mountain. When some people dream of being made partner, they might imagine minimalist concrete offices that take up the whole floor of a high-rise in a sprawling city. It wasn't that way for me, at all. I didn't want a bigger office. I just wanted a bigger role in the business that had become the biggest part of my life. As I closed the door behind me, Adam clapped his hands. "You have perfect timing, Harmony," he said. I smiled. "I do." "Yep. Faith discovered an amazing peppermint tea from a tea shop, and it just finished steeping," he said, getting up and pouring a cup for each of us. He chatted casually about the tea's unique properties and the idea of adding it to the menu at the Dash Away Cafe. "You know," I said, forgetting my stress for a moment as he leaned over the desk to place a cup in front of me, "the tea bags could make a really cute craft for the Kringle craft room." He slipped back into the chair behind his desk. "How so?" "They could be nice gifts to make and give away. People can decorate the tag on the tea bag string. How fun would it be to create a box of 12 tea bags and each has, say, a representation of the 12 days of Christmas? You know, 5 golden rings and all of that." Adam smiled. "Or one of each of Santa's reindeers? Or lines from 'Twas the Night Before Christmas?" I said, our brainstorming on a roll. "Great ideas, Harmony." I nodded. The family could enjoy the tea together on Christmas Eve, and each person could read a part of the poem from the tag on their individual bag. A new family tradition, thanks to the Christmas complex. "I love it," he said. "Me too." I smiled over the lip of my teacup. "I never tire of your creativity, Harmony," he said, spreading his hands wide as he leaned back in his chair. "Promoting you to manager was one of the best decisions I ever made for this business. I don't know where the Christmas complex would be without you, or if it would even exist without you." I'd relaxed while discussing new ideas with Adam. It came naturally. But remembering the reason I'd asked for the meeting in the first place made my palms go clammy. I replaced the hand-painted snowflake teacup in its matching saucer before it slipped from my trembling fingers. Whether I was ready or not, my boss had delivered me the perfect opening. It was up to me to seize it. "Adam, you don't know how much I appreciate your faith in me," I said, forcing the words out through a throat tight with nerves. "I don't know where I'd be without the Christmas complex. It means so much to me." Sipping his tea, Adam wagged a finger at me. "With your talent, you could build ice igloos in the desert, Harmony." I blushed from the compliment, scooting forward in my chair. "What I mean is that I've come to feel like this business is a part of my life. Managing Silverbell's luxury tours and the Christmas complex is more than just a job to me. I feel as much connected with their success as you do, if you don't mind my saying so." "Not at all," Adam said with a nod. "My dad created Silverbell's luxury tours out of my childhood vision and left it to me as his legacy. You've been here longer than I have, as you know. After we inherited the renovated building from Ms. Rivera in the Christmas competition, I saw how much of yourself you put into the Christmas complex. And it's always been my goal for employees to have a sense of ownership for their part in the business. I bit my lower lip and took a deep breath. Well, that kind of leads me to the reason I asked to speak with you. He sat back. I'm all ears. This was the moment. This was my moment. Outside the window behind Adam, snow fell softly over the small town I loved so much. I sought to bring joy and happy memories to our townspeople and visitors through my work, which fulfilled me to my core. But I felt like I deserved to be more than just manager for all of my efforts. I really did. I'd practiced the words too many times to count. Every night, I'd said the words to myself in the mirror, promising I'd say them to Adam tomorrow. I'd made this appointment and I needed to make myself say those words, perfect or not. Like Liam had said, I was enough. I took a bracing breath. Adam, I have even more to give to this company, which has come to mean everything to me. But for me to do that, I need a bigger role with more responsibility and increased involvement than what I have now as a manager. That's the reason why I'd like to propose making a new position for me. My heart was racing out of control as Adam inclined his head. And that role is? I dreamed of this moment for so long. And here it was. I almost couldn't believe it was me sitting in that chair. It felt surreal as I lifted my head. Partner. I watched every little movement Adam made as he steepled his fingers under his chin. I knew a thing or two about clues from the escape room, but none of them made me feel as stressed as I was now searching for clues as to what my boss was thinking. What did that exhale through his nose mean? Was it a good sign that he wasn't speaking right away? Did he normally tap his fingers against each other like that when he was happy or upset? I didn't have the answer, not even close, but I felt more and more like I was about to be rejected. Finally, Adam leaned toward me. Is it all right if I take some time to think about this? My heart hammered in my chest. Of course. I mean, yes, that makes sense. He graciously made no notice of my nervous stammering. There's a lot more to consider now than there was a week ago. My heart dropped to my stomach. I felt my cheeks get that uncomfortable kind of warmth that I remembered from when Dave had sat me down to say, I met someone else. With Liam in town and with his idea to franchise the business, things may be changing, Adam said, moving his hands up and down in a way that seemed like he was weighing scales. I appreciate the time to think it over. I didn't have any words to say, and suddenly preferred to be in the cold, outside. I was positively burning with embarrassment. After all I'd put into the relationship with Dave for years, he cheated on me and moved on with that new woman. And after all I'd put into this business, Adam seemed to be picking Liam over me. This was beginning to feel like a pattern. And not a good one. Thank you for your consideration, I said, maintaining my professionalism. Have a good rest of your day. All I needed was to get out of there. But Monica stopped me on my way out. Please take some of these cookies I picked up from Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies, Harmony, she said, coming around her desk with a festive platter. My husband normally stops me from eating all of these myself, but he's on a business trip to Billings. Sure, thanks. I took a small stack of reindeer-shaped sugar cookies, iced and decorated with sprinkles. Outside in the whipping wind, I hustled the short distance back to my office. Back at my desk, I stared down at the placard order form and its empty line for position. With a sigh, I scribbled manager. And then bit the head off Rudolph. Chapter 7. On Friday night, my nerves were buzzing since Liam had charmed me into going on a dinner date instead of a coffee date with him. I was trying to be fine with Adam, considering choosing Liam's idea of franchising over my preference for keeping the business unique. After all, Liam was Adam's flesh and blood, regardless of whatever might have happened in their past to make their initial exchange so awkward. Plus, who was I to call the shots? Just the hired manager, which wasn't a bad thing. I mean, I loved my job. But I had been at Silver Bell's luxury tours longer than Adam, who had inherited the business. And I had basically created the Christmas complex out of my own vision of Christmas. That's probably why that little voice inside me whispered that I deserved more. But maybe business wasn't about putting your heart and soul into something to make the town a happier place. Maybe business just meant expanding, growing, developing, maybe going public, maybe going international, earning more money, reputation, and status. My dream was about as small as a dream could get. Nothing more than the Christmas Mountain community and its visitors enjoying something special together that could be found nowhere else in the world. As a businessperson, Liam probably had a lot of capital to invest, expertise to lend, and assets to leverage. I had a big heart and a quarter of the equity on my parents' old house I didn't even want to sell. I tried to separate Liam from work. Liam was sweet, fun, and I felt sparks galore. He could also be serious and thoughtful, but in a fun way. He seemed different from any guy I'd ever met. My head wanted to build a wall around my heart so it wouldn't get crushed, but that optimist in me whispered that I should get to know him a little better. Plus, it was Friday night. What could one date hurt? So, I added shimmery silver eyeshadow to my lids from the tiny compact balanced on the keyboard in my office. Then, I wound my blonde locks with a curling iron in the restroom at the Christmas complex, before changing into a pretty midnight blue sweater and my cutest jeans. I spritzed on perfume and double-checked my reflection in every storefront window as I walked to the snowflake skating rink. At the popular ice skating rink, I was greeted by the sharp sound of metal blades on ice and Jingle Bell Rock blasting from the speakers. The festive mood was contagious. "Boss," Liam called, waving over the crowd. I couldn't help laughing at the nickname, and I waved back. He was the owner's brother, but I was the boss? Yeah, I wished. I watched him weave his way through the crowd toward me at the rink's edge. It warmed me even more than the space heaters by the food stand that he'd clearly been watching for me. I hadn't even had time to search for him before he'd found me. "I'm not your boss, you know," I said, giving him a hug in greeting. "Whatever you say, boss." Liam's smile was so disarming that I swooned a little as he pulled back, taking my hands and gently squeezing them. "Don't forget this trainee is shadowing you." "A technicality," I said, shaking my head at his logic. "You hungry?" he asked. "Yes, I skipped lunch," I said, which I did all too often when I was lost in work. "I'm glad to hear that," he said, keeping hold of one of my hands and tugging me along. "Follow me." "The food is this way," I said, since he turned left. I gestured toward the right. "We can order from Tony at the Figure 8. A couple squeezed between us hand in hand, forcing me to let go of Liam. The couple didn't seem to notice us, and were smiling at one another as if they were the only two who existed. My heart warmed at their seemingly easy relationship. It was nice to see and inspired me to believe that couples could make it. "The food is actually this way," Liam said, thumbing over his shoulder. I laughed, crossing my arms over my chest as the rink's DJ announced the start of the candy cane limbo. I thought I was the boss. Liam grinned. "Doesn't a good boss trust their underlings?" "For a man who claims I'm the boss, you're certainly stubborn," I said, wondering at the excited look he wore. A wink, a wave of his hand, and an outstretched arm was all it took for me to relent. When he slipped his hand around mine, my skin hummed from his touch. He seemed confident and smelled like sweet pine as he led me to a small table set against the railing of the mezzanine overlooking the ice. He'd set up candles and a small bouquet of cranberries, pine cones, and winter branches. Filling the table next to ours were stacks of takeout dishes. "You did all of this?" I said, my eyes widening and my mouth watering. "Yep," he said, pulling out a chair for me before rifling through the boxes of takeout. "But if it makes you feel better, I ordered everything from Tony at the Figure 8. He opened the lids to reveal a corn dog, loaded nachos, some funnel cake, and a fried Oreo. Interesting that his choices were exactly what I would have ordered. But I wasn't sure if you would like casual food for a first date, so I covered all my bases, he said, gesturing to a different set of boxes. There's also food from the Sleigh Cafe. Really? I turned, the smell of the cheesiest grilled cheese in the world and the creamiest tomato soup in the universe filling my nose as I inhaled. Delish. And, in case you preferred more upscale food, take out from the chop house, he said, opening the flap of another set of boxes to reveal a wedge salad with extra crispy bacon, a baked potato with sour cream and fresh chives, and steak frite. The order. My order. Wait a minute, I said, looking up at Liam, and his expression showed he was clearly enjoying my surprise. No way, though. Too coincidental. I shook my head. How did you know my favorites? Grinning, he took his seat beside me. Here's the great thing about a small town. I asked the restaurants if they knew your usual. I also got takeout from the Sugar Plum Inn. No, you didn't, I said, feeling truly touched. That's so thoughtful. The corner of his mouth lifted. Thought you might enjoy a little cuisine tour before skating, he said. A little tour? I asked. You did say you were hungry, he reminded me. I won't be ever again after this, I said, picking up a linen napkin and placing it across my lap. This is a wonderful surprise, Liam. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, holding my gaze with a serious look before leaning toward me. Now tell me the truth. My eyes widened. What? You have to answer honestly, he said, those almond brown eyes peering at me. Gulp. My heart rate kicked up a little. He looked so serious. Okay. Harmony? I held my breath. Yes? He covered my hand with his. Why in the world would you order chocolate chip pancakes with habanero jam from the Sugar Plum Inn? I sighed in relief. I thought you were going to ask for my deepest secrets. Not on the first date. He smiled, his thumb brushing the back of my hand, making me shiver. Although now you have me intrigued. Rolling my eyes, I cut him a slice of the pancake. Open your mouth, Liam. He obeyed immediately. This is why it's my favorite dish, I said, slipping the end of my fork into his mouth. His lips closed over the fork, and then he made delish noises. Wow. Exactly, I said, loving that he'd taken me by surprise, but I'd taken him by surprise too. Also good that my secrets were safe. Glad you like it. We sampled my favorite foods from my favorite restaurants around town. Liam listened attentively as I told him stories about the owners, chefs, servers, and patrons. Stories of my times there, my cherished memories, my laughable moments, my precious last meals with families or friends. Favorite booths and high school hangouts and midnight pancakes after a first kiss. Before I knew it, the food was gone except for one last bite of pistachio mint from the Christmas creamery. The candles on the table had burned down to their wicks, and the person in charge of the music announced one last song before they closed down for the night. Oh no, I said, surprised the evening had flown by so fast. I talked so much that we didn't even get to skate. Not true, Liam said, picking up his skates and holding a hand out to me. Didn't you hear? There's still one song to go. Without thinking, I put my hand in his. Tingles immediately skittered up my arm, making me feel special to be holding this man's hand. Together, we ran down to the rentals, but I worried we would be too late to rent in time for the last song. I turned toward the skate rental booth, but he tugged me toward the ice. My mouth rounded in surprise. What? Trust me, he said. The lights turned low and the speakers started belting out, White Christmas. The garlands were strung from a center pole, and the ice glowed white as disco balls cast shimmering dots over the rink. I was so struck by how beautiful everything looked that I hardly noticed Liam bending down to quickly lace his skates. But I don't have skates, I said. Don't worry, he said, stepping onto the ice while lifting me up and then setting me down slowly until my toes came to rest on his feet. He held me tight and began to skate. All the breath left my lungs, and every cell in my body was aware of his arms around me. The soft lyrics and the dancing light and his steady, smooth motions gave me the feeling of flying. Trusting Liam felt risky because I'd trusted someone before, and look how that had worked out. Still, moments later, I tightened my arms around Liam's neck and rested my cheek against his chest, listening to the steady, soothing sounds of skates on the ice. "I've got you, Harmony," he said, as if reading my mind. Then he started singing along with Bing Crosby about dreaming of a white Christmas. My throat tightened a little and my eyes burned. The lyrics reminded me that my parents were gone, enjoying their Christmas season in the sun and surf. My life was changing so much, including meeting the man in my arms. I wasn't ready for any of it. "You know," he said as we circled around the rink, "you didn't tell me how the conversation went with your friend." Oh no. I'd forgotten that he was going to ask. Why did he have to ask? I didn't want to lie to him. But a person could be their own friend, right? I took a deep breath, feeling grateful that I couldn't see Liam's face and that he couldn't see mine. "Only if you want to tell me," he said, reading my mind again. "Well," I said, letting out a sigh and holding onto him a little tighter. To be honest, the talk didn't go the way she had hoped. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said, sounding sincere and not the least bit winded to be skating around with me attached to him. "I hope she doesn't think any less of herself, though. My advice to her is the same regardless of the outcome." "She's trying to think that way," I said, nodding against his chest. "But she's kind of struggling. She really wanted things to go her way." "And she's sure they haven't gone her way?" he asked. I was about to answer, but then White Christmas ended with a wish that all my Christmases would be white, which was just the way I wanted them. The lights came on, the announcer thanked us all for coming out tonight, and then everyone dispersed from the rink. Liam came to stop against the wall by the exit, holding my waist as he leaned back and gazed down at me. The way he looked at me stole my breath. "Harmony? I don't know if things will work out or not," I said, searching his kind eyes in a new light. Maybe there's still some hope left in her after all. Chapter 8. I'd often thought that I'd love to bottle the smell of the back room at Rudolph's Reed's bookshop on Main Street. Dusty old pages, freshly brewed French vanilla coffee, ginger snap cookies, leather couches so well worn the cushions felt like butter, handmade wooden shelves. Bottling that scent for a soap, candle, perfume, car freshener. Anything would be good. I'd bathe in it, dress in it, sleep on it. I'd even eat it, if there were a way. It was that good. Plus, the scent was mixed with the fact that the room often housed my best friends in the Mistletoe Book Club as we discussed our latest book read. This scent felt like home to me. Especially now that my childhood home was going bye-bye. Sigh. I wondered briefly if Liam felt similarly about the Christmas complex. Maybe he just wanted to bottle it up, market it, and share it with as many people as possible. This was what I pondered as the ladies came in one by one to our book club meeting this snowy morning. "Hey, Carol," I said to the bookstore owner, who was putting out adorable coffee cups that were decorated with literary quotes written in scrawling cursive. "How's it going, Harmony?" she said with a smile. "Pretty well," I said, still thinking about my Friday night date. Liam had walked me to my front door, thanked me for the evening, and had given me a warm hug before pausing to look me in the eye. We'd gazed at each other long enough to make me wonder if I should kiss him, but before I could put that thought into action, he'd squeezed my hand and left. In my dreams that night, however, he had kissed me goodnight, and that kiss had melted me down to my toes. My eyebrows knit together. "Would you ever consider franchising Rudolph's Reeds?" "Franchising?" she said with a laugh. "I can hardly keep up with the customers I have." "Are we that difficult?" Giselle asked, before biting into a cookie as she pushed her horn-rimmed glasses up her nose. Carol grinned. "Let's just say my customers are voracious." Our group of ladies met at least twice a month, sometimes more, and our group chat was a beloved commentary on the current book, other things we were reading, and also the happenings of Christmas Mountain and its residents. I treasured our get-togethers. Do you mean we're voracious for books or baked goods? Lacey asked, eyeing the growing spread of cookies and cakes we all contributed. She means voracious for friendship, of course, Macy said, drawing Carol into a tight hug that sent coffee splashing over the edge of the cup she'd been pouring into. Oopsie. The ladies in the Mistletoe Book Club were my closest friends, and I wasn't sure how that would even work, trying to replicate something special like this, somewhere else. You can't franchise real, lasting relationships. Can you? Hemi, the bookstore's cat named after Hemingway, leaped down from the stacks and into my lap. He eyed Ruby with the usual disdain he had for the owner of the Divine Doggy Spa. It was as if she'd personally thwarted him by choosing a business to serve dogs instead of cats. But as I scratched behind his ear, he relaxed and gave a contented purr. Admittedly, Hemi would make a pretty good franchise mascot, I said. That cat does not need anything to make his head bigger, Carol said, rolling her eyes. He already thinks he runs the place. Doesn't he? Nina said, stomping her boots on the mat in the doorway. Carol laughed, along with the rest of us. Sorry I'm late, she said, slipping out of her coat. I was having breakfast with my gramp at the Living Well Center and lost track of time. Thank goodness Grayson came over to say hi to Gramp before heading to the country club, or I would have missed book club entirely. Nina's boyfriend Grayson was a sweetheart and treated her grandpa as if he were his own. The two had become almost as close as Grayson and Nina. How's the latest gingerbread project coming along, Nina? Giselle asked her. Nina tossed her copy of Going Postal for him onto the low table in the center of the plush chairs and couches, where several more copies lay amongst the coffee cups and assorted cakes and cookies. Going Postal for him was a thrilling romance of mistaken identities. An ambitious entrepreneur who sells hand-designed stationery from her home falls for her new mailman, whose increasingly irregular pickups and drop-offs begins affecting her business. When the heroine goes to confront him, believing he's getting paid by her competitors next door, she finds she's put herself in the middle of a dangerous standoff. The hero isn't a postman after all, but an undercover FBI agent looking into her drug-dealing neighbors who stuff their goods into admittedly adorable envelopes. The novel was hilarious and sweet, and I couldn't wait to hear what everyone had to say about it. Turns out making the Christmas Mountain Library out of gingerbread is a bit trickier than a regular gingerbread house, Nina said, flopping into a leather armchair. But at least when I mess up a tiny gingerbread edition of Pride and Prejudice, I get to eat it. I remembered the crunch of Rudolph's head after my meeting with Adam. It's very satisfying, isn't it? I joked. Nina laughed. Very. I don't even fear another mistake because it means another treat. Pouring herself some coffee, Macy said, I heard Grayson talking about the gingerbread library when I was dropping off an order from Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies at the country club. He said it's your best creation yet, Nina. Nina blushed slightly and tucked her hair behind her ear. Well, as my boyfriend, he has to say that, doesn't he? She replied modestly. Coming up on 1 year, isn't that right? Ruby asked. Nina nodded with a beaming smile. Flattery goes right out the window after a year, Lacey said with a wink. At this point you can trust what he says to be the honest truth. I munched on a slice of molasses cake and wondered about Liam. I certainly hadn't gotten any dishonesty from him. He'd told me up front from the start exactly what he thought, even if it was to disagree with me. In fact, we had differing opinions quite often. Well, I hope to do you all proud with the final result, Nina said with a shy smile. I've been working so hard I barely finished Going Postal for him in time for our meeting. Your creation is going to be amazing, Macy said, giving Nina a pat on the arm. Don't forget to enjoy the process. That's just as important as the final result. You guys are the best, Nina said, heaving a contented sigh. What would I do without you? Not something any of us have to worry about, I said, glancing around at my friends and feeling so thankful for our friendships. Carol glanced around the room. Shall we begin our discussion on the book? Amanda isn't here yet, I said, taking another bite of cookie. I'd been waiting on special alert for Amanda because I wanted to ask her how the conversation had gone with Ms. Fitzpatrick about the dancers above her massage room. I was hoping it had gone better than my meeting with Adam to discuss making me a partner. Checking my phone, I didn't see a text message from her about coming late to book club, so I sent off a quick text. You on your way? I brought lemon poppy seed muffins today. I know they're your favorite. Should we wait for Amanda? Ruby asked. Maybe she had to push back another client's massage, I said, glancing around the room. Has she told you about her new neighbors upstairs? I caught everyone up with the Rockette-style dance troupe that was potentially canning Amanda right out of business. She said she was going to talk to the dance leader, I said, checking my phone but finding no response. Though I know she was a little apprehensive about being confrontational. Had Amanda pushed off the unpleasant task this long? Was she avoiding me because she'd lost the courage to tell Ms. Fitzpatrick about the problem? I couldn't blame her if that were the case. I didn't regret speaking with Adam. But it certainly hadn't been fun. Maybe she got stuck up in the mountains again, Nina said. The mountains? I asked. She's been brushing up on her ski skills recently, Nina said with a nod. And a week ago she missed a dinner we had planned because of a road closure. Before I could comment, Ruby raised a finger. Maybe her baking class ran late? You can't really text with dough all over your hands now, can you? Baking classes? I said, my eyebrows lifting. Amanda has been taking baking classes? Seems like someone hasn't been keeping up with the Mistletoe Book Club group chat, Carol said, eyeing me over her steaming coffee cup. I've been pretty busy with work, I said, thinking it over. When was the last time I'd read through the chat? We could add pottery class into the mix, Macy said. Or that seminar she took on real estate, Giselle said, fingers in the air. Amanda has been doing all of that? I said, my head bouncing between them at all the things my bestie had been up to without my knowing. I checked my phone again, nothing. I know where she might be, Giselle said, grinning at each of us separately. Maybe, just maybe, she was snatched by the scrapbooking cartel from going postal for him. This broke loose a wave of enthusiastic comments about our latest book club read. But I found that I couldn't quite engage as much as I usually did. My color-coded notes, character trackers, and highlighted quotes marked with cute page flags went unused. All the things I wanted to say went unsaid, all the questions I wanted to ask the ladies went unasked. I was too busy thinking about Amanda. Something was going on with my friend, and she wasn't cluing me in. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. When I received a text halfway through our discussion, I knew I had to come up with a plan. You're the sweetest. I'm so sorry, but something came up and I can't make it. Lemon poppy seed rain check. In reply, I sent this message. How about lunch then? My treat. The ladies discussed their predictions for the rest of the book, and it was a shame because I'd made a very aesthetically pleasing flowchart of the possibilities. But I didn't pull out the file folder in my purse because this Amanda business gnawed at me. Had I really been so into work that I'd been neglecting my bestie? Step 1. Catch up on the Mistletoe Book Club's group chat. Sure, the heroine had made a bit of a mess of things by not knowing the true identity of the FBI agent, but she had proven herself quite useful with her organizational prowess. I could do the same to get to the bottom of this Amanda mystery. In fact, I began to get rather excited about it as Carol refilled my coffee cup. I'd search the messages for clues. Take notes. My mind ran a little wild, imagining what color thread I could buy for my pushpin board filled with evidence. Cranberry? Magenta? Mauve? A new message interrupted me before exploring the various color options. It was a response from Amanda. Already have plans. Thanks though. Nina laughed over a bite of cookie. I mean, we've all been in over our heads before, but that's really next level panic for the heroine to bake the cartel a cake. I bristled slightly. The heroine was doing all she could. If the hero had just told her that he wasn't a mailman, then everything would be different. A valid point, Ruby said. Concentrating on my phone, I typed back to Amanda. How about lunch tomorrow then? Step 2, talk to Amanda. Normally, this would be one of those items on my to-do list that I write down just for the pleasure of crossing it out. You know, that super easy task that almost doesn't count, but definitely does? But as the book club meeting continued, I chomped on more cookies, since I still hadn't received a response from Amanda. I kept checking my phone over Hemi's lazily flicking tail, and nothing. No response. Well, ladies, Carol said, as the meeting seemed to be wrapping up. Any last thoughts? I took one last look at my phone, just in case. Piping up as the ladies gathered their coats, I said, You know, I think the cake is all part of a brilliant plan to bring down the cartel. And you'll be singing a different tune about the heroine by the end, my friends. But Harmony, didn't you get to that part yet? Giselle asked. She ate the cake before delivering it. Giselle's gaze dropped to my chest. It was then that I noticed the crumbs all over my sweater. Was my plan to get to the bottom of Amanda's secret hobbies going to end up a mess like this? With an avoid conflict cake and a single fork at the kitchen island at midnight? No, I was determined it wouldn't. After just one last cookie, of course. Chapter 9. So many people get caught up in Sherlock Holmes' witty retorts and signature style, but the key to good sleuthing, in my opinion, was really quite simple. Organization, organization, organization. And organization should seriously be my middle name. Or whatever the Spanish word for organization was in Puerto Vallarta. Anyway, I was currently sitting on a bar stool beside the big garland-draped windows of Jingle Bell's Bakery, and all I was missing was a pipe and a British accent as I pulled back the sleeve of my baby blue sweater to check the time. Eureka! I said, when like clockwork Amanda appeared hurrying along the sidewalk on Main Street, her head bent against the biting December wind. A burst of cold air swept into the warm, cozy bakery as a silver bell tinkled amongst a bundle of mistletoe above the door, which Amanda struggled to force closed to keep out the elements. Collapsing against the back of the door, Amanda rubbed her hands together for warmth as she smiled at Karen behind the counter. Boy, it's a cold one, Amanda said, unaware that a certain brilliant detective who loved her very much had climbed from her bar stool and was following her as she approached to order. Let's see, Karen. I think today I'll have a peppermint bark croissant and a cranberry brie sandwich for later? I finished. Ah. Amanda leapt around to face me, clutching her heart. What the? Hi, friend, I said, wiggling my fingers at her. Harmony, she said, throwing her eyes at the ceiling. How did you know your order? I said, reveling in the reveal just as much as the swoon-worthy detective hero we'd read about in the Mistletoe Book Club. Because I'm your best friend, and we've had breakfast here more times than I can count. She smiled sheepishly and toyed with her scarf as she glanced at Karen, who was listening while trying to look like she wasn't listening, her finger poised over a button on the register. That's not what I meant, Amanda said, taking me by the elbow and guiding me away. She tucked her chin. But how did I know where you'd be? I said, finishing another one of her sentences, because that's what we'd been doing for each other for years. Because it's Wednesday, and you massage Mrs. Prince on Wednesdays, and she always keeps you late by telling you all about her little dog Snowpuff's latest health concerns. which means you never have time to go get lunch, which means you don't get a holly berry scone from the Sugar Plum Inn before work like usual, but instead come here. And since it's close to North Pole Knits, you come 10 minutes earlier to take a quick peek at what's new there before heading over to the CM salon. This would be where Watson would say something like, "By George, she's done it." Instead, Amanda laughed. "Oh, Harmony, I love you." "I love you too," I said, even though I felt bad for not knowing everything Amanda had been up to these days. But when she drew me into a hug, her swingy shoulder-length hair tickling my nose the way it always did, I had to laugh. Detective Harmony Harris always finds her friend. "Ha! Come on," Amanda said, taking my hand in hers. "Let me buy you breakfast." The croissants were still warm from the oven, with little bits of peppermint stick sliding decadently across the rich, dark chocolate. Both Amanda and I devoured 2 each, and it felt good to laugh with her in the warmth of the bakery, while Main Street's Christmas decorations shivered outside in the wind. "I just wanted to make sure that you were okay," I said, contemplating going back for a third croissant. "I guess my approach might have been a little startling," she said, nudging my elbow. I was going to say Detective Y. "I admire that about you," she said, smiling at me. "When there's something you want, you just go out and get it. No hurdle is too big for you." "Thanks," I said, although I felt that wasn't entirely true, my recent failure with Adam and the partner position circling my brain. But I was too embarrassed to admit this to Amanda. So I hid my hot cheeks with the big mug of hot apple cider Amanda insisted I try. "The truth is," she said, drawing her hair up into a ponytail, which was something she did before working on a particularly tight knot of muscle on a client. "You're such a go-getter and not afraid of anything, so I was ashamed to admit that I haven't talked with Ms. Fitzpatrick yet." I tilted my head. "So you were avoiding me?" Amanda, who was perhaps the most conflict-averse person I knew, looked down into her own hot apple cider and nodded. "Kind of." "Hey, Karen," I said, waving to our friend at the front counter. "I think we're going to need another round of peppermint bark croissants after all." Amanda glanced up at me, and I gave her a wink, drawing a tentative smile. Not long after we finished our yummies, I squeezed Amanda's hand. "Please, Amanda," I said earnestly. "Don't ever feel like you can't come to me with something you're going through." "Thanks," she said, squeezing my hand back. "I do know that I can come to you. You're just so strong that it makes me feel a little weak. Not your fault at all." "Believe me," I said, biting my lip and shaking my head. "I'm not as strong and tenacious as you make me out to be." She lifted an eyebrow, which made me think. Was strength really the impression I gave out to my friends? They thought I had it all together? That I was unstoppable? That I never struggled the way they struggled? It was true that I hadn't told Amanda about how devastating my meeting with Adam had been for me, nor just how much I'd wanted that position, and just how much it hurt not to get it when I felt in my heart I deserved it. As if to prove that I was willing to share the bad along with the good, I said, take my parents for example. That's been really hard. "You said you're happy they're loving Mexico so much," Amanda said, her forehead wrinkling. Was that what I'd told her? It was true, of course. But it wasn't the whole truth. Shifting a little uncomfortably on my bar stool, I said, "Well, I'm glad they're happy. But it's been difficult on me too." Her face softened. "Tell me. We'd done this before, hadn't we? Me sharing my tough times with Amanda? Surely this couldn't be the first time I'd shared something hard. But then, if I'd done this so many times, then why did it feel so strange? And why did my throat feel so tight?" I twisted my lips to the side. It's going to be the first Christmas away from them. They invited Hannah and me down to Puerto Vallarta, of course, but I can't just whisk away from work. And I honestly couldn't imagine spending Christmas without the snow, nor anywhere other than Christmas Mountain. For me, the beach doesn't feel like the way Christmas is supposed to feel. And who knows if Ben will even be there either. Amanda frowned. Why wouldn't Ben be there? My eyes burned a little. Hannah and Ben are considering a divorce. I was beginning to understand why Amanda had been reluctant to face me, even going so far as skipping the mistletoe book club, which was practically sacred for us. Apparently, I must have looked like I was bulletproof since I'd never let my friends see me bleeding. How had I not realized this before? She shook her head. I can't believe it. I wish you had told me right away. Why? I blurted. Why, she said with an incredulous laugh. So that I could be there for you, silly. A warm feeling washed over me as she pulled me into a fierce hug, her strong arms holding me tight. I hadn't told Amanda about Hannah and Ben right away because there was nothing she could do. I always focused on solutions, and it hadn't occurred to me to merely have someone be there for me. But if this was what that felt like, I had to admit, it felt nice to be supported. It's been really stressful, I said. Oh, Harmony, she said, squeezing me even tighter. Divorce is such a heartbreaking thing. My vision blurred at having my friends say that aloud. It was so true. You know that I'm here for you, no matter what. She leaned back to look at me, arching an eyebrow. Was I a knot she'd fully worked out? Or did she need to go deeper? Don't you know that? Yes, and I appreciate you. Amanda's wary look turned into a smile. She was a good friend, after all. The best. Good, she said, squinting at me. You have a little bit of chocolate on your lips. Do I have any on mine? She asked. No, I said, keeping my face as straight as possible. Not at all. Should we have another croissant? She asked, jostling her shoulder against mine. Definitely not, I said, shaking my head. Right. As snow began to fall outside, her eyes twinkled mischievously. At the same time, we spun around on our bar stools and grinned, calling out, Oh, Karen! Chapter 10. As I pulled up to my childhood home, it looked like the vision of a Christmas mountain postcard, with the snow falling softly over the icicles hanging from the roofline and the frosted pines sturdy in the front yard. The sight stirred so much nostalgia in my heart that I nearly turned around and drove straight back to the hardware store to return all the things I'd purchased for the renovations. Sorry, Hal, I'd say to the owner, unloading my shopping cart by the armful as he'd watch with wide, bewildered eyes. I just can't do it. I don't care what my parents say. And I don't care what's logical or practical. It's just not. Right? But as I was reaching for the key in the ignition, I was distracted by a text from Hannah. Are you sure about working on the house by yourself? I feel like I'm letting you down. Today was supposed to be our first big day of work on the house. Hannah didn't go to the office on Saturdays, and I'd made sure that everything was set at the Christmas complex, and that Tanya had my number in her phone in case of emergency, so I could take a day off. But after talking with Amanda about Hannah's possible divorce situation, she'd suggested that my sister could use a good old-fashioned spa day. Hair done at Morgan's salon, a massage with Amanda, music turned up if practice was going on above, and a special holiday-themed mani-pedi to finish up. I'd taken her advice right away and insisted to Hannah that I could handle the start of the renovations myself. My sister needed a break. While stepping out of the car, I texted back, "You're not letting me down. I want you to relax and enjoy yourself." I couldn't make my sister feel bad about taking this time for herself. Besides, if she were here, we might end up bailing on the project and eating cookie dough from the jar in our old bedroom like we used to while flipping through old photo albums. This way, I wouldn't freak out Hal at the hardware store in town. I'd do what I was supposed to do and check things off my list. So I lugged the supplies from the car, slipping a little on the snow-covered sidewalk as I approached the front door. Inside, I turned on the stereo, played Christmas music, and checked to find another text from Hannah. I don't see how getting my back rubbed is going to change how often Ben watches football instead of spending time with me. Well, she kind of had a point, I replied. Maybe you've been too tense to see the solution that's right in front of you? I started prepping for the work ahead, aka munching on what was left of Mom's palm tree-shaped sugar cookies, until I got a text back. I don't think Amanda's services, amazing as they are, include eye exams, sis. She probably felt hopeless, so I typed back, Amanda has been known to put people to sleep during a massage. Maybe the answer will come in a dream. My phone buzzed just after I'd popped the last bite of cookie into my mouth. I opened the text. My lawyer says lots of people wait to file divorce papers because they live in a fantasy that things will magically get better. The last of the cookie went sour in the back of my throat. To hear that Hannah had been talking to a divorce lawyer made the threat of divorce seem even more real. The warmth of the house I loved suddenly felt a little oppressive. I cracked a window to inhale some fresh mountain air before texting back, try and enjoy the break. Then see how you feel. I love you. Don't worry about a thing over here. I marched outside to the garage right away because it was easier to convince myself the little sting of tears was from the frigid wind that tossed snowflakes against my burning cheeks instead of my family breaking apart. As I moved aside boxes to get to the ladder, I realized that my advice to my sister wasn't what I would have given myself in the same situation. Spa time wasn't my MO at all. I preferred active approaches, plans, decisions, 10-point, step-by-step systems. I would not do well with a wait-and-see strategy. But I was beginning to see that my way of doing things wasn't necessarily best. Where had it gotten me? Back outside in the snow, I struggled with my thoughts and with the ladder. Whoa, I said, my arms shaky on the rung. Looks like you could use some help, Liam said. My eyebrows came together. I first thought the words were in my head. I was about to argue back with myself when I glanced up and saw Liam wave from his porch next door. Oh, hi, I said, my tummy doing a little flip. The man looked incredibly handsome. The casual style was a very good look on him, with his jeans and cream-colored sweater that contrasted nicely against his dark hair. He was barefoot on the icy wood, and he cupped a steaming mug. He seemed carefree and relaxed, like not even the cold bothered him. I couldn't see him spending Christmas at the beach in Mexico. I heard you from inside, he said, gesturing at the ladder. Want a hand? I straightened the ladder as best I could while debating how to respond to his offer. No, thank you, I'm fine, or yes, it's heavier than I thought it would be, or this ladder here is the least of my worries, but I couldn't possibly tell you that, now could I? I'm on my way, boss, Liam said, before disappearing inside the house and returning a minute later wearing boots and dressed more warmly. I stood at the open door of our house with the cumbersome ladder when he caught up with me, his boots still untied, his scarf hanging unwrapped from around his neck, and his coat flapping open. He was freshly shaven and smelled like pine and amber. Yum. My sister was supposed to help me, I said, as if that were some sort of explanation for being ladder challenged. But she's having marriage problems, so I gave her the day off. That's too bad, he said, jumping back to avoid getting smacked by the end of the ladder as I maneuvered it awkwardly. But it's not like marriages are made to last. Every nerve in my body froze. What? That isn't true. He shrugged. It's sad but true. My parents are still married, I said, giving him an annoyed look before heaving the ladder inside the house, almost dropping it only once, and setting it against the wall in the entryway. Most people's parents are no longer married, he said, slipping out of his boots before coming inside. Why hadn't I bothered to take my boots off? I dripped slush everywhere. Clearly, I wasn't thinking straight. Liam's fault. There could be very good reasons for a divorce, I said, even though I really hoped Ben and Hannah would be able to work things out. A reason like marriages aren't made to last, he said, in a matter-of-fact tone that was really getting on my nerves. I blew out a breath. Most could last, it's just about doing things the right way, I said, not wanting to think of Hannah and Ben breaking up. "What is this magical right way to a lasting marriage?" he asked, holding the ladder steady as I scurried up the ladder with the wallpaper removal tools. "Not fighting, maybe." I began scraping at the wall. "Never fighting? That's not realistic." "My parents never fought," I said, pulling a big piece of wallpaper away while trying to push away the memories that came with that baby blue color. "Never," he said, his tone saying he found that hard to believe. "Rarely," I amended, hating to admit it. "What about disagreements?" I shrugged. "Nope." "None," he said with a chuckle. "What about whose turn to take the dog out? Or what TV show to watch?" "No big disagreements," I said, as if making a marriage work were the simplest thing in the world. Yeah, right. I couldn't even make a relationship work. My ex and I had engaged in countless disagreements. That should have been my first clue we weren't going to work out. I scraped at the wallpaper with extra muscle. Why should it bother me that Liam didn't believe in marriage? For all I knew, the man felt married to the prospect of finding the perfect business to franchise. Shrug. "Avoiding disagreements sounds like people are repressing things," he said, holding the ladder sturdy as I climbed higher. "Don't you think that's a stretch?" I said, stretching myself toward a high spot of already peeling paper by the ceiling that I was determined to reach. "Repressing things?" I pressed my lips together. "Give me a break." The end of the wallpaper was so close my fingertips brushed the taunting strip of paper just as my wet boots slipped out from under me. Ah! My life suddenly flashed before my eyes as I fell sideways, clutching empty air. I saw a cheesy coming soon ad for the Christmas Complex franchise in Puerto Vallarta with palm trees mocking me, a full to-do list without happy checkmarks beside each item, and Liam down on one knee in the middle of the snowflake skating rink, holding up a to-go peppermint mocha with a diamond ring sitting on top. Suddenly, strong arms caught me. I was pulled firmly against a muscular chest, and almond brown eyes peered down at me. Liam searched my face as if assessing quickly before the wrinkle between his eyebrows relaxed. "So, you're falling for me already?" I panted, trying to catch my breath as my brain raced to process the horror of what had just happened. I'd fallen. I'd almost cracked my head open. I'd pictured Liam proposing at an ice skating rink. "I must have hit my head," I said, trying to think of a rational reason that the last thoughts before I'd almost died had been about a proposal from Mr. Franchise anti-marriage people who don't fight or repressing things himself. "You didn't," he said, his voice soft. "You're okay." I was not okay. My breathing calmed, and I stared up at Liam. "Thank goodness you were here." He nodded. "It's about time you let me help you, boss." I tilted my head. "I have been letting you help me." "If you say so," he said, his eyes twinkling. Then his face sobered and he slowly dipped his head, stopping when his mouth was mere inches from mine. My lips parted slightly in surprise. Was Liam going to kiss me? It seemed like he might kiss me. But he stayed a breath away from me, his eyes searching my face. So I reached my hand to his cheek, brushing my knuckles across his warm skin and wondering how it had only been 2 weeks since I'd met this man. How could he be so easygoing and complicated at the same time? He'd captured my thoughts so fully, and now he'd literally caught me in his arms. I didn't want to be anywhere else. Seeming to know what I was thinking, the corners of his mouth lifted before he leaned forward and pressed his lips gently to mine. One soft kiss, then another, and then a third kiss, but longer this time. My eyes fluttered closed, and I melted into that kiss, feeling safe and cozy and happy with his arms securely around me. I wanted to ask if he was sure he didn't believe in marriage, but he kissed me as if he were sure about everything, which was so very confusing and oh so good at the same time. Our kiss deepened then, our tongues melting together in a way that made me feel like everything I'd been worried about would work out. When he finally pulled away, his eyes were hooded and sexy. My eyes searched his. What are we doing? He shook his head. I honestly don't know. We stared at each other, my heart thudding in my chest. I didn't know what was happening between us, and I wondered if he felt as nervous as I did. But then his mouth curved upward, which made mine do the same. Soon we were both grinning at each other, and I didn't care about anything other than this moment. I should put you down, huh? He said, his grin fading. Probably a good idea, I said, even though everything inside me begged him not to move a single inch. Don't go falling off any more ladders, he said, setting me onto my feet, and I flinched since one of my ankles hurt from being twisted. Not sure I can promise that, I said, because being out of his arms felt wrong and it was the only thing I could focus on, pain in my ankle or not. So I did the only thing I could think of doing. I stepped back into his arms, pulled him toward me, and kissed him again and again. Chapter 11. My mouth still tingled from our kisses as I dangled my feet over the side of the kitchen island. I pressed my fingertips to my lips, not quite believing what had happened between us. After Liam wrapped his scarf around my ankle for support, he went to the freezer and took out a bag of frozen peas. I pulled my hand away from my lips, hoping I hadn't been caught. This will help with the swelling, he said, handing the peas to me. My parents recently moved to Puerto Vallarta, I said, as he retrieved a chair from the dining room. Guess they didn't clean out the freezer before they left. Does your ankle still hurt? He asked, since it had twisted when I slipped off the ladder. A little, I said, feeling a dull throb. He studied my foot, prodding gently here and there with a studiousness that I found endearing. It wasn't like he knew what he was doing unless they'd suddenly started teaching first aid courses at business school. You grew up in this house? He asked, his touch tender as he continued to examine my foot. Lived my whole life here, I said. He nodded. That must have been nice. Yeah, it was, I said, glancing around at the familiar kitchen. The memories were so bittersweet now that my parents had moved. I sighed. Sitting here with the snow falling outside reminds me of all the times I'd baked cookies here with my mom and sister at Christmas. Sounds like a nice tradition, he said. My little sister, Hannah, and I used to stir the food coloring into the icing, I said, pressing the bag of frozen peas to my ankle. Hannah would squeeze half the tube of color into her bowl. But I was always cautious, wanting to get just the right amount of food coloring to create the exact shade of color I wanted. Interesting, he said, a line forming between his eyebrows. One time, Dad came in from hanging the lights outside and saw me super focused with my tongue in the corner of my mouth. Liam grinned. I'll bet you looked cute. Same pretty blonde curls too. Always, I said, smiling back at him. How about you and Adam? Did you two have any Christmas traditions? His eyes clouded, making me realize I'd spoken without thinking. I'd forgotten that there seemed to be some unpacked baggage between the two brothers. For the entire time that Liam had been in Christmas Mountain, I'd managed to avoid putting my foot in my mouth regarding that situation. I guess putting my foot in Liam's hands had tipped the scales. Shaking my head, I said, Sorry, It's okay, he said, resting my heel on his knee. Adam and I are stepbrothers. Christmas was one of the only times of the year that we saw each other. That must have been hard, I said, feeling badly for him. Hannah and I were so close. I'd always kind of taken it for granted having her in the same house with me. He looked around the kitchen in the same way I had. But whatever kitchen he was remembering, his clouded eyes told me his memories didn't bring him the same warm feelings as mine did. It broke me when my parents divorced, he said, his jaw tightening a little. I was in middle school and had to pick who to live with. I chose to live with my dad, which hurt my mom, who soon remarried and moved out of state. My dad later married Adam's mom, so for a brief moment the four of us were a family. Then another divorce. I missed Adam because he stayed with his mom and I left with my dad. That must have been awful for you, I said, hearing the regret in his voice. He blew out a breath. Adam's mom tried to keep in touch with me. Each year, she invited me to chop down their Christmas tree with them. That sounds fun, I said, hoping I was right. He shook his head. I always turned her down, thinking it would hurt my dad if I went with them. I bit my bottom lip. That's a tough situation for a kid to be in. It wasn't fun. It's never too late to make up the time with Adam, though, I said hopefully. Right you are, boss. He glanced up at me and gave me a wink that didn't quite reach his eyes. Then he patted my leg. Well, I don't think your ankle is sprained. Just a bad twist. I recommend you stay off it for the rest of the day. He sounded confident, like he knew what he was talking about. I wondered if maybe he'd had some medical training after all. I appreciate your assessment, Doc, I said, beginning to climb off the island counter. But I have a very long to-do list for today in order to get this house ready to sell. There is no time to waste. Well, you're in luck. He offered me his hand as I got off the counter and then kept his hand clasped around mine even after I was on my own 2 feet, gently of course. It just so happens, he said, slipping his arm around me as if we were about to dance, that in addition to being a doctor, I am also a proficient handyman. Is that so? I said, always loving this playful side of him. For a moment, I was lost in the warmth of his touch and the kindness in his light brown eyes. I could hear soft Christmas tunes playing from the speakers and could feel him gently sway with me there on the kitchen floor. My head was full of pink, fluffy clouds, and his words took a little bit longer than usual to land regarding his handyman offer. No, I said, stepping away from him when I realized fully what he was offering. I couldn't possibly ask you to. Ouch. Putting my full weight on my ankle turned out to be a mistake. The move sent up a flare of sharp pain. Liam was immediately at my side, gripping my arm in support as I sagged against the kitchen counter. You okay, boss? He said. I gritted my teeth, waiting for the radiating pain to dissipate. Totally fine. Keep the weight off of it, he said, sliding his arm around me. Oh yeah, that advice, I said, thinking I could definitely use his help today. But this house was like the scrapbook of my heart. Was I really ready to share something so personal with him? Remembering the feel of his lips on mine made me realize I'd already fallen for Liam, so there was no sense in fighting my feelings. I needed to give him a chance or give him the boot. And my heart was not ready to let him go. The thought made me smile. His eyebrows perked up. Does your expression mean what I think? I lifted a shoulder. That I'm admitting defeat? I'd word it differently, he said. I glanced up at him. And how's that? His face sobered. You're giving me a chance. The corners of my lips turned downward. Did he feel like I hadn't been giving him a chance? I hadn't meant to put off that vibe, but I knew he was right. My heart had been especially guarded. Somehow he'd gotten through, though. He clapped his hands together. Where shall we start, boss? The attic, I said, figuring that was the biggest job I needed to tackle today. And Liam? Yeah, he said, lifting his head when I didn't answer right away. Thanks for offering to help, I said, putting my hand in his. He squeezed my hand. You're welcome. Together, we climbed up into the attic, which seemed simple enough. I mean, nobody puts anything too personal up in their attic, right? It's the stuff everyone says is worth saving, and then they never look at those items again. Or at least, that's what I hoped. After helping me up into the attic, Liam had ensured my comfort by helping me lean back into an old beanbag chair, and then helping me prop my ankle up on top of a child's pretend oven. We agreed to start 3 piles: keep, donate, and trash. The first option looks like an oldie but a goodie, Liam said, holding up a well-worn card game he'd pulled from a box. The case had definitely seen better days, but only because it had been well-loved. Which pile for this? Keeper, I said, giving him a thumbs-up sign. The next 20 items he held out, I gave a thumbs up. Even this? Liam held an item up over his shoulder. Let's keep that one, I said, deciding the one-eyed teddy bear had brought me too much joy to part with it. Harmony, you have yet to put anything in the donate or trash piles. Really? I said, thinking that couldn't be possible. Do you have space in your apartment for this current keep pile? He said, gesturing to the stuff laid out in the large, sprawling attic, all of which I'd approved to keep. The answer to my having enough room was no, definitely not. I'll get rid of the next thing, I said with a confident nod. Why have 3 piles if you're not going to use them? His eyebrow raised, but he placed the one-eyed teddy bear on the big pile of things I wanted to keep. I know you're right. But sifting through my childhood feels a little ruthless, I said, thinking a guy like him must be used to cutting overhead, slicing budgets, weeding out excesses. These aren't liabilities on a spreadsheet that I can cut. These are my memories. You're the boss, he said, putting a hand to his chest. But we might be wasting time with 3 piles. I'm going to be more discerning from now on, I said, taking a deep breath. Liam picked up a stack of VHS home videos I recognized from the Christmas stickers Hannah and I had covered them with. Trash? Oh no, I said, shaking my head adamantly. Boss, he said gently when he saw the expression on my face. Do you even own a machine that can play these? Not exactly, but those are the last things in the world I want to get rid of, I said, my throat tightening a little. But I need to get rid of something and I don't have a way to play them anymore anyway, so they go in the trash pile. Now we're making progress, he said. I flinched when I heard them rattle in the trash box, which, 5 minutes later, held only some bubble wrap and a deflated foil birthday balloon. I felt myself getting emotional as Liam switched on an old radio. The song Silver Bells by Martina McBride began playing. The words hit me. It would soon be Christmas. My first Christmas without my parents, possibly without my brother-in-law, and now without the home I'd grown up in. Tears pricked my eyes and Liam seemed to notice right away. He came over and plopped down beside my beanbag chair. What's going on? It's my ankle making me sad, I lied. Do you remember what you said earlier about Adam and me? He said, tucking a lock of my hair behind my ear. You said we can make new memories. What a stupid thing for me to say, I said, jutting out my bottom lip. You made a good point, though. He smiled, running his fingers along my jawline. With every item you clear out, just imagine you're making room for a new memory. I know you're right, I said, sniffling a little. But how long will it take to make a new happy memory? Here's one. He unwrapped the scarf off my ankle, extended his hand, and helped me to a standing position. Then, holding me tightly so I didn't put weight on the bad ankle, we danced together in the attic. This isn't working, I said, letting him lead me around the room. But then something strange happened. We locked eyes and my heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, with each step we took, Silver Bells seemed less like a sad song and more like an encouragement of things to come. Part of me wanted to ask to keep the scarf he'd used to wrap my ankle to remember this moment, but then I figured I was trying to get rid of things, not accumulate more. So I'd just have to hold the memory in my heart. After Liam dipped me low in his arms at the end of the song, he helped me make plenty of room for more memories, and the memory of this day with Liam somehow snuggled its way inside my heart. Chapter 12. There are moments in life that you're sure you'll remember forever, even as they're happening. I was having such a moment on Tuesday afternoon. It was neither snowing nor sunny. Christmas music played softly from the hallway, a song that I liked but wasn't necessarily my favorite. Liam was doing nothing more than leaning over my shoulder as I showed him some of my future plans for the Christmas complex on my computer. Even I myself didn't really understand what felt so special about that moment. Was it Liam's hand resting on my shoulder, which he'd placed there so casually? Was it inhaling the scent of his cologne as he watched with fixed attention as I talked? Was it the speed that my heart rate sped up with him so close? I honestly wasn't sure. But I felt it. All of a sudden, a warm glow came over me, starting at the top of my head, going all the way down to the tips of my toes, and I closed my eyes, savoring that feeling. When I opened my eyes, I found Liam looking at me. My heart fluttered. His eyes were sweet with affection, and I dipped my chin. "You're supposed to be studying the future of the Christmas complex." "I am," he said, giving me a smile. My stomach twisted. He must not know about my failed proposal to be made a real part of the Christmas complex's future as a partner. A line formed between his eyebrows. "What is it, Harmony?" "What do you mean?" I said, using my best innocent tone. "Something's bothering you," he said, placing a hand on my arm. "The corners of your mouth turn downward when something bothers you." "How do you know that?" I whispered. "I notice you," he said. "Nobody has ever noticed me like that before," I said, honestly. I really liked him. I had to answer. I had to tell him. I had to open up to him if this thing between us was going to go anywhere. I had to share my insecurities, my difficulties, my fears, but it felt like such a risk. Making a brave leap, I opened my mouth. And then noticed someone at the open doorway of my office. "We have company," I said, my mouth forming a wide, cheery smile for our young guest. Following my eyeline, Liam turned toward the doorway where a little girl stood in a red dress with white snow boots. She was holding a half-finished craft ornament in her small, sparkle-covered fingers and wore a nervous look on her face. "Hello there," Liam said, giving her a nod. "Are you lost?" She nodded with wide eyes and a trembling bottom lip. "Let's get you back downstairs, honey," I said, starting to stand up. Liam held up a hand. "I've got this, boss." "You sure?" I said, more than a little surprised at the offer. Liam was shadowing me to learn about the ins and outs of the business in preparation of possibly franchising it. Oh, the horror. But what valuable business insight would he receive walking a little girl back to the Kringle craft room? "Be right back," he said, starting up a friendly conversation with the little girl, which visibly seemed to put her at ease as he led her down the hall. Despite his promise to be right back, the minutes ticked by without him returning. I tried to focus on work as the minutes stretched on, but I grew more and more curious as to what was holding him up. When I realized that I was just staring at my computer screen and accomplishing nothing at all, I decided to go downstairs to investigate. Liam was easy to spot amongst the tiny 6-year-olds. His long legs were scrunched up on one of the low wooden benches, and he was hunched over the long table, sitting taller than any of the kids running around with candy cane-stained mouths. "Hey, stranger," I said, thinking he looked way too adorable surrounded by kids. "Hi, boss," he said, his expression brightening when he saw me. "What do you think?" He tucked his hands beneath his chin and batted his eyelashes, and the little girl beside him burst out laughing, rocking with such unencumbered glee that she nearly toppled off the bench. I couldn't hold back and laughed right along with her. "I think you have never looked more handsome," I said, my heart melting at the green glitter in his eyebrows, the silver and gold tinsel tousled in his hair, and the white foam-sprayed beard. But what really completed the look was the joy in his eyes at the little girl's laughter. "Thanks," he said, his almond brown eyes deepening as he held my gaze. The noise of the Kringle craft room seemed to fade away as I took him in, and that feeling fell over me again. A peaceful silence, the kind you can only find deep in the snowy woods. "We should get you cleaned up," I said, blinking and snapping out of my haze. The room filled with the loud sound of children again. I gestured at his chin. "That beard spray is meant for paper, and we wouldn't want you to get a face rash for Christmas." He grimaced and quickly said goodbye to the little girl, giving her a serious bow as if she were a princess. She waved at him nonstop as he walked away, continuing even as the elevator doors closed on us. Liam and I were quiet on the ride up. I wasn't sure what he was thinking about, but I was marveling at this endearing side of him. He would make such a great dad someday. No, wait. The man didn't believe in marriage. He would not become a husband or a dad. What had I been thinking by falling for Liam? This could only end one way for me, disaster. Good going, Harmony. Back in my office, he sat in the chair he'd been using by my desk while I went to the attached bathroom. I fished around in the cabinet, looking for something to clean his face. How had I gotten myself into this mess? It was that sweet and warm smile of his, which was so unfair. That smile should come with a warning that read, "Superficial relationships only." Run. "Micellar water," I said, grabbing the bottle from the shelf before shutting the mirrored cabinet. This should do the trick. Liam was holding his phone when I returned to my office, his fingers running over the keypad. He pressed send before glancing up at me. "Find anything helpful? Or am I bearded for life?" "We're about to find out," I said, soaking the cotton pad with the liquid. "Now hold still." He proceeded to wiggle around at great speed until I gave him a faux stern look. "Sorry, boss." "Are you?" I said, suppressing a smile and dabbing the cotton onto the small area beneath his nose multiple times until thankfully the white substance started to come off. "Am I to have a mustache forever? Just give me the bad news now." "It's a shame you don't want to get married because you're very good with kids," I blurted, and then wanted to kick myself. I soaked a clean piece of cotton and continued rubbing the mustache off. "I suppose you'll make a good uncle," I said to cover up embarrassment. I could feel the foot I'd inserted into my own mouth, size 8.5, rubber sole, kitten heel. The foot was, of course, mine. "Do you want kids?" he asked, surprising me. I rubbed more of the white foam off. "Yeah, I do. Someday." Gently cleaning one of his glittery eyebrows, I darted a glance at his eyes. He was looking up at me, but his expression was unreadable. All of a sudden, the image of a little girl popped into my mind. She had his almond brown eyes, my golden hair, and my light spattering of freckles in the summer. What the? Liam obviously wasn't thinking that. I shouldn't think that either. Instead of saying anything in response to my answer, his facial muscles tightened, which made me wish I hadn't opened up at all. So embarrassing. I finished removing his mustache, which was a little pink, but nothing that wouldn't fade shortly. I moved closer and began taking tinsel from his soft, dark hair. "You're too good to me." His gaze on me made me wonder what he was thinking. "I know," I said, moving my fingers through his hair to remove hidden gold and silver strands. I sighed. "That was nice of you to stay with that little girl for so long." "She seemed to perk up after she found her group of friends," he said, his facial muscles relaxing. "I've always liked helping people, especially kids." "You really didn't have to," I added. When I was sure I'd found all the tinsel, it was time to remove his big white beard. A tingle of anticipation ran through me, nervousness mixed with excitement, which was so wrong because we clearly weren't right for each other. As I prepared another cotton pad, I sat on the edge of my desk and guided Liam's chin upward. I could feel the line of his strong jaw as I began to wipe away the spray-on fake snow. "Tell me what your life was like in New York," I said, curious about him. He lifted his lashes. I felt like I was helping people in New York. But I pushed myself too hard, never coming up for air. My eyebrows came together. "What do you mean?" He glanced away from me. I suffered a panic attack. His words struck my heart, and my hand froze on his cheek. "You did?" "Adam was listed as my emergency contact," he went on, avoiding my gaze. "We never saw each other much after the divorce, which was my fault. My mom lived out of state, and my dad wasn't the caregiver type. Adam was my closest family. I always hoped that one day we would have a connection. Anyway, the emergency room called him. Did he fly to New York? I said, not remembering hearing about my boss traveling there. He shook his head. He called and booked a flight, but I told him I was fine. Took a lot of convincing to make him cancel his trip, and he made follow-up phone calls to check on me. On one of those calls, he opened up about Christmas Mountain and how much he loved it here. Liam's smile seemed bittersweet, making me wonder what he was thinking. I remember wondering how I'd ever find balance at work. It felt impossible. Christmas Mountain seemed like a good shot. So here I am. Here you are, I said, feeling honored that he'd opened up to me. Are you feeling better now? Less anxious? I'm working on it, he said, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. Sometimes it feels like I don't belong anywhere. I caressed his cheek. I'm sure you'll figure it out. He nodded. When I worked all the time, I didn't have to think about anything else. Is that a good thing? I said, tossing the dirty cotton pad into the trash and reaching for a clean one. Who knows, he said, glancing at the ceiling. I did love my work. I said, because it broke my heart to think about him franchising this place. I wondered how many businesses he turned into franchises each year. I wanted to know more about him. How did you get into your line of work? When I was a kid, my friend fell off his bike onto the pavement. We fell all the time, but it was obvious right away that this fall was different. There was too much blood. And it scared me because I didn't know how to help. How old were you? 11? 12, he said, glancing at the ceiling. Somewhere in there. My hand moved slower as my gaze drifted to Liam's. But he remained lost in his story, his eyes distant and fixed on the ceiling. But then his dad came outside after seeing what happened, he said, his tone changing into something that sounded like awe. He was a doctor, and I'll never forget how he picked up his son and took him inside. He tended to the cut, giving him multiple stitches. What struck me was how calm he seemed and how in command of the situation he was. I realized at some point that my fear was gone. That even though there was still a lot of blood, I wasn't afraid because I trusted his father to fix him up. It was what made me want to be a doctor. Suddenly, I moved the cotton pad from his lips, realizing I must have muffled his last words. What did you say? I asked. That's why I became a doctor. I blinked. I still don't understand. Laughing at me, Liam put his hand over mine and guided my hand away from his lips. I hadn't moved the cotton pad in my shock. Because I was pretty sure I'd understood what he'd said, but the words did not compute. The corner of his mouth curved upward, and I noticed a little fake snow still dotted his cheek. It was what made me want to be a doctor. I tilted my head. A dogma. His eyebrows rose, obviously surprised by my not-so-subtle confusion. A doctor. You know, med school, stethoscope? You're a doctor? I asked. He gave me a side glance. Well, currently on sabbatical, but... So, when you were helping my ankle in the kitchen, you actually knew what you were doing? My heart pounded. Heat pricked at my skin. He chuckled. Didn't realize you were in such good hands, huh? Guess not, I said, taking the last of the paint off his face, shaking my head and laughing a little either at the situation or at myself. This whole time you've been a doctor? With an amused grin, he crossed his arms over his broad chest and spun around once in my office chair. Boss, what did you think I did for a living? Oh dear. I couldn't admit that. Let's just say you're full of surprises, I said, and then sat in his lap to keep him from spinning again. So are you, he said, seeming surprised at my boldness. I smiled, brushing my knuckles along his clean cheek as I pondered why in the world a doctor would be trying to franchise his brother's business. Was it because of his anxiety? Looking into his warm eyes, I decided I had better things to do right now than think. And so I stopped listening to my mind and did what my heart told me to do. I kissed him. Chapter 13. The next morning, downtown Christmas Mountain was packed with shoppers who had wind-chapped cheeks, broad smiles, and arms stacked high with boxes of brightly wrapped gifts. Everyone looked straight out of a holiday card: red scarves over long coats, festive beanie hats, and even white earmuffs. And then there was me. I wore my dad's old overalls, which were splattered with paint from the renovations, had cobwebs in my hair, caulk spread over my nose, and wallpaper glue between my fingers. I didn't look so much Christmas cheer as Christmas fear as I hoisted up my supplies and headed out of the hardware store. "I hope I'm not on your naughty list this year, Harmony," joked Mrs. Curtis as she shoveled the steps of the quaint Sugar Plum Inn. "Good morning, Mrs. Curtis," I said, laughing at her joke. In addition to being an innkeeper and one of the kindest people in town, Mrs. Curtis was also my friend Ruby's mom. "I don't believe you've ever in your life been on anyone's naughty list. And certainly not on mine." The sweet woman came to help me adjust my bundle as the supplies started slipping under my arm. My car was still a block away at the square. "Why don't you come inside and enjoy a hot chocolate, dear?" Mrs. Curtis asked. I knew I shouldn't. There was so much work to be done on the house. And I had to be at the Christmas complex later for our next round of the Best Christmas Movie Ever showdown. But should I really try to resist one of Mrs. Curtis's delicious hot chocolates? No, no, and no. "I'd love to," I said, arranging my purchases by the door and then following Mrs. Curtis inside and to the dining room. The interior of the Sugar Plum Inn had the cozy feel of a cabin. A tree in the corner shimmered with colorful lights, strings of cranberries, and silver-frosted pine cones. There was a small group of people seated at a big wooden table. I stepped back in surprise. "What's this?" "Wonderful, isn't it?" Mrs. Curtis said, rubbing her hands together. "We certainly outdid ourselves this year, if I do say so myself." Mrs. Curtis was admiring the massive, make-your-own hot chocolate bar set up against the scenic, snowy window. It was indeed impressive, with big gold pots of white milk and dark hot chocolate and bowls of toppings: peppermint sticks, marshmallows, pretzels, sprinkles, chocolate chips, freshly made whipped cream in an assortment of flavors, and more. And while it certainly made my mouth water, it wasn't what had caused my surprise. It was who sat at the head of the table, instructing in a calm, quiet voice on how to fold paper to cut out a snowflake. "Amanda?" I asked, wondering if maybe I'd breathed in too many toxic fumes from the cleaning products I'd been using while scrubbing the bathroom floors of the house. But it was definitely Amanda. "Hey, Harm," she said, smiling warmly and giving a little wave. "What are you doing here?" I said, thinking it was strange to see her relaxing on a Monday in festive wear instead of wearing scrubs and hurrying toward the CM salon for her first massage client, scone crumbs on her chin. Laughing, Amanda held up a folded triangle of white paper and a pair of scissors, as if that was any answer at all. "Would you like to join?" she asked, nodding toward the people seated near her. "We're just getting started." What in the world was she doing? I'd read all about her baking classes and ski lessons and pottery sessions on the Mistletoe Book Club's group chat. And now she was a paper snowflake instructor? Was all of this because of Ms. Fitzpatrick and her Rockette dancers? "I actually just stopped in for a little renovation sugar boost," I said, nodding toward the hot chocolate stand. "Little," Mrs. Curtis said, before grinning. "Dear, if you wanted a little sugar, you're in the wrong place." We all laughed. "If you change your mind, we'll be here," Amanda said, wiggling her scissors at me. "Okay, thanks," I said as I let Mrs. Curtis guide me to the bar. I kept glancing over my shoulder as my friend explained all the different options available. Amanda looked all right. In fact, she looked quite happy as she and the others began cutting their crafts between sips of hot chocolates as Christmas music played. "Any questions then, dear?" Mrs. Curtis asked. Oh, I had many questions indeed. Did I need to drag Amanda over to Ms. Fitzpatrick's studio and make her confront her about the noise problem? Was that the right thing to do? I wanted to be supportive, not pushy. What should a good friend do when her bestie was practicing avoidance? Should I sit by as Amanda got bullied out of her place of business by adorable stomping girls in swingy skirts lined with little silver bells? Or was it better to let my friend fight her own battles in her own time, or not at all? No questions for you, Mrs. Curtis, I said, smiling as she prepared to go back out into the bitter cold by tossing her wool scarf back over her shoulder. I probably can't go wrong with whichever I choose, can I? Mrs. Curtis winked. That's the spirit, dear. She left me to the array of options spread out in front of me. Frozen with indecision on which yummy drink to choose, I listened to Amanda's soft voice as she said, "Good job, everyone. Let's remember to breathe nice and deep. Relax those shoulders, Glenn. Try and let your mind stay completely in the moment. Just enjoy this peaceful time we're having here together." Without intending to, Amanda's voice calmed me too. I hadn't even realized I was diving into the process of making my own hot chocolate until tiny red-hot candies were spilling down a mountain of cinnamon-flavored whipped cream, and Amanda was scooting up next to me at the side table. "Hey," she whispered, nudging my elbow, wearing a conspiratorial grin. There was no denying it, no matter how confused I still was by it. Amanda was happy. How was she not stressed out about her dilemma? Probably all of the deep breathing and meditations. "Hey yourself," I said, dipping my finger into the whipped cream. "You've got the right idea," she said, swiping a little whipped cream onto her finger and licking it off. This certainly wasn't the demeanor of a person who was worried about her business. While I was relieved that my friend didn't seem stressed when the Rockettes were still rocking above her massage room, I didn't really understand how she was handling it so well. "How are you?" I asked before taking a sip of my hot chocolate, the delicious warm liquid soothing my throat. "I'm great, honestly," she said, turning to the group who were cutting more snowflakes at the table. "Those are my massage clients." "Really?" I said, thinking they were quite the craft bunch. She nodded. When I suggested we take this opportunity to guide them through different forms of relaxation, they were totally up for this. It's been wonderful. So far, we've done some meditative skiing, baked a delicious apple turnover, and even sculpted our feelings, which is a wonderful practice. Everything clicked into place. These were the reasons why Amanda had been absent lately. "I think it's been beneficial for them," she said, pouring herself a cup of hot chocolate. "Most can only come to a massage once a week to distress. But we've learned more ways they can relax at any time. Like taking time to cut snowflakes, for example." "That's fantastic," I said, thinking about how she handles stressful situations. I found myself so impressed with my friend. I'd thought there was just one way to deal with the problem of the upstairs dancers: march upstairs and talk to the ringleader. But I never would have thought about her approach. All I could do was smile at her. Amanda soon noticed this and laughed. "Are you sure you don't want to cut a snowflake or two?" she asked, nodding over her shoulder. "We've got plenty of paper. And I know you've had plenty of stress this holiday season." "I really wish I could," I said with a long sigh. "But I've got a to-do list a mile long, and Hannah isn't able to help me again this morning." Amanda's eyebrows knitted together. "She's not?" I shook my head. "Unfortunately, no." "Ha," she said, lifting the mug to her lips slowly and gracefully. After her spa day, she had an epiphany and decided to try new ways to save her marriage, I said, remembering her call this morning. Today she's seeing if an adrenaline rush will help her come up with a plan: bobsledding. Amanda hesitated. "You're not meeting up with her?" I laughed. "No, I don't think the bobsled track needs new wallpaper." "Should I be worried about you?" she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. I tilted my head. "What do you mean?" "Harmony," she said. "You do know that you're holding 2 hot chocolates, right?" My cheeks suddenly heated and my eyes widened as I glanced down at the to-go mugs I held, one in each hand. Well, only one was intended for me, I said, smiling at my friend in a shy way. And I was thinking about this certain guy, and I guess I made two. How embarrassing. Her face lit up. Good for you. I can't wait to hear more, but I need to head back to my group. Yes, I said, nodding. Let's catch up soon. She gave me a quick hug and then returned to her table, leaving me to head out the door with my 2 hot chocolates to renovate a house I didn't really want to sell. Sigh. Chapter 14. I hiked up the steps to the sharing tree to get a little walk in before the Mistletoe Book Club meeting, and was excited to see the tree filled with new ornaments. Each year, townspeople and visitors hung ornaments on our special tree in memory of someone or to make a wish. I loved this unique tradition in our cozy mountain town. With a smile, I glanced beyond the sharing tree at the falls and watched the water cascade down to Christmas River below. My breath came out in soft, puffy clouds as I gazed at the outdoor beauty I loved so much. Forecasts were already coming in, predicting snow for the big day. Christmas would soon be here. My first Christmas without my parents, and possibly without my brother-in-law. Or former brother-in-law. If they divorced, would he no longer be my brother? My eyes watered at the thought. It's strange how family could come and go out of my life without my having a say in the matter. With that depressing thought, I turned around and headed to Carol's bookstore. A little while later, I escaped out of the cold and into Rudolph's Reed's bookstore on Main Street. As the book discussion began in the back room, the fictional weather was balmy Florida in the middle of the summer. Some of us were drinking Arnold Palmer's, and all of us had murder on our minds due to our latest read, Going Postal for Him. The book took us to Tallahassee, and it wasn't just the heat and humidity that was making us sweat in our festive holiday sweaters. I made the mistake of reading chapter 15 at my work table while the icing on my Christmas Mountain High School gingerbread creation was drying, Nina said, fanning herself with a dog-eared copy of the book. That kiss in the hospital after the hero gets shot during the standoff? All I have to say is my knees nearly gave out. Wow. Doesn't Grayson kiss like that? Macy joked, referring to Nina's boyfriend. Nina bit her bottom lip and lifted a shoulder. He's out of town for work. But that's a great idea for when he returns. We all laughed. Lacey had unfortunately been sipping hot cider and promptly snorted into her cup, spilling some of her drink on Hemi, who scowled up at her from her lap before he started to clean his fluffy ears. Don't worry, Hemi, the cider is homemade, Amanda teased, pressing a napkin against the cat's head. Not a preservative in sight. It's very healthy and won't send you to the vet. In addition to the Arnold Palmers that Carol had made, Amanda and her clients had made apple cider as their latest alternative relaxation exploration, as she'd called it. She'd brought some cider for us to make up for missing the last book club meeting. Speaking of doctors, Carol said, tapping a finger on the cover of Going Postal for Him. Thank you, my friend, I said, setting my drink down. Carol could always be counted on to steer the conversation back to the book when we inevitably got off topic. I hear there's a wonderful new doctor in Christmas Mountain, she said. Wait, what? With widened eyes, I bit into a salted molasses brownie that Macy had brought from her store, Cupid's cupcakes and cookies, just as every single one of the Mistletoe Book Club ladies turned to me with twinkling eyes and mischievous grins. My friends stared at me expectantly, but the more I chewed, the more my teeth were sealed tight. I've met the new doctor, Ruby said as I went into my sugary muteness. He recommended a balm for my mom that helped the calluses she had from shoveling those steps outside the inn every morning. Is that so? Carol said, glancing over at me. He sounds very helpful. Glancing at the ceiling, I chewed and chewed like there was no tomorrow. The new doctor showed me some stretching exercises for my wrists after I started feeling the strain of writing all day, Giselle offered, following Ruby's lead. I knew I should say something. But instead, I gripped the armrests of my oversized leather chair as the ladies all leaned in closer. Choo choo choo. Cal told me he saw the new doctor volunteering at the children's hospital, Macy said, giving me a long look. He was reading to the kids for hours. How sweet is that? Maybe I should take another bite of the molasses brownie. The new doctor recommended special light bulbs when I mentioned feeling blue from all this gray weather, Lacey said, drumming her fingers on a copy of the book. And he made sure my pinky wasn't dislocated when I took a bad fall on the slopes last week, Nina said, giving me a smile. Have you heard about this new doctor, Harmony? Carol asked, batting her eyelashes before she took a long sip of her Arnold Palmer. At last, I swallowed my big bite. I was freed from brownie prison. All the ladies and Hemi seemed to be waiting on bated breath for what I had to say. In a usually chatter-filled room, right now you could have heard a snowflake fall to the floor. Opening my copy of Going Postal for him, I cleared my throat. So on page 268. No way. I don't think so. Tell us, Harmony. There was an immediate uproar of protests from all of the ladies, and my cheeks heated. Carol? I said, turning to the owner of the bookstore for help. Is this not book club? Carol showed me the cover of Going Postal for him and tapped her snowflake-painted nail on the tagline at the bottom, just beneath the hero's flexed bicep. Look here, it says, a thrilling mistaken identity romance, so you could say we're a romance club. The ladies stifled giggles around our intimate circle of leather chairs and comfy couches. And you know what they say? Giselle said, pushing her horn-rimmed glasses up her nose as her eyes twinkled mischievously. Fact is always more delicious than fiction. That is not what they say, I said, trying to get the spotlight off me. Just give us the details, Harmony, Ruby said. We're relentless for a good love story, and you know it. Don't you remember when we camped out in Billings in March for that romance, Release the Millionaire in Montana? My toes are still thawing out, Macy said with a shudder. But there's not a story with me, I said, even as my cheeks warmed under my friend's well-meaning scrutiny. And certainly not a love story. I didn't love Liam. Right? She's twisting her finger in her curls, Amanda whispered to Nina. And she's chewing at her bottom lip, Lacey whispered to Ruby. Just look at how rosy her cheeks are, Carol murmured into the side of Hemi's squished face. All telltale signs of love, Giselle said, nodding. And I'd know. I took a writing seminar on physical displays of emotion last fall. I let go of my hair and stopped chewing at my lip. There wasn't much I could do about my heated cheeks other than mumble that it was a little warm in this small back room. Why didn't I want to spill? These were my friends, after all. But I honestly wasn't sure what to tell them. Was I in love with Liam? No, it couldn't be. I'd know, wouldn't I? If so, I'd feel giddy around him and flushed and thrilled. Oh no. Okay, I said, knowing that I had to say something. Liam is very sweet. Amanda rolled her hand toward herself. And? I shrugged. We might have kissed a few times. A flurry of shrieks erupted around the room. You've kissed? Amanda said, with such surprise that she nearly spilled her cider. Poor Hemi looked nervous. Harmony, why didn't you tell me at the Sugar Plum Inn? It was just a kiss, I said, feeling sheepish. But it hadn't felt like just a kiss. When Liam kissed me, my whole world spun around. With his hands at the small of my back and his chest against mine, he made me feel like I was made just for him. Like I was enough for him, the guy who didn't believe in marriage. Sigh. It's okay, Harmony, Amanda said, reaching out to squeeze my arm. What's okay? I asked, my gaze darting to each of my friends, who looked back at me with knowing smiles. Amanda came over and wrapped her arms around me, resting her cheek against mine. To be falling for the hot doctor. Falling? Dizziness. That's exactly what I felt. Even though Mom made sure to teach Hannah and me the right way to go down the stairs, one hand on the railing and never distracted. The right way to ski. If you feel like you're going to fall, you're going too fast. The right way to jump on the bed. Never, ever. For the Harris family, falling was something to be avoided. Falling was dangerous. Falling meant you were out of control. But I'd fallen for Liam, good and hard. I wanted to cry. With my beloved friends' encouraging smiles all around me, I realized how hard I'd fallen. Liam doesn't want a serious relationship. I put a hand to my forehead, knowing this was why I hadn't wanted to admit my feelings. It took a second for my words to sink in, and then the smiles faltered and then fell. What do you mean? Amanda said, her forehead wrinkling. How do you know? He told me that all marriages are doomed to fail, I said, realizing the predicament that I had gotten myself into. It's not uncommon to feel jaded about a relationship working out, Giselle said, twisting her lips to the side. It's not like I'm Ms. Optimistic or anything. Me either, I said, giving Giselle a sympathetic look. Being worried about a relationship lasting just means you're scared, Nina said, earning nods around the circle. And the only reason for Liam to be scared is if he's fallen for you too. Has he told you he's not interested in a serious relationship with you? Amanda said, sounding she might give him a stern talking to if my answer was yes. Not in those words, I said, flipping through the pages of Going Postal for him. Once the heroine of the novel had discovered the real identity of the hero, everything had fallen into place for them. But learning that Liam was a doctor hadn't changed anything between us. Although it did make me feel closer to him that he told me. Apparently I was the last one in town to know, making me wonder why he hadn't told me sooner. But Liam had told me his true feelings about love and marriage, showing that real life wasn't as simple as a romance novel. And it wasn't like he was going to change his mind. My throat thickened. Like I was saying on page 268. Don't lose hope, Harmony, Ruby said, giving me an encouraging look. Connor and I certainly went through our struggles, and look at us now. I glanced at the princess-cut diamond on her ring finger and smiled weakly. I'm happy for you, Ruby. But I'm just accepting Liam for who he is, I said. I was also accepting our relationship for what it was. We both liked each other. That was enough. Just like remaining manager at the Christmas complex was enough. Dad had always said, say it enough times and you'll believe it, Harmony. I mean, this wasn't as inconsequential as liking my chores, but I had to try. Otherwise, it was heartbreak station. After a steadying sip of my hot apple cider, I lifted my book. So, on page 268, the sound of flipping pages filled the back room of Rudolph's Reads, and just like my parents, I escaped from real life to somewhere warmer. Chapter 15. Finding my sister at the house for our scheduled day of renovations was a surprise in and of itself. But finding her crouched down by the living room window with her fingertips on the sill and her small nose pressed tight against the frosty glass was perplexing. What are you doing? I said, wondering what could be so interesting that she'd be kneeling down on the floor. Hannah whipped around to face me, her cheeks turning pink. Get down. Why? I said, hurrying toward her. Seriously, drop down, she said, gesturing to the carpet. Or he'll see you. I dropped to my knees, taking off my coat and scarf. Who will? Ow. Down lower. She tugged my wrist until I was bent beneath the window beside her. She placed a finger to her lips and nodded toward the window. Just be quiet and look outside, okay? You are starting to worry me, I said, but did as commanded, so that we simultaneously lifted our heads to peer out the window. I saw thick snowflakes falling. Ah, it's starting to snow. Pretty. Yeah, whatever, she said, shaking her head. I gave her a side glance. Jaded much? Just look to your left, she said, pointing in that direction. My gaze followed her finger, and then I spotted Liam. Oh, I said, my belly doing a little flip. Are we really going to spy on him? I feel a little guilty. She shrugged. Don't look then. Yeah, right, I said, pushing my coat to the side so it was out of my way and I could get a better look. Shoulder to shoulder, Hannah and I both watched Liam swing an axe up then down to deftly split a log in half with a loud thwack. He wore a thick flannel shirt, his jacket laying on the stacks lining the side of his house beneath the eaves. When he squinted up at the darkening sky, Hannah and I ducked. Ah, I said, cringing. Do you think he saw us? Hannah said. I glanced at her. If he did, then it's your fault for spying on our neighbor. The neighbor you think is hot. My eyebrows came together. You're going to get me in trouble. It's like we're 10 years old again. After hearing a few more swift cracks, we dared another peek just in time to see Liam sauntering toward the neighbor's driveway with an armful of wood. He set it on her stack. Mrs. Barlow had just pulled in, and we watched him offer his elbow to her, walking her inside. He came back for the groceries in her trunk. Hannah sighed, putting a hand to her heart. He gives me hope that a man can be thoughtful of another human being, she said, letting out a long sigh. I can't remember the last time Ben helped me bring the groceries inside. Really? Yeah. Pretty sure he doesn't remember what the inside of a grocery store looks like. I'm sorry, I said, my heart swooning a little as Liam waved goodbye to Mrs. Barlow. The snowfall had increased so much that his dark hair was practically covered in white now. He ran back to where his coat was and tossed it over his shoulder. He's pretty sweet, I said. Pretty sweet? Hannah said incredulously. Is that all you have to say? I mean, Harmony, the man just helped our elderly neighbor out of the goodness of his heart. Ben can't even empty the dishwasher after I've cooked dinner and cleaned up the dirty dishes. Can't you point that out to him? I said, seeing the sad look on her face. He doesn't listen to me. Oh, Harmony. What? I looked out the window again to find that Liam wasn't going back inside his house. Instead, he was coming toward ours. Leaving Hannah by the window, I hurried to the front door and opened it just as he lifted his fist to knock. You're right on time, I said, my heart swelling as I breathed in his woodsy scent. Of course, boss. He raked his hand through his wet hair before coming inside. I laughed as snowflakes hit my cheek. I took his hand and led him into the living room. Hannah was right where I left her, staring at me incredulously. Oops, she probably should have gotten up. Liam, this is my sister, Hannah, I said, waving a hand at my sister as she pushed herself to her feet. Hannah, this is Liam. We work together. Or, hopefully, won't be working together. So awkward. Nice to meet you, Liam, she said, dusting her knees and clearing her throat. I was just, checking the ventilation ducts on the floor. You sound handy, he said, extending his hand to Hannah. Must run in the family. Hannah managed a nod. Thanks. I hear you've been helping out too. Good news travels fast. He raised his eyebrows and turned to me. Have you been talking about me? Maybe a little, I said, smiling over at him. It felt comfortable having him here at the house. Made it less sad somehow. Only good things, of course. Hannah is helping with the renovations today. Now that the vent seems fine, I'm ready to get to work, she said, seeming to have recovered from getting caught spying. To Liam's credit, he did nothing to make her feel more embarrassed about it. Brought my tool bag, Liam said, hoisting the bag of tools he'd brought over from his house. Where shall we start today? The kitchen, I said, gesturing for him to lead the way. With Liam a few paces in front of us in the hallway, Hannah grabbed at my arm. You were holding his hand. Are you two dating? You just said he was helping with the house. Why didn't you tell me the good stuff? Maybe because I didn't want to make her feel bad when her own love life was in the toilet. Well, it's not like I'm with him, I said in a whisper. Oh, you're with him, Hannah whispered back, grinning excitedly at me. And he's with you. I smiled. You think? She rolled her eyes. The man is obviously smitten. I can barely remember what that feels like. Are you two still going to counseling? I said, remembering she'd signed them up for counseling after the day spa. Yeah, for whatever that's worth, Hannah said, holding me just back from entering the kitchen. Anyone can see you two are crazy about each other. It's so obvious. We're just spending time together, I said, knowing that whatever was going on between us wasn't going to last. I dragged her into the kitchen to keep her from talking more. I had to admit that what my sister had said made my stomach do flips, but I reminded myself not to take things too seriously. All Ben and I do is spend time apart since we were only arguing anyway, she said with a sigh. I put my hand on her back. Remember what Mom and Dad always say? She nodded, gnawing at her lip. Fighting is never the solution. But then I thought about Liam and my disagreement about franchising the Christmas complex. We didn't fight over it at all. Our solution so far had just been to not talk about it. How long could that last, though? At some point, we were going to have to confront our issues just like Hannah and Ben. At least they had a marriage counselor to mediate. What are we doing in here? Hannah asked as we entered the kitchen. Fresh paint? We're opening up the space, I said, thinking that after we broke down the walls, there would be no hope of going back to the house it had been before. So symbolic of my life. I checked, Liam said, knocking on the front wall as if to reassure Hannah. It's not load-bearing. She glanced at me. We're really doing this? We have no choice, I said, knowing life was moving on and I had to go with it. An open concept will attract more buyers. Okay, give me a hammer, she said, glaring at the wall like it was the enemy. The biggest one you have. I handed her a sledgehammer. This big enough? Perfect, she said, the corners of her mouth twitching upward a bit. Are you going to picture anyone in particular when you slam into that wall? I said, taking a step back. Oh yes, she said, putting on the safety goggles Liam handed her. Definitely. This will be good therapy for you, I said, staring at the wall and thinking about how my brother-in-law was disappointing my poor sister. Not that she couldn't be Ms. Moody sometimes. But still, she deserved to be appreciated for all she contributed to the family. Then I thought about how my parents had moved away, the potential of Liam franchising the business I loved, and the possibility that Adam will never promote me to partner. My eyes narrowed. Liam came up beside me. Want this? My gaze dropped to the sledgehammer in his hand. It was as if he'd read my mind. I lifted my lashes. You have no idea how much I like you right now. Glad to hear that, he said, handing me the handle along with a pair of safety goggles. Then he quietly slipped from the room, as if sensing this was a pivotal moment for my sister and me. This was a great house, but it's time to move on, I said, swinging the sledgehammer back to get ready for my swing. My sister followed my lead, swinging her sledgehammer up over her shoulder. Time to make some changes, she said, nodding. Ready or not, here we come. Then, in unison, my sister and I swung out hard, hitting the wall, our former lives of security busting wide open with little pieces flying everywhere. Chapter 16. There is a period of time at the beginning of a relationship that's full of belly flutters, anticipation, and wonder. There is a slight wrinkle, however, if the person you're interested in tells you he doesn't believe in marriage. The only way it could go downhill from there would be if he invites you to dinner with his estranged brother, potential business partner, who also happens to be your boss, and his fiancée, who is your friend. Would that be considered a holiday double date that could not possibly end in a happily ever after, unless your idea of happily ever after is to never tie the knot? Talk about swoonless. Or would that invitation be considered an end-of-the-year shareholders meeting wherein you're still only the manager and not a valued owner? These were things I pondered as I tried to decide what to wear. The large pile of clothes on my bed, which I'd tried on and discarded, said that I had no clue what kind of fashion went with my date at Liam's tonight. One blouse looked too corporate. One skirt felt too romantic. A certain pair of boots were too ridiculous for the office, but another pair of heels seemed overkill for a possible game of charades by the fire after dessert. Finally, and because I was out of time, I chose a simple midnight blue knit dress and warm black tights. I pulled my hair back into a high ponytail. Now that I was ready to head to Liam's house for the very confusing date, I reminded myself to try not to get my heart broken. Yes, relaxed and casual felt the way to go tonight. But not too casual since my boss would be there. My head started to spin. I might need therapy after this date. I smiled at the familiarity of pulling into my parents' driveway to park my car. This had been the home of my heart. I'd been here all day painting the new open kitchen, which had been a difficult change but had really brightened the space. "Hi, house. I'm back. Did you miss me?" I waved at the garage in front of me before putting my car in park and killing the engine. With a bottle of wine in the crook of my arm, I popped out of the car and walked up the porch steps to Liam's front door. I rang the doorbell and waited, bouncing on my heels in the cold. Hopefully, he wouldn't be wearing a suit and tie or sweatpants. I heard footsteps from inside, and then the front door opened. I was greeted with a burst of warm air, festive Christmas music playing, and a sexy smile. Butterflies danced in my belly as I took Liam in. He looked handsome in dark jeans, a cream cashmere sweater, and his hair brushed back. Those almond brown eyes twinkled as they met my gaze. "Hi, boss," he said before giving me a soft kiss on the lips. My heart rate kicked up at the feel of his warm mouth on mine, and then all too soon he pulled away. "Hi," I said, trying not to reveal how much I liked his kiss since my mantra for tonight was casual. Casual, casual, casual. I like the Christmas music. "'Tis the season," he said, ushering me inside and then helping me take off my coat. "Thanks," I said, taking in the place as he hung my coat in the front closet. The foyer had tall ceilings, a wrought iron chandelier, and hardwood floors. Down the hall, I could see the living room. In the corner, a Christmas tree shimmered with multicolored lights, and flames crackled in the big stone fireplace. "You have a nice place." "The rental came furnished, otherwise I'd be in big trouble," he said, taking my hand. "It's warm and cozy," I said, imagining Liam and I decorating a tree of our own one day in a cozy, welcoming space like this, but in a home we'd made for ourselves. My heart warmed at the possibility, and then a second later dropped to my stomach, knowing that wasn't a life he wanted. I reminded myself this was just a casual evening, nothing more. We walked toward the voices coming from the kitchen, and my shoulder muscles tightened. Had Adam made the decision not to make me a partner, but didn't know how to let me down? Or would he let me down tonight? Would he bring it up, or ignore it like he'd been doing? I glanced at Liam as we walked down the hall. "You probably shouldn't call me boss when we're around, well, my boss," I said quietly. "Nonsense," Liam said, squeezing my hand. "Adam knows you're the boss just as much as I do. He tells me all the time that you run the place." "He actually said that?" I said, my stomach tightening. If he felt like I managed the place fine already, then there would be no need to make me a partner. He must not feel I could bring anything to the table as an equal. I felt my cheeks warm as I wondered what else they had discussed about me, but there was no time to dwell on it. A moment later, we entered the kitchen. Adam and Faith came over in a flurry of Christmas cheer. Hugs were exchanged, well wishes delivered like early presents, and before I knew it, the clink-clink of champagne glasses filled the air as we toasted to family and friends. Liam offered me one of the bar stools at the kitchen island before slipping an apron over his head. I watched him tie the band behind his back and then start chopping an onion. As Faith recounted her day, Liam caught me looking at him and gave me a wink. Needless to say, it was a long day on the mountain and it's all downhill from here, Faith said, referencing the ski resort where she worked. It's a treat to be here with you all in the warmth of this kitchen. And that sauce you're preparing could not smell more delicious, Liam. Don't get too excited, he said, moving to the stovetop and lifting a strand of spaghetti onto a wooden spoon. I never had time to practice much cooking. We might end up having to wait for a delivery of Chinese food, so don't count on me yet. Adam put a hand on Liam's shoulder. Even if we have to end up sharing a box of crackers, it's nice to spend this time together. My eyes widened. The exchange between Adam and Liam seemed very different from the awkward, brotherly exchange I'd witnessed in their first encounter weeks ago at the bottom of the escape room slide. Now there seemed to be an ease in the way they looked at each other, and an apparent comfort in a simple brotherly touch. They had clearly bonded during Liam's time in Christmas Mountain this month, and it made me happy to see. In fact, everything in this room made me feel content right now. The way Adam stood with his arm around Faith as she pulled a slice of salami from a charcuterie board. The way Liam spread the butter over a piece of sourdough bread. The pleasant conversation between the four of us that seemed natural and easy. And even the view out the kitchen window of Christmas Mountain lit up for night skiers. It was festive and joyful. "Give this a taste, boss," Liam said, stepping toward me. A flick of nerves shot up my spine at Liam calling me boss in front of Adam. My gaze flew to my boss, but he seemed preoccupied with stabbing an unwilling olive with a toothpick, thank goodness. Had he heard the name Liam had called me? I hoped not. Sliding off the bar stool, I walked around the island, stopping in front of Liam as he cupped his hand under a spoonful of bolognese sauce. The sauce smelled like absolute heaven, and the way Liam watched the spoon so attentively as he guided it to my mouth was adorable. I placed my mouth around the spoon, and the thick, rich flavor delighted my taste buds. Yum. Liam looked at me, seeming eager to hear what I thought. Delicious, I said honestly. Just what I hoped, he said, his expression lighting up before he went back to the saucepan. I glanced around the kitchen and saw Faith laughing and Adam breaking open a pistachio as he nodded at her. Then I gazed out the window at the mountain, which overlooked the town I loved. When I turned back to Liam and found him studying me, I felt overwhelmed by the strength of the feeling that I belonged here. "What?" I said, feeling loose strands of hair brush along my cheek. "You," he said, tucking the hair behind my ear, his fingers grazing my cheek and causing goosebumps along my skin. Then he rubbed his hands together. "Dinner is ready." We all sat down at a beautifully set table. Boughs of pine sat at the center, candles dripped wax as they flickered, and there were 4 heaping plates of spaghetti bolognese, topped with freshly grated parmesan, courtesy of the chef. The pop of the cork from the bottle of wine I brought earned a hearty cheer all around. As we began enjoying the meal, there was only the sound of contented sighs and praises to the chef. Then Faith pushed her dark hair behind her shoulders and leaned forward. "So, do you two have daily discussions about whether or not to franchise the Christmas complex too? Or is it just Adam and me?" Liam and I glanced at each other. Apparently, I drew the short stick because Liam had just placed a giant forkful of pasta into his mouth. I said, my stomach coiling. There couldn't be a worse question to ask me right now. We don't ever talk about it, actually. "Really?" she asked, seeming quite shocked. She nudged Adam. "Sometimes it feels like it's all we discuss these days." "Guilty," Adam said, holding up his hands. "It's a difficult decision." "Not to me," I blurted, and then everyone turned to me. My cheeks turned hot, and I bent over my plate, deciding that food was my friend. "Sorry." "Don't apologize, Harmony," Adam said, reaching for his glass of wine. "Faith takes that argument every other night." Meaning Adam tells me I'm wrong every other night, Faith said, giving Adam a wink. I like to explore all the possibilities, Adam said, turning to me. I'm interested in every opinion, including half the town. What do you think, Harmony? I was rather taken aback by this. Not only that Adam was asking my opinion, but that he'd been soliciting advice from Faith and half the town. I'd thought that he alone would be making the decision about franchising, since he was the owner of the company. Perhaps he'd seek Liam's input, since it was his idea, and he'd probably become a partner in the venture. Well, I said as the entire table gave me their full attention, which made me feel like my opinion actually mattered to them. I think the fact that Silverbell's luxury tours and the Christmas complex are only found here is what makes them both so special. Exactly, Faith said, setting down her fork. They are unique to Christmas Mountain. Right, I said, nodding. You can't manufacture our small town feel. The townsfolk here cherish these businesses and are partially responsible for their success. The franchises wouldn't be mere replicas, Liam said, meeting my gaze. They would be tailored to each town, and those townspeople would make them their own. I hadn't thought of tailoring to different towns, but I still shrugged. You're supposing there would actually be a town as magical as Christmas Mountain. Which there isn't, Faith said, and then lifted her chin. Well, Adam said with a chuckle. I suppose we can all agree on that. I glanced at Liam, wondering if he agreed. He hadn't been here as long as the rest of us. Instead of responding, he took my hand and squeezed it. Then he smiled as Adam and Faith broke out into an argument about the pros and cons of franchising the business. I still don't know the right answer, Adam said finally, shaking his head. But I do promise to consider all that you've said, Harmony. Your devotion to the Christmas complex gives your voice a lot of weight, believe me. I appreciate that, I said, thinking that was a nice thing for him to say, but actions spoke louder than words. And he hadn't given me a response yet about making me a partner. I do know this though, Adam said, gesturing toward his clean plate. That bolognese needs to be a new family recipe. I agree, Faith said. It wasn't half bad, Liam said. I didn't comment, because I wasn't a part of their family and never would be. But when I tried to pull my hand from Liam's, he held it tight, brought it to his lips, and kissed my knuckles. Perhaps Bolognese night will be a new family tradition as well? Liam asked, but he didn't look to Adam or Faith to see if they agreed. Instead, he looked only at me. And I had no idea what to make of that comment. Chapter 17. We were a week away from Christmas, and the house was just about ready to list for sale. Memories of holidays and family activities flew in and out of my head as I dropped into the recliner in my parents' living room and pulled the handle to lift my feet up. My dad used to say he wouldn't want to live without this recliner. Now it had been replaced by a beach chair with a bright umbrella over it. So quickly, he had moved on. My gaze drifted to the corner of the room where we'd put up the Christmas tree every year. Staring at that freshly painted wall and the empty corner, I knew I didn't have a good excuse to stall any longer on the phone call I needed to make. So I pulled out my cell phone and punched in the numbers for the real estate agent my mom had asked me to use. As the phone rang, a part of me hoped the real estate agent would check her calendar and then say, "Unfortunately, I am all booked up before my 2-week holiday vacation to Big Sky on Friday. How about we get the ball rolling in the new year?" Bad timing, I would say, my heart doing a little happy dance. I could then begrudgingly agree to put off the listing before calling my parents in Puerto Vallarta with a perfectly legitimate excuse for why we had to hold onto the house a little while longer. I would have one last Christmas in my childhood home, which would be a bright light in this whole ordeal. But that conversation did not happen. "That is the exact neighborhood buyers are wanting right now," Liz Transom said, sounding confident and excited after we'd exchanged pleasantries. "I'd be thrilled to list the house for you." My pulse quickened. What? Wait, are you sure you don't have a vacation planned? Don't worry about a thing, she said firmly, but I felt my stomach coil anyway. I'm here for you 24/7 and will make your house my priority. When would you like me to view the home? Well, tell you what, she said, sounding like she was typing on a keyboard. I'll clear my schedule and come over right now. Does that work for you? Gulp. Now? Yes, I suppose that works. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Wow, that woman sure moved fast. The real estate agent. The woman whose job was to get rid of the house I loved. Loneliness clawed at my heart as I trudged to the door and opened it. My breath caught in my throat as I saw who was on the other side. Liam stood on the front porch wearing a wool beanie hat with dark hair peeking out the sides, a pair of jeans, a plaid button-up shirt, and cowboy boots. His wardrobe transformation over the weeks had been surprising and sexy. He looked like he grew up here instead of like a doctor from New York. Good morning, he said, his almond brown eyes twinkling. It's you, I said, feeling a sense of comfort wash over me. His eyebrows drew together. What's wrong, Harmony? Of course, Liam knew something was wrong. He always seemed to know how I was feeling. I raised a hand and gestured at the snow-plowed road, but was unable to say the words. He stepped forward and cupped my face in his hands. Tell me what's going on. My vision blurred. The real estate agent is on her way over. Come here, he said, pulling me against him. That must be hard. I buried my head in his chest. Everything is moving too fast. I understand, he said, moving his hand across my back in slow, comforting strokes. What are you doing here? I said, thinking his timing couldn't have been more perfect. I saw your car pull up, he said, leaning back a little and gazing down at me. I was going to take you out for a peppermint mocha. My favorite drink. I wish. I'll stay with you if you want, he said, his tone gentle. I nodded. I'd really like that. I'm here for you, he said. Thanks, Liam, I said, feeling glad for the support. A few minutes later, we were still talking on the front porch when a white luxury SUV pulled up behind my car in the driveway and parked. A woman stepped out from the driver's side. Liz Transom looked like a force of nature. Tight curls of vivid red hung above her shoulders, sharp, energetic blue eyes, a designer handbag, a fancy wool coat, and Audrey Hepburn sunglasses on her head. I was pretty sure she wore her power suits as pajamas. I'm thrilled you called, Harmony, she said, striding toward me in pointy-toed high-heeled boots. Your parents have been talking about moving to PV for years. I'm glad they've finally pulled the trigger. For years, really? I said, thinking the daughters were apparently the last to know. I told your parents they are sitting on a nest egg, she said, waving at the outside of my family home. This is going to buy them a lot of margaritas. I'm sure, I said, reminding myself they had a right to live the retirement of their choice. It would have been better if it hadn't been sprung on me. Liz, this is our neighbor, Liam Bailey. Liam, this is Liz Transom. I'm the real estate agent, she said, her words sending little daggers to my heart as she held her hand out to him. Nice to meet you, Liam. He shook her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Liz. I opened the front door. Come on in, I said. What a transformation. Liz said, marching inside with a clipboard at the ready. Light and bright, but still the woodsy feel. I love it. While her presence in the house made my palms sweaty, I agreed with her about the renovation. The house had improved in a way I hadn't thought possible. With polished wood floors, repainted and re-wallpapered walls, a few new modern light fixtures, and some clever staging after a deep clean, it looked like a welcoming, cozy, comfortable home. And what I loved most was that you could still see the character I remembered and cherished so much from my childhood. Hannah had joked that if the house were wearing makeup, then it would have been a BB cream, not hiding the imperfections but highlighting the perfections. The updates were a team effort, I said, gesturing toward Liam. Liam helped my sister and me so much. Ah, she said, giving him an appreciative look. You're a handyman? No, A contractor? No, Interior designer? Liam laughed and smiled at me. I'm just the guy from next door. More than that, I said, although it was nice to know that I wasn't the only one struck with a Christmas case of mistaken identity. Liz clapped her hands together. Well, show me the rest of the house. The tour began, and it felt surreal guiding a real estate agent through the halls Hannah and I used to run through, slipping in our socks. And to be there without her or my parents felt wrong. As Liz's enthusiasm skyrocketed, mine plummeted. I showed her the main floor study. There's probably a lot more I could update. Are you kidding me? Liz said, taking out her camera to snap photos of the built-ins and waving her hand at me as she lined up her eye with the viewfinder. This home appears to be in tip-top shape. You've pulled down all of your personal family photos. The house is furnished but uncluttered. We won't even need to do staging. In the doorway, I fidgeted with the hem of my sweater, thinking that had all been Hannah's idea. She'd watched a lot of house shows on TV and knew the drill. I noticed Liam watching me as he leaned against the frame of the new glass French doors he'd helped us install. How could I have such good memories of that afternoon? Cold, clear sunshine reflecting off the glass onto Liam's face, his eyes squinting in the glare as he laughed, eggnog in mismatched vases at our tangled feet since I'd already packed the glasses, and at the same time wish we'd never put up the doors. Liam seemed to sense the conflict in my heart because he placed his arm over my shoulders as we followed Liz up the stairs. What do you think of this? I said, running my fingers along the railing. These should be sanded down and stained before we list the house. Don't you think? Nonsense, Liz said, marching up ahead into my parents' bedroom. I heard the click of her camera. We'll make that a selling point by using a phrase like well-loved charm, and buyers will feel a sense of warmth. Liam and I stepped back as Liz flew like a whirlwind out of my parents' room. Her cheeks were pink with excitement. But all I felt was dread. This house is going to make someone's Christmas dreams come true, she said, clicking away on her camera. Christmas dreams? I asked weakly. Liz jotted notes down onto the paper attached to her clipboard. Her pen scratched away as she glanced up at me. Definitely doable. I can have my professional photographer here in an hour. Then I can get it listed on the market today, and? Today? I asked in disbelief. You bet, she said, shrugging as if it were a no-brainer. I'll do an email blast to all agents the moment I'm back at the office. I wouldn't be surprised if I have viewings lined up by tonight. My mouth dropped open. Tonight? She nodded, her red curls bobbing up and down. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you could be signing papers tomorrow if things go our way. Tomorrow? I mumbled as Liz hurried past me. I have a for sale sign in my trunk that I'll put up right now, she said, the click-click of her heels sounding as she descended the stairs. Today, tonight, tomorrow, I said, gaping at Liam. This is happening so fast. She does seem motivated, he said, turning to face me. How are you doing? I know I should see her competence as a good thing, I said, walking into my old room and looking out the window. The tree outside stood barren of leaves, the branches topped with white from fallen snow. I'd stared out this window so many times growing up. My parents will be thrilled when I interrupt their salsa lessons on the beach to tell them it will go on the market today. Yes, but I asked about you. I turned to face him. It will be one less thing for Hannah and me to worry about as she continues to consider the long, hard journey of divorce. He shook his head. Tell me about you, Harmony. A lump formed in my throat. Why am I the only one who doesn't seem ready to let these memories go? Change can be hard, he said, reaching for my hand. Everyone handles it in their own way. Is there anything I can do to help you? Let's go help with the sign, I said, squeezing his hand before pulling away and heading out of my childhood room. But I didn't go down the stairs nearly as fast as Liz, nor with half the energy. She thought we were putting up a for sale sign, and I knew we were hammering in the last nail in the coffin of my previous life. The snow crunched beneath our feet as we walked across the front yard, and it did feel quite like a funeral, with the three of us standing around an undisturbed patch of frosty white earth. Liz held the sign, Liam the mallet. And me? I held the final say. I could feel their gazes on me. Liz's eyes were buzzing with eagerness. Liam's almond brown eyes were soft with quiet understanding, but also respectful and easy, seeming to tell me something with that look. I wondered if he would support me if I said I couldn't do this, and walked Liz back to her car, asking for more time. Looking into his eyes, I knew he'd support whatever choice I made. There was something more in his eyes, and his gaze held mine: respect, confidence, and faith. And then it clicked. My parents needed the closure, my sister needed the resolution, and I couldn't afford this house on my own. What I felt about selling my childhood home didn't matter right now, just like it didn't matter if I wanted to run the Christmas complex as a partner, or that I'd fallen hard for Liam and wanted a future with him. In the end, the results were out of my control. Let's do it, I said, knowing there was no point delaying the inevitable. It was time to move forward and see what the future held. Liam held up the mallet. Only when you're ready. My gaze dropped to the mallet, the weight of the next step feeling heavy on my heart. My future whirled through my brain like snow whipping in the wind of a storm. White flurries created a cloud of white before my closed eyes, and I fought to see my way through. You're enough, Harmony. The quiet whisper in my mind caused my eyes to burn behind my closed lids. You're enough. I inhaled long and slow, my lungs filling fully. Then I breathed in a second time, until no more air could be taken in, and only then did I exhale slowly. Whatever happens, I'm enough. I opened my eyes, a single tear sliding down my cheek, releasing the tension and anxiety that had built within me. As that tear skittered along my skin, my shoulders felt lighter and lighter. Finally, that little drop slipped beneath my jawline and dissipated. I knew that I could do this. I could do anything. I'm ready, I said, reaching for the mallet. The corner of Liam's mouth curved upward, and he gave it to me. You're the boss. The stake? I said, turning to my real estate agent. Alrighty then, Liz said, sounding excited to get this ball rolling. Thanks, I said, taking the metal stake for the sign from her. I held the stake steady against the ground as I lifted the mallet. With a precise blow, I struck the top of the stake once, twice, and then 3 times, until it stood by itself. Then I hammered it down a bit more until it was steady in the ground, a solid support for the sign. Liz stepped forward with the for sale sign. I'd like to do it, I said, feeling certain. Absolutely, she said, nodding as she handed it to me. I slid the post onto the stake and stepped back. The white sign was up, with a stellar headshot of Liz looking confident and professional. The house was for sale. Congratulations, Liz said, shaking my hand. Then she left as quickly as she'd arrived, already on the phone with people at her office. Liam and I stood in that spot on the snow on the front lawn beside the sign and watched the real estate agent drive away. The sun suddenly peeked out through the gray clouds, revealing a small patch of blue in the sky behind Christmas Mountain. Go on a date with me tonight. Liam's voice startled me, pulling me out of my head and into the present. Another date? I asked, arching an eyebrow. His hands slid into his pockets, and he glanced back at the house. I've been lucky you wanted help with the renovations. I got to see you all the time. It felt almost like I was your bee. His word cut off suddenly, and he glanced away, grinning sheepishly. Meanwhile, my heart clenched in my chest. Had he been about to say, boyfriend? I fought to keep my breathing regulated. My what? He raked a hand through his hair. What I mean is that the renovations are over, but my desire to see you is certainly not. The for sale sign beside me felt like the start of a new chapter. Perhaps Liam and I could start a new one as well. I certainly liked that idea. What do you desire? I asked, grinning up at him playfully. He stepped toward me through the snow, his arms slipping around my waist. Then he dipped his head toward my face, and his breath made small puffs of white clouds in the inches of space between us. I would very much like a date with you, he said, sounding almost vulnerable. Lifting my chin, I said, I would like that too. He smiled and closed the distance by pressing his mouth to mine. My toes may have been buried in the snow right now, but the effect of that kiss made heat roll down my body until my toes felt like they were dipped in white sand and warmed by the brilliant, beautiful sun. Chapter 18. Years ago, on a family vacation to Lake Tahoe, we spent an entire day on a rented boat. We enjoyed hours of leaping off the sides of the cruiser and slurping up watermelon juice with towels over our sunburned shoulders. We would laugh as we were dragged behind the boat on a bouncing, bucking raft. I remembered falling asleep that night and still feeling the sensation of the waves rocking the boat beneath me, despite being in bed on solid ground. When I collapsed into my office chair at the end of the workday at the Christmas complex, I had the same feeling. My office was quiet, the doors downstairs were locked, but I could still hear kids shrieking with delight, milk frothers hissing while making gingerbread cappuccinos, and Tanya calling me to put out little fire after little fire. Now, I sagged down in the chair with my arms hanging over the armrests, but still felt the buzzing of running around, slipping on green and red sequins, sliding on a spilled hot chocolate, dashing upstairs, dancing with escape room winners, and prancing to the door to welcome even more visitors inside when it had already seemed like the whole town was here. I'd worked so hard today that my body hadn't yet realized we'd stopped. As if loaded with heavy weights, my eyes dropped closed just as a rap sounded at my office door. You ready, boss? Liam said. My stomach warmed at the sound of Liam's voice, but I lolled my head back and forth. I'm beyond exhausted. You're going to have to carry me to our date, I said. A moment later, I heard footsteps drawing nearer, and then I yelped in surprise when my body was hoisted into solid arms. My eyes popped open. What are you doing, Liam? Your wish is my command, boss, he said, grinning down at me. I was only joking, I said, gripping onto his firm shoulders, even though he seemed to have a solid grip on me. And it's not like you can carry me like this down Main Street. Sit tight, he said, but instead of taking the stairs down, he took the stairs up. I frowned in slight confusion. You're taking me on our date, right? He chuckled. Yep, don't worry about a thing. But Worry is my middle name, I blurted. Not anymore, he said, pausing on the stairs to look down at me as I blinked up at him. He smiled, shook his head a little, and then leaned down, pressing his mouth to mine in a sweet kiss that immediately put me at ease. His lips were so warm and soft, and it wasn't long before I'd forgotten entirely what I was thinking. Just trust me, he said. Okay, I said, nodding dreamily. He pushed open the swinging double doors to the movie theater with his hip, and then lowered me into one of the oversized leather recliners. I was delighted to see that he'd set up a mouth-watering array of treats from the snack bar. Hot chocolates overflowing with mini marshmallows, sugar-coated soft pretzels with a buttery caramel dipping sauce, popcorn topped with red and green chocolate candies, and a massive bowl of peppermint ice cream smothered in whipped cream, chocolate syrup, and tiny snowflake-shaped sprinkles. My eyes widened. There's a major problem here. His eyebrows knit together. What's wrong? Laughing, I threw up my hands. I can't decide where to start. I'll help you, he said, dipping his finger into the mountain of whipped cream before dabbing a drop on my nose. He chuckled before kissing the sugary spot and lifting my chin with his bent index finger. Start there. I'll get the movie going. The reel was set up for It's a Wonderful Life, a semi-finalist in the Best Christmas Movie Ever showdown. Liam had read my mind again. I really couldn't have imagined a more perfect date for this evening than watching a movie with him. When the projector flickered to life, a beam of white light shined above my head, and I gaped at what was on the screen. My perfect date had somehow become even more perfect. With a handful of popcorn and chocolate candies in my mouth, I couldn't remember how to chew. As the video played, Liam hurried down the steps and settled into the chair beside me. He sipped at his hot chocolate nonchalantly. But I thought. My words were muffled as I stared at him. Somehow Liam understood. I secretly kept it. But how did you? Found a VHS player at that thrift shop off Main Street. My eyes watered. But just a little retrofitting here and there, he said, grinning at me as he waved toward the screen. And voila! On the screen, the home video of a past Harris family Christmas was playing. It was one of the tapes that I had reluctantly put in the throwaway pile when we had been sorting through the things in the attic weeks ago. I stared at the screen, stunned. Hannah's little 5-year-old self shrieked as she tore open a gift from beneath the colorful tree in the corner of the living room. It was a memory I thought I'd given up forever. But Liam had found a way to give it back to me. And yet I turned away from it. I gaped at the man beside me. When I finally managed to chew and swallow my popcorn, it didn't feel like it because there was still a huge lump in my throat. I saw the moment his smile faltered, but I couldn't help it. "Oh no," he said, his brow creasing. "You're supposed to smile. Please don't cry, boss." Liam telling me not to cry made my eyes fill faster. "I can't help it." "How did I not bring napkins?" he said, lifting all the snacks to check underneath. I put a hand on his wrist to stop his desperate searching. He lifted his gaze to mine as I laced my fingers through his and brought both our interlocked hands to my heart. "Thank you," I said, feeling so incredibly valued by him. The corners of his lips turned down. "But I don't have anything to dry your tears." "You don't have to dry them," I said, shaking my head at his need to think of everything like a perfectionist. "They are happy tears." He brushed his thumb down my wet cheek. The family visiting Santa at the grotto began to play, the light from the screen flickering on his face as he looked deep into my eyes. "I didn't mean to make you cry," he whispered. "But you did in a good way," I told him with a sniffle. He guided my face toward his and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead. "Do you want to keep watching?" he asked. I nodded. "There is nothing I'd like more than to be here with you right now, watching this memory you saved for me." "Anything for you, boss," he said, his tone sincere. Turning back toward the screen, he slipped an arm around my shoulder. I nestled my head against it, squeezing his arm tight like a blanket. In front of me, Dad and Hannah hit a bump on the sledding hill and crashed into the fluffy snow. I laughed. Mom seemed as if she had shot this scene on her hip, and she laughed too. When Liam laughed beside me in the movie theater, another tear dropped from my wet eyelashes because this was a new memory. This new memory from right here and now was one I would cherish for a long time. I wouldn't be able to re-watch it on film like I could with these past holidays with my family. But all I would have to do is close my eyes to see this moment again, the Christmas treats, the darkened theater, and Liam's arm relaxed around my shoulder. I'd been so fixed on losing the past that I might have forgotten to live in the present. I hadn't been able to see what good could come from selling the house, so I just didn't look at that option as anything good at all. I'd blinded myself, and Liam had opened my eyes. The screen now spanned the sharing tree, which sat up past the town square in front of the falls. Townspeople stood all around the tree as ornaments twinkled beneath the stars. I saw how transfixed Liam was by the footage. He looked like a little kid, his eyes filled with magic, the same look I had when Dad turned the camera on me, his mittened hand in mine. "You've got a little marshmallow on your lips," I said. Still watching the screen, he touched his mouth. "Here." "No," I said, smiling when he turned to me. I touched his lip. Here." We exchanged a look then, and my belly warmed before we kissed, just as my parents had shared a kiss 20 years ago that had been captured on film. The camera shook a little as they filmed themselves. Liam and I both laughed when Hannah and I, probably 7 and 5, said, "You." I wondered if that would ever be Liam and me by the sharing tree, with him still in Christmas Mountain and with 2 little girls, one with dark curls and one with light, grossed out as their parents kissed on Christmas Eve. Or maybe the movie of our romance together was already coming to an end. Curtains down. Lights up. Everyone goes home. I clung to Liam a little tighter the rest of the night. To me, there was no doubt which was the better ending. And I couldn't understand how he wouldn't want that just as much as I did. But if I knew anything about Liam, it was that he wasn't afraid to disagree with me. And I hadn't yet been enough to change his mind. Chapter 19. Amanda and I joined the festive crowd around the sharing tree, braving the bitter cold after a long Montana winter night. All you could see were our shining eyes amongst heavy wool beanies, fully zipped-up puffer jackets, and tightly wrapped scarves. Between every pair of frosted eyelashes beamed joy and togetherness. Christmas was just around the corner. "I love this tradition," Amanda said as she grinned up at the tree. "It's one of our unique traditions that makes Christmas Mountain special," I said, admiring the colorful bulbs and baubles decorating the branches. The tradition to hang an ornament as a wish or a remembrance had many residents and visitors here today, closing their eyes and pausing for seconds or minutes before hanging their ornament. A couple laughed as they fumbled with a miniature bassinet-shaped ornament between their thick leather mittens. A mother hoisted her daughter up to reach a high branch for her little dangling soccer ball. The girl squeezed her eyes shut tightly as the wind tousled the ornament between her bare pinched fingers, which were red from the cold, though she didn't seem to mind in her excitement. While leaning heavily on a cane, an elderly man's hand shook as he delicately added a pair of angel wings to the tree, and they shimmered with sparkly gold paint. I was happy to recognize several of the ornaments from a project made at the Christmas complex. Within the clear orb sat fake snow and tiny scrolls of paper, where everyone had written down what they wanted to share with the tree. When the breeze shook the limbs, they looked like tiny snow globes with their secret sacred words twirling about inside. In the pockets of my winter coat, I had all the supplies to make my own, the bulb already with snow inside, a little piece of paper, and a sparkly red pen. All I needed was the wish. Never before had hanging something on the tree seemed this complicated. Why couldn't I figure out what I wanted this year? Should be easy, but no. Did I write that I hoped Hannah and Ben found their way back to one another? Or was it my wish that they ended things swiftly and peacefully, if it truly meant happiness for the both of them? Or maybe I didn't even share that part of my life with the sharing tree. Should I jot down a wish that the Christmas complex remain unfranchised? I didn't even consider wishing to be Maid Adam's partner, since he'd never given me a decision. But franchising the business seemed to be Liam's dream, and that venture might mean Liam staying in town longer. But then again, I should wish for what I believed was in the best interest of Christmas Mountain. The pins and needles of cold in my toes reminded me that I wasn't warm and cozy on the couch in front of my mood board and happy planner at home. I stood outdoors in the elements of Montana in December, and it needed to be a rush decision or frostbite. I honestly didn't know which was worse. "What are you going to put up this year?" I said, turning to Amanda. She also hadn't moved from her spot in the snow to hang an ornament on the sharing tree. I would have thought she had a pretty straightforward wish to share. "Please don't let Ms. Fitzpatrick be planning a traditional Irish dance for St. Patrick's Day." I expected to see a tiny pair of tap shoes or a boombox ornament emerge from deep within Amanda's down pocket. But she continued to watch others hang ornaments as the carolers in thick red velvet robes sang by the railing. I saw her smile as high school sweethearts kiss two sides of a glass heart before selecting a place for the ornament among the frosty boughs. I didn't bring an ornament this year, Amanda said, turning to me. Her hair beneath her hat was stiff in the cold, and her nose was bright red, but there was such contentment in her eyes. Did you forget? I said, tilting my head. We can share mine. It would certainly make things easier to jump onto Amanda's wish. Then I wouldn't have to decide on the right one. I started digging around with my thick, gloved fingers for the pen in my pocket, but then Amanda placed a hand on my wrist. I didn't forget, she said, shaking her head. I purposefully didn't bring one. But you just said you love this tradition, I said, thinking this wasn't right at all. The last few years, Amanda and I had come to the sharing tree together and put up our ornaments at the same time. I was holding up my end of things. I mean, sure, I didn't yet have a wish locked and loaded, but the physical bits and pieces were in my pockets, almost ready to go. I was about to loop my arm into Amanda's to march her right down to Moxie to find an appropriate ornament when her smile stopped me in my tracks. She squeezed my arm. After everything that's happened with the dancers upstairs this season, I've decided that my favorite part of this tradition isn't making my own wish, but watching others put up theirs. Really? I said, blinking in surprise. She nodded. In a way, that's always been the wish I made, whether I understood it at the time or not, to see others happy and hopeful. It's what is rewarding about my massage therapy business. My clients leave with a respite from their pain. Whether that's from the massage or because of me or because of ski yoga doesn't make any difference. I watched my friend laugh, clearly happy with how things had turned out this season. I was still unsure what to wish for this year. It was nice to see Amanda happy, but it made me feel more unsure than ever about my wish. I finally spoke with Miss Fitzpatrick, she said, giving my arm another squeeze before letting go. And guess who will be joining her Christmas parade dance this year? No, I said, gasping. Seriously, she said, nodding. I would never have predicted that outcome, I said, grinning as my wish finally came to me. I pulled out my supplies for my ornament. Can you turn around for me? I said, circling my finger. Sure, she said, shuffling so I could use her back as a table to write my wish. This would certainly not be a chance to test out my calligraphy skills since my fingers were super cold, even through my gloves. The letters were a mess with my stiff fingers, but the words seemed legible enough. I handed her my wish, which I believed was perfect. She cleared her throat. My wish is for my best friend to be as sure of her steps in the Christmas dance as she's become sure of her steps in life. That's my wish, I said, watching her eyes water momentarily before she nearly sent both of us tumbling into the snow with the ferocity of her hug. Love you, my friend, she said. Love you too, I said into a bundle of coat and scarf and hat. I'm really proud of you. Thanks, she said, blinking rapidly as she pulled back. Then her forehead wrinkled. Wait a minute. Isn't there something else you need to wish for? I paused for a minute, thinking of those twinkling eyes that warmed my heart. Nothing I could wish for that has a chance of coming true. Are you sure, Harmony? She said, chewing at her lip. My wish is for you this year, I said, stuffing the little paper into the orb with the fake snow before I hung up the ornament amongst the rest. My traditional wish was made. I patted my gloves together. You were right. She touched the orb with her finger before turning to me. What was I right about? Wishes for other people can be very rewarding, I said, lacing my arm through hers. That's sweet, Harmony. She glanced at me as we started down the steps toward town. But I don't think you should give up on your wishes. Why don't we go warm up in the Sleigh Cafe? I said, not wanting to think about my wishes right now. Amanda nodded. My numb cheeks think that's a great idea, she joked. Good, I said with a laugh, feeling happy for my friend. What I didn't tell her was that even though I hadn't made my own wish on the sharing tree, I tried to have faith that things would work out for the best with the house, with Hannah and Ben, the Christmas complex, and for my relationship with Liam. As if in response, a sudden gust of wind kicked up snow and sent the white dust swirling over the ornaments hanging on the tree behind us. If only I knew what that meant. Chapter 20. As Christmas approached, I opened the front door of my apartment and found twinkling almond brown eyes staring back at me. My chest warmed immediately. Liam smiled upon seeing me, but that elation seemed to falter as he eyed the packed bags at my feet. He had been leaning in to kiss me, but froze halfway over the threshold. Boss?" I tilted my head, my blonde hair flopping to one shoulder. "Yes?" "You do know that we're only going out for the day, right?" he said, glancing back and forth from me to the multiple bags several times meaningfully. I glanced down and raised my eyebrow, seeing nothing unusual about the situation. This is what is called being prepared. "You've taken the notion to the next level," he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. "Well, that's what you get for wanting to surprise me," I said, leaning forward to press my lips to his. A bubble of excitement danced in my belly. "You didn't want to tell me what we were doing today, so that forced me to plan for everything." "I can see that," he said, clearly amused. "Snowshoeing gear and change of warm, dry clothes here," I said, gesturing to one bag. "A dress with heels and an upscale coat if we're going to walk around the town square or going to a nice restaurant. A bathing suit, towel, fluffy robe, and shower necessities if you're planning a spa day at one of the thermal springs." He squinted at me. "What if I'm taking you skydiving?" "In that case, I'm not leaving this apartment," I said with a firm nod. "No bag needed." He laughed, cupping my face in his hands. "Will you trust me if I say you don't need to bring anything at all?" My heart rate quickened. "I don't." He shook his head. "Just you is enough." My heart stirred painfully. I wasn't expecting him to say something like that. His comment was the one thing I hadn't prepared for. It was like he'd read my mind and knew those were the exact words I'd been longing to hear from him. Although I didn't think about my ex anymore, the way he'd cheated on me and then dumped me still somehow made me feel like I wasn't enough. Logically, I knew it shouldn't because the cheating was wrong, not anything I'd done. If he'd wanted to move on, then he should have broken up with me instead of being dishonest and going around behind my back. But emotionally, I still felt that lingering ick from his deceitful actions. He searched my eyes, seeming so sensitive and sweet. "Are you okay?" I swallowed heavily. "I'm getting there." He dropped his forehead to mine. "Anything I can do?" "You are definitely enough," I said, loving the warmth of his hands against my cheeks. He was so enough that being with him created a joy inside me I'd never known. A comfort, a deep understanding and feeling of partnership. You know, until he decides he's ready to leave town. Sigh. "Thank you," he said, sounding like he meant it. Liam always sounded so confident and sure that I had to remember he was a person who must have his own challenges and needs. "So you'll leave the bags and trust me?" He pulled back a little as his warm hand enveloped mine. Trust, the thing that had been broken inside me after my ex left, my sister and brother-in-law decided they might not be until death do they part, and my parents decided to bail with barely any warning. But I was trustworthy and my best friends were trustworthy too. Liam had never done anything to break my trust, so if he needed me to trust him, then I could try. "The bags can stay," I said, thinking I was the biggest trier out there. All I did was try in many different ways with many organized lists and highlighters. Try I could do. He smiled. "Ready to go then? Or would you like to bring the snowblower just in case?" "I'm ready," I said, his joke chasing the cobwebs from my past away. I pulled the locked door shut and left all my diligently prepared bags inside without a second glance. It was only when Liam was driving us out of town with Christmas Mountain behind us that I doubted myself. But Liam seemed to immediately sense my unease. His fingers sought mine out once more, and I breathed deeply again. The day was gray and cozy. The skies were a vast beauty of contrast that only comes from the crisp cold of winter. The breeze gusted snow from the woods across the winding highway, and the white flakes shimmered like fairy dust in the bit of sunlight. At first, I had a few good guesses for where he was taking me on our drive. While I was 100% Team Christmas Mountain, there were several other scenic mountain towns sprinkled around us. I imagined a late lunch at a converted mill or coffee cake at a quaint ski chalet with those massive fur blankets to keep us warm on the terrace with a view. But we traveled past one after the other, and my guesses at what Liam was up to dwindled to nothing. It was uncomfortable not knowing the plan. I thought of Amanda and the happiness she'd found by going with the flow. Maybe she was onto something. Liam finally left the highway, driving through a large town and pulling up in front of a dilapidated building. I glanced around the empty street. You wouldn't know it was almost Christmas by the look of things around here. No strings of lights between lampposts, no decorations in the shop windows, no last-minute shoppers with arms full of red and green bags. "We're here," he said, his voice cheerful. Before I could ask the obvious question of where here was, Liam hopped out of the car. He slipped on the ice as he came around to open my door. He held my hand as we made our way across the snow that hadn't been shoveled, so strange, and guided me inside the vacant building with his hand on the small of my back. The outside light filtered through the dirty windows to reveal a large room with high ceilings. "You're right that I didn't need a dress and heels," I joked, wondering when this place had been cleaned last. "Okay, this is what I wanted to show you today," he said, holding his arms out as if he were about to make a big announcement. "I know what you're thinking, boss." I laughed. I have no idea what to think. He clasped his hands together in front of him. "You're thinking there's no way I could pull this off. There's no way this could ever work." "Am I?" I said, glancing around the space with an arched eyebrow. "It has a lot of potential, though," he said, jogging to the center of the room. "Imagine a freestanding wall here with a children's mural you see when you first walk in. We can patch up those bricks over there and paint each one a different color to brighten the place." I said, my eyebrows coming together. "Figure of speech," he said, looking sheepish. "You don't have to help, of course. But if you're up for helping, then that's a different story." I squinted. "I'm not following." "Let me paint a picture for you, pun intended," he said, gesturing around the room. "The space is big enough to break it up into several rooms and workspaces. Colorful chairs would sit in the lobby for children and their parents or caregivers." Suddenly, the veil lifted, and I saw exactly what he meant about this room and the potential for this building. It looked like the Christmas complex. My Christmas complex. My stomach sank. Even though there was still some light in the room, it suddenly felt dark. "Liam, wait," I said, folding my arms across my chest. "Did you bring me here too?" "Mr. Bailey," a man said, stepping inside the front door and waving. He wore a business suit beneath his winter coat. "I thought that was your truck outside." Panic made my skin go cold. I recognized that chipper attitude, that hurried step, that clipboard tucked against the hip. I knew without being told what this man did for a living. I tugged at my scarf as if it were choking me, even while pins and needles pricked at my fingertips. I couldn't look at Liam, not after he'd guided me in here with a hand at the small of my back. This wasn't a date. He'd tricked me. Liam introduced me to the man, but I didn't hear his name over the buzzing in my ears. I shook his hand, but my extremities had gone as numb as my face. "I'm glad I caught you," the man said, swinging his clipboard around and flipping through several pages of dense legal print. "Looks here like you forgot a signature." I watched as Liam took the pen and signed his name right there in front of me. "Saves me a trip to Christmas Mountain," the man said, smiling broadly. Not that it's a far drive, and I know some folks do online signings, but I prefer old school. It's more personal. Works for me, Liam said, handing the pen back to him. With a Merry Christmas and a last business-like shake of Liam's hand, the man flew out the door as quickly as he'd come in. My forehead wrinkled as I squinted out the dirty window and saw the man's license plate frame as he pulled away from the curb. My greatest fears were confirmed: your mountain real estate agent. There was also a decal on the side of the SUV with a photo of the man pointing and winking at the viewer, which felt like a kick while I was already down. If there was a speech bubble by his upbeat face, then it would have said, "The joke's on you, Harmony Harris." I was definitely not laughing. Chapter 21. I wouldn't have believed Liam was capable of such deceit had fate not smacked me in the face with the truth, written right there in fresh black ink. Adam had made Liam partner, and they were opening another Christmas complex. They had gone behind my back and decided on franchising, and already found and secured the first location without telling me. The decision was made, the deal done. For what felt like a long time, I stared outside feeling numb. I tried to remember how I'd felt earlier when Liam had asked me to trust him and to believe that I was enough. I'd walked away from my normal safety nets, with my hand in his, filled with hope and anticipation and what felt like love. But those emotions mocked me now as I looked at the streaks of dirt and clumps of black ice on the road. Liam's real estate agent's license plate frame grew smaller and smaller in my vision until it disappeared around the corner. Liam came up beside me, slipping his hand around my back. I know it's a big step. And maybe you feel like I'm pushing things too hard, too fast. But I've been thinking about it a lot, and I really believe this is the right thing for me. You do, I said, as a statement and not a question. This is the first time I've felt at home somewhere, he said, his tone serious. He took a step to the side, so he was standing in front of me. Mostly, that is due to you. It took all my effort to look up at him. How can you say that? It's true, he said, reaching for my hands as he'd done dozens of times. Something happened when I met you, and my feelings deepened as we spent time together. I pulled my hands away. Then how can you make a decision like this without talking to me about it first? A line formed between his eyebrows. I didn't know you'd want me to. I mean, this is for work. So? I said pointedly. He seemed taken aback. Honestly, I wanted to surprise you. I thought you'd be happy I've decided to stay permanently. My heart squeezed. I did want Liam to stay, but not on these terms. Not if it meant him taking my dream away from me. Even if franchising is his dream, he should have at least talked to me about it before signing on the dotted line. Why would he think I'd like a surprise like this? It felt like a punch in the gut. I'd like to go home now, I said, ducking my gaze. Harmony, why are you upset? He asked, sounding truly confused. The fact that he'd used my real name stung. Was he not calling me boss because he was my boss now? My head started to spin. Maybe Adam had a right to promote whoever he wanted, but I deserved the respect of getting a heads up. I knew I deserved that, and anything less seemed like a betrayal. I felt the blood drain out of my face. Are you feeling okay? He asked, placing the back of his hand against my forehead. Talk to me, Harmony. What's going on? He was using my real name for a second time instead of calling me boss, like he used to. I can't do this anymore, I said, shaking my head and backing away. His forehead wrinkled, but he didn't follow as I put space between us. You can't do what? Whatever this is we've been doing between the two of us, I said, feeling bitter because of the hurt, which was only growing deeper and deeper. Is this because I brought you here? He asked, gesturing at the empty walls. I would have talked to you first if it had been something personal, but this was for work. I didn't think I needed to check with you. No, it's not because of today, I said, but on second thought, that wasn't entirely true. Shaking my head with frustration, my hands balled. You and I see life differently, Liam. We want different things. I've been ignoring that because I was caught up in the romance of it all, but we should have faced this right away before it got out of hand. He blew out a breath. Out of hand? You know this won't work just as much as I do, I said, thinking about that immediate spark I'd felt with him, remembering how we'd danced together at the ice rink, how my heart had beat in perfect time with his, and how we'd kissed, making me feel complete in a way I never had before, which sounded ridiculous but somehow was true. Our relationship had been a fantasy that would never go anywhere. We need to face the fact that this won't work. I don't believe that, he said, the muscle in his jaw twitching. Yeah, because he was just fine with seeing each other and never deepening it into anything lasting, whereas I believed in opening up my whole heart to that one special person forever. His main focus was on making money, just like I'd thought in the beginning, and him signing the papers with the real estate agent had proved my worst fears. I don't want what you want, Liam, I said firmly, throwing up my hands. He cleared his throat. Let's talk about this. There isn't anything to talk about, I said, taking a deep breath, trying to ease the pain radiating through my chest. This surprise confirmed this isn't what I want in a relationship. I need to move on. A wave of hurt flashed across Liam's face, breaking my heart, but I had to cling to what I wanted for my future. I wanted a marriage. I wanted the Christmas complex to be only in Christmas Mountain. Or, if Adam decided to do otherwise, then I deserved to know that, before Liam had signed for the building. In large part, Liam helped me to finally believe I was enough to have everything that I wanted in life. Now, I knew I was enough and deserved it. Sadly, this meant I needed to walk away from him. If I hadn't been so heartbroken, I would have found the irony laughable. He wanted to talk, but there was nothing more to say now. Where was the talking when he had researched real estate agents? Or when he had toured buildings large enough to hold a second Christmas complex, or routes scenic enough for an alternative Silver Bells luxury tours? Or when he decided to keep me out of all of it? You want to move on? He said, his voice thick with emotion. Thinking of the sound of Liam's pen scrawling across the real estate agent's clipboard, I nodded. Yes, it's already over. Liam flinched even though his gaze held mine, almost as if he were waiting for me to say something else. But I remained quiet. Neither of us spoke as we stood in the silent room. Everything had fallen apart so quickly. I felt stunned. I'll take you home, he said. I nodded. Thank you. He extended his hand toward me as if by instinct, before he lowered it stiffly, making an awkward apology. He couldn't have noticed, but I'd almost reached for his hand, the motion feeling natural and right. The backs of my eyes burned. I followed Liam out the door, and we walked in silence toward his truck. He glanced over and waited as I buckled my seatbelt. He adjusted the air vents, so the warm heat was directed at me. His thoughtfulness tore my heart to pieces. I have a quick errand to run down the street, he said, squeezing the steering wheel. Do you mind waiting for just a minute or two? It was actually why, well, never mind. A part of me wanted to know what he'd stopped himself from saying. But if I'd truly made the right decision in ending things, which my rational brain believed I had, then whatever he was going to elaborate on no longer mattered. I can wait, I said, the forced politeness between us seeming wrong. Thanks, he said, pulling away from the building and driving to the edge of town, stopping at a large brick building. The sign at the front of the drive was covered with plowed snow, and I didn't pay much attention to where we were once he had put the truck to idle. He mumbled that he'd be right back and hoisted up an armful of boxes from the back of the truck. Watching him walk away up the salted sidewalk hurt so badly. I was struggling not to cry. Watching him walk back to me was even worse because I knew it was the last time he'd be coming toward me. And I knew I'd never be able to forget it. Chapter 22. With my heart broken, sleep seemed to be a ridiculous notion of the past. I rolled over in bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and tried to think drowsy thoughts like counting sheep. 1, 2, 3. Behind the fourth sheep stood a handsome man with almond brown eyes, but they weren't twinkling. Instead, he flinched as if I'd hurt him. How had I become the bad guy? I'd been truly happy with Liam. He was thoughtful, kind, and we always had fun together. I could tell I made him happy too. It had been against all of my protective instincts, but I'd opened up to him and trusted him. So why had he betrayed me? Liam had said that signing the contract had been about work and wasn't something personal. In truth, I'd never liked when people used business as an excuse for alternate behavior. You wouldn't betray me in real life, but work was a loophole that makes secrecy all right? No, no, and no. Integrity didn't waffle in my book. Honesty wasn't negotiable depending on the situation. Good values should be 24/7. In every interaction we'd had, Liam had seemed like an honest person though, which was why this had shocked me so much. After tossing and turning longer, I realized the possibility of catching some Z's was futile. I dragged myself out of bed and decided to seek comfort in my friends, peppermint bark ice cream and gingerbread cookies from Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies. Yum. Momentarily mollified with a spoon in my mouth and with sugar stampeding through my system, I typed a message in the Mistletoe Book Club group chat. I don't want to go into the details on, a text chain, but Liam and I broke up. If you're wondering how I'm doing, I've been listening to Adele on repeat. Yeah, it's that bad. In the spirit of Christmas, I'm going to spare you my doom and gloom and skip the events in the town square tomorrow. You all have fun. I lay back on my couch, pulled up Spotify on my phone, and put Adele's Rolling in the Deep on repeat. The lyrics rang out to the pounding beat over and over, the visual of almond brown eyes circling my brain as the emptiness in my chest threatened to undo me. Bam bam bam, bam bam bam. I jolted awake to incessant banging at my door and saw daylight outside my window. Had I managed to fall asleep? Bleary-eyed, messy-haired, and shivering in my flannel pajamas, I trudged to the front door. After peeking through the view hole, I cracked the door open to find my book club friends huddled together. "Didn't you see my messages?" I asked, squinting one eye against the daylight. "We did indeed," Nina said, nodding. "That's why we're here, to take you to the festivities. Now get dressed, Harmony." "I'm not up for it this year," I said, that hole in my heart competing with the pounding in my head from lack of sleep. Or maybe Adele's song still echoed through my brain. "You're joining us anyway," Ruby said. "Do you not see the state I'm in?" I said, holding my hands out on either side of my head and pointing at what had to be tear-stained cheeks. "I'm not bringing you guys down." "We love you however you are," Macy said, grasping my hand and pulling it away from my face. "You're coming. But if you try to resist, we're prepared with several kidnapping techniques from going postal for him," Lacey said, looking strong and foreboding as she peered over my shoulder. "I see you finished off that package of gingerbread cookies Macy gave each of us for Christmas." I glanced back at the empty box on the coffee table, crumbs scattered all around it along with balled-up tissues. "They got me through the night." "Look, you can't live on gingerbread cookies," Giselle said, poking her head up from the back to give me a thumbs up. "We don't want to use going postal for him's tactics to get you to come with us, but we will if necessary." "I'm like a massive rain cloud right now," I said, thankful for their kindness, but my eyes were already starting to water again. "I don't want to literally rain on your parade." A couple of tears escaped down my cheeks, and that's all it took for the ladies of the Mistletoe Book Club to barge into my apartment. Someone put the kettle on. Another person dabbed at my wet cheeks with tissues while someone else combed my hair. Festive earrings were slipped onto my ears, and I heard the bells on them jingling as a hat was snuggled over my head. Before I had time for one last protest, they shuffled me out the door with a coat over my pajamas and a to-go cup of hot tea between my mittens. "If there's going to be rain at this parade, Nina said, looping her arm through mine and pulling me in close. Then we're all going to get wet together. You guys are the best, I said, feeling thankful for my friends. Their presence didn't help my aching heart or the fact that I already missed Liam so much, but being out and about did lift my spirits a little. We walked to the town square, and I filled them in on what happened. Everyone seemed surprised that Liam would go behind my back. They were equally shocked that Adam hadn't been up front with me. So out of character for him. Christmas music belted out from a live band in the gazebo at the square, and the sun sparkled on the snow that had been pushed off the walkways. Having my favorite ladies gathered around me felt more comforting than gingerbread cookies. I felt grateful for their friendships. There was something about them just being here that helped. A float from our friend Morgan's CM salon passed down Main Street, piled high with what looked like cotton pillow stuffing as makeshift soapsuds. I cheered along with the rest of the Mistletoe Book Club as she went by waving. Behind that float was a truck pulling a trailer with a wooden stage showcasing Ms. Fitzpatrick's holiday dancers. When I saw Amanda in the mix of young and old performers, her cheeks bright from excitement, I couldn't believe I'd almost missed being here. And just because I didn't think it was right to ruin the mood. Decked out in sparkly green tights and red velvet dresses cuffed with white fur, the dancers arranged themselves as they waited for their music to begin. Amanda caught my eye in the crowd and waved a little nervously. I gave her a thumbs up. The live band took a break as the floats came through, and Ms. Fitzpatrick's speakers started with an upbeat Christmas jingle. I couldn't take my eyes off Amanda as she danced. It was clear that she was a novice, but I found my eyes tearing up. I did warn the ladies, because of how happy she looked. She canned the wrong leg and spun into another dancer and shimmied past the final note of the song, and I felt so proud of her. When the dance concluded, the ladies of the Mistletoe Book Club cheered as Miss Fitzpatrick's troupe continued down the street. We cheered until men from Parker's Furniture came by on a flatbed truck displaying their handmade furniture. I turned to Ruby. I almost missed seeing Amanda shine by moping at home. Thanks for getting me out here. I know, it's awesome you came, she said, shouting over the crowd. You must be thrilled that they won't be getting divorced after all. What? I said, wondering what she was talking about. Your sister and her husband, Ruby said, pointing across the street as more floats drove by us in the parade. My gaze followed and I gasped. There, in the front row of the crowd, was my soon-to-be divorcee sister and her soon-to-be ex-hubby smooching like it was New Year's Eve. I rubbed my eyes and then pinched the skin of my outer wrist. Surely I was still asleep and this was all a dream. Hannah and Ben looked so happy. My heart warmed. I pulled out my phone and texted my sister. I just saw you and Ben in the town square. So glad things are going better for you both. Before I could see if my sister had opened my text, not that she should allow a text message to interrupt her smooch fest, Amanda came running over to us and collided into me with such a fierce hug that it knocked the air out of my lungs. Yeah, I was definitely awake. I did it, Amanda said, squealing in excitement. Did you see me? Guys, I did it. The book club ladies crowded around her to give hugs, congrats, and enthusiastic praise. When Amanda came back over to me, she laughed and held out her red velvet skirt. I can tell you're happy, I said, loving the elation in her expression. She nodded. I'm so happy. 'Tis the season to be jolly. I'm really proud of you, I said, knowing my friend had turned a bad situation into an opportunity. If she'd taken my advice, then she and her clients would have continued on much the same in life. But because she had been flexible and thought of other ways to approach her career, she'd learned, flourished, and had grown as a person. I'm sorry about Liam, she said, putting an arm around my shoulder. I know your texts last night, and the gals told me they were bringing you here. Is it hard seeing him? What do you mean? I said, and then my heart dropped to my stomach. Further down in the street, Adam, Faith, and Liam stood amongst the cheering crowd of adults, kids, and even dogs. Liam hadn't noticed me, though. He was busy watching the parade with his brother, cheering and waving just like they were. He looked happy, and I realized that even though things had ended between us, I was glad to see him out having fun. "Harmony?" Amanda said. "What's that?" I said, tugging my attention away from Liam. "Never mind," she said, squeezing my arm. As the crowd cheered and the music from the various floats played, my gaze trailed back to Liam. He brought his hands together, clapping at the parade, and that was when I noticed that the usual twinkle in his eyes wasn't there. Chapter 23. The night before Christmas Eve, I drove to the Silver Bells Luxury Tours, the Christmas Complex holiday office party at the company's stables, with my stomach in knots. Seeing Liam in the town square the other day had been hard. Would he be here at the party tonight? It seemed likely that Adam would invite his brother to such a special event. I waffled between not wanting to see Liam and hoping I would see him. I missed him. We hadn't talked since I'd broken things off. I'd picked up the phone dozens of times to call him, but could never go through with it. What would I say? These past few days made me realize I'd handled our breakup badly. Everything I'd said that awful day had been fueled by defensive emotions. Maybe I should have tried to talk things out. Maybe we could have come to some kind of agreement. So many maybes. He hadn't called me either, so he'd probably moved on already. The thought made my stomach roil. I hadn't seen him at work and couldn't help feeling like he was avoiding me, not that I could blame him. I'd been so shocked and hurt by the sudden franchise that I'd reacted too strongly. I wished I could go back in time to talk everything through rationally. Where was a time machine when I needed one? I parked my car in the parking lot at the stables and got out, noticing the decorations were in line with our chosen theme of Silver Bells Luxury, in honor of the business's name. I admired the burgundy velvet drapes hanging along the polished wood rafters, the colorful lights outlining the gabled roof, and the fresh garland adorning the individual stalls where our friendly horses and reindeer were sticking out their soft noses as if to participate in the festive evening. A temporary stage had been set up with a dance floor in front of it. The surrounding Christmas trees were decorated in silver tinsel, silver lights, and silver bells. We'd hired the same live band that had played in the town square during the float parade. Tonight, they each wore a silver tuxedo as they played all the best holiday tunes. The sleighs used for the tours to Santa's grotto were set out for partygoers to enjoy, and families had already climbed up and were sitting in them. Each bench came with plush blankets in case anyone got cold, although the strategically placed heaters kept the area warm and cozy. Hors d'oeuvres were being passed around on silver platters, and a big silver bowl of our new signature bubbly drink called Silver Punch, thanks to the silver tequila added to the fruity and bubbly concoction, was ready and waiting beside a dazzling tower of silver flutes. Tanya had come early to supervise the setup, and when I arrived in a silver beaded dress, I found everything as planned. No disasters for once, and no little fires to put out. Well, none except the disaster that was my life. At least my sister had confirmed that she and Ben were in a much better place. That had been very good news. But my love life and work life were a mess. It seemed impossible that Adam and I had sat down to brainstorm ideas for the party mere months earlier. Those conversations felt like a lifetime ago. Back then, I'd hoped I would eventually have a tiny piece of this business to call my own. Now, the sight of the decorated stables, the employees with their loved ones, and the party made my heart ache even as I waved to Tanya, who caught my eye while she was chatting with another employee. "Looks like you've done it again, Harmony," Adam said, coming up to me with 2 silver glasses of punch. He handed me a flute. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "Thank you, Adam," I said, taking the glass from him stiffly. He often complimented me on my work, but actions speak louder than words. Didn't a lack of promotion say what he truly thought of my efforts with his business? Even worse than turning down my request to become a partner, he'd avoided giving me an answer and had promoted Liam instead. The betrayal made it hard for me to pretend everything was fine. "What do you think of our holiday party?" he said, looking around. "Everyone seems happy," I said, following his gaze, but my vision blurred. I blinked rapidly, reining in my wounded feelings. "That they do," he said, raising his silver flute with a nod. "Here's to you and all your efforts throughout this year, and for putting this evening together." "To me," I said flatly, clinking my glass to his with a tink. Adam narrowed his eyes. "Is everything all right, Harmony? You don't seem like yourself." I turned to the boss I'd admired for years. I'd previously worked with Adam's dad, Larry Klein, at Silver Bells Luxury Tours before he passed away and left the business to his son, Adam. Once Adam made me the manager, this place had become more than a job. I'd poured my heart into this business, and it had become my second home. Years later, we inherited the building that now housed the Christmas complex, and this addition to the business had been my baby. Now, knowing I'd never be a partner, my entire view changed. This might not be the best time for this. I faced my boss squarely, shrugging off the urge to smile and hide my feelings in a fistful of bacon-wrapped dates like I'd been taught by my parents. Keeping everything pleasant was the Harris way, the right way, without directly addressing any conflict. But that hadn't been getting me anywhere. So I decided to stand up for myself and hold out for what I deserved. "I need to give my 2 weeks' notice." He took a step back. "You're giving notice? Why? Did you get another job?" "No, but it's time I looked for one," I said, putting a hand to my chest. "I'm stunned," he said, shaking his head a little. "I thought you were happy here." "I want to be honest with you, Adam," I said, motioning for him to follow me away from everyone. I found an area that was away from partygoers and more private. We stopped outside the door to our reindeer Rudy's stall. I sucked in a breath, looking my boss in the eye. I was happy here. I loved this business as if it were my own. I put my whole heart into it every day, especially since creating the Christmas complex. He nodded. "What's going on then?" "Okay, I'll tell you," I said, tossing back my punch and setting the flute on a nearby table. "I don't think it's right that you made Liam a partner instead of me. After my years of dedication, I deserve that position over him." His mouth twisted to the side. "Harmony? I understand that he's your stepbrother," I said, holding my palms up to keep him from having to explain the nepotistic promotion. "He's your family and I'm not. I get it. I'm happy he came to Christmas Mountain and that you two are mending your relationship." Adam opened his mouth. "Hang on," I said, holding up my index finger so I could finish. "Liam may be a smart business person, but I've proven myself to be an asset to this company as a partner. I know this company inside and out. I approached you about making me a partner, and you told me you needed time to think about it. I waited patiently, but you never gave me an answer." "Well, it's a big decision," he said, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. "I understand the magnitude of my request," I said, clasping my hands together in front of me. "But for you to go behind my back and make Liam a partner, and then franchise the business without even giving me a heads up, that was extremely disappointing." I'd wanted to use the word hurtful because that was how it felt, so very hurtful. I needed to keep things professional, though, since I respected Adam and had enjoyed my time working for him. Well, until he'd gone and made huge decisions about this company behind my back. He was the boss, but I'd added an entire branch to his business. If he wouldn't make me a partner, then I would start my own company, even if I had to create it from scratch. He appeared stunned by my resignation and blunt words. It was so unlike my past, keep things conflict-free behavior. But I felt proud for being honest with Adam, even though my stomach was in knots and my hands were shaking a little. Adam seemed unnerved too. In fact, his silver flute tipped to the point of spilling until I gestured at it. He righted his drink and stared at me as I lifted my chin, my heart pounding. "Harmony," Adam said, looking me straight in the eye. "I didn't make Liam a partner." Rudy, our sweet reindeer, took that moment to stick his head out of the stall and block my view of Adam. Rudy grunted, and I couldn't help feeling like he was taking Adam's side, which was ridiculous because my boss wasn't even making sense. I peered around Rudy's head. "You don't have to pretend in front of me, Adam. I know about the new franchise." His eyes widened. "What new franchise?" "The secret is out," I said, since he seemed determined to keep the new franchise confidential from his manager. Liam drove me to the new building and showed it to me. The real estate agent handed him the paperwork and he finished signing right in front of me, which I have to say I found in bad taste. A look of understanding crossed his face. "He took you to Alpine Ridge," he said, naming the nearby town. "Aha, that's right," I said, throwing up a hand. "I know, Adam. And this may be overstepping, but if you think anyone besides me can recreate the Christmas complex in a unique and special way for another town, then you're going to be in for a rude awakening." Okay, that might have been a bit too in your face, and my parents would definitely not approve. "I'm sorry, but it's true," I said because he was giving me a really odd look. Rudy snorted, clearly feeling my pain. "I see where you're coming from now," Adam said, sounding like he'd solved a puzzle. "You do?" I said, feeling like I'd been clear the whole time. He squinted at me. "You saw Liam signing papers for the building he purchased." "For the building he bought with you for the franchise," I said, starting to wonder about the strange look my boss was still giving me. A chill ran down my spine as his earlier words replayed in my head. "Wait a minute, did you say that you didn't make Liam a partner?" Rudy made a throaty, grunting noise and then bobbed his head, as if he understood something important had just happened. "Of course, I didn't make Liam a partner," Adam said, his face appearing and disappearing between Rudy's head bobs until the reindeer finally stood still. "You probably need to talk to Liam about what you saw, but I can tell you that that building wasn't a franchise for my business." Cold darts spread across my chest. "It wasn't?" "Talk to Liam," he said, giving me a meaningful look. "Okay, I'll do that," I said, putting a hand to my forehead as my head started to spin. There was no franchise. Liam was not a partner. If so, then what was going on with the building in Alpine Ridge? "Is Liam here tonight?" I asked, my voice shaky. "He's in the repair shop," Adam said, his facial muscles relaxing. "Thanks for clarifying everything," I said, feeling very awkward. My boss wasn't looking at me strangely anymore, but the meaning behind his stare was impossible to decipher. "I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, Adam. I owe you an apology." "Accepted, Harmony," he said, raking his hand through his hair. "I'm actually glad this conversation happened." My face heated. He was glad I'd accused him of betraying me when he'd done nothing but consider my proposal like a respectful boss would? I braced myself for what he might say next. Maybe he would ask me to rescind my resignation so he could fire me. Rudy grunted and Adam glanced at him. "All right, buddy." "I know." I glanced at Rudy. The thought of not working with this spunky reindeer anymore broke my heart. This was such a nightmare. "I have something to confess," Adam said, glancing at his feet and then meeting my eye. I gulped. "Whatever you want to say, I can take it." "First of all, you were wrong about something," he said, coming around to the other side of Rudy and stopping in front of me. "You told me you've given your heart to this business. I understand that because this business is my heart." I wanted to facepalm myself right in front of him. "I know I was wrong and I don't want to quit," I said, understanding that I was going to have some major sucking up to do if I wanted my job back, which I totally did. Give me a job cleaning the reindeer stalls. I can work my way up again. You're right that I was wrong to think you'd promote Liam and franchise this business behind my back. That's not what you were wrong about, he said with a deadpan face. Oh, I said, taking a deep breath and realizing the list was probably long on what I'd done wrong. Maybe I should clean out my desk and... You're wrong about what you said because you are like family to me, Harmony, he said, giving me a hopeful look. You're more than just an employee. This business is personal for me. I'm glad it is for you as well. You're one of Faith's best friends. I considered you a close friend as well. I hope you can forgive me. My eyes watered. Forgive you for what? You approached me a month ago about making you a partner, he said, blowing out a breath and wringing his hands. I should have given you an answer by now. Rudy grunted, as if he were disappointed in Adam. You may not know this, but I had a complicated relationship with my dad, Adam said, glancing at Rudy and then back to me. My dad and I were estranged for a long time while I lived with my mom in New York. When I found out he'd built Silver Bells luxury tours here in Christmas Mountain based on my childhood vision, I felt a bond with him I hadn't felt when he was alive. I'm so sorry, I said, remembering the times Larry had spoken of the rift between them from the divorce and how Adam had chosen to live with his mom. I can understand how complicated that makes this business. Add in the awkward relationship I've had with my stepbrother, who came here wanting to franchise the business, and I hope you can understand why I've had a hard time deciding the right path to take, he said, lifting his gaze to mine. I'm not telling you all of this as a boss, but as a friend. I'm sorry it took me so long to make a decision. The corners of my mouth turned downward. I appreciate you opening up to me. It's obviously an emotional decision for you. I'm sorry I pushed so hard tonight. I'm not sorry at all, he said, letting out a small laugh. Your resignation made me suddenly see everything clearly from a business perspective. My eyebrows came together. It did? 100%, he said, standing straighter. If my hesitation hasn't ruined things beyond repair, then the answer is yes, Harmony. I'd be honored to have you as a partner in this special business my dad left me, and that you helped build bigger and better. We could work out a partnership contract in whatever way works for you if you'll come back. You don't want to fire me? I blurted. He shook his head. The answer became obvious the moment you said you were quitting. You're an essential part of this business. I couldn't imagine running it without you. The backs of my eyes burned. This is a big decision. Are you sure? Rudy grunted again, as if warning me to take the offer already. I'm sure, he said, his voice firm. As far as franchising the business, I've deliberated. There are pros and cons to franchising and in choosing not to franchise. If you'll be my partner, the decision will be made together either way. Unanimous or not at all. What do you say? Christmas music played in the background as tingles spread across my chest. Adam wanted me to be a partner? There's nothing for me to consider, I said, joyous laughter from the party ringing through my ears as I held out my hand. You've got yourself a partner. A smile spread across his face and he shook my hand. We'll work out the details on Monday? After Christmas? I squeezed his hand to seal the deal. That works for me. I'm relieved to hear it, Harmony, he said, looking visibly relaxed. Rudy bobbed his head and we both laughed. We chatted a little while longer about Adam's dad, our vision for this business, and what it meant to us. When Adam finally went back to the party, I strode in the opposite direction. Now that I'd become a partner, there was only one person I wanted to share the good news with, but I'd pushed him away. Just like with my career, though, I needed to go after what I wanted with the person I loved. So I hurried to the repair room, knowing I had to speak from my heart and hoping he'd be willing to listen. Chapter 24. The Silver Bells Luxury Tours repair shop was an addition at the back of the stables where the sleighs went for new blades, a fresh coat of varnish, or any other fixing they may need from time to time after touring through the mountains. I wasn't sure what Liam would be doing out here right now, but Adam said this was where I'd find him. As I approached the repair shop, I thought about how Adam had told me Liam didn't buy that building to franchise. But why else would he have bought it? Liam obviously didn't tell his brother about the children's mural he was planning, which was clearly for the Christmas complex. He probably just hadn't approached Adam about it yet. Maybe he had wanted to show me the building first. The thought made my heart squeeze and guilt seeped through me. Alpine Ridge was an up-and-coming family community that didn't have charming downtown shops like Christmas Mountain yet. The town had a lot of kids, so that building would be perfect to franchise the Christmas complex, with its open space and square footage. The franchise would also help improve the town. Since Adam said we'd decide on franchising unanimously or not at all, knowing I'd be the one to crush Liam's goal and make him lose his investment made me feel terrible. Liam had always supported me, and I went and broke up with him because I thought he'd been going behind my back. But he hadn't been. He'd been upfront and honest to show me his idea first. He was the sweetest and most thoughtful person I'd ever met, and I loved him. My heart ached and I wanted him to give me another chance. I knew what I had to do. So I pushed the door open to the repair shop and found the entire place dark inside except for a strand of track lights that shined down onto a single sleigh where Liam sat on the bench. My heart rate kicked up at seeing him. He looked handsome in a dark suit with a silver tie, and he turned my way when the door shut behind me with a clank. "Is someone there?" he said, his eyebrows coming together. "Yeah, hi," I said, waving lamely before realizing he probably couldn't see me in the dark. "That you, boss?" he said, a lilt to his voice. "Yes," I said, my heart tugging at the nickname. "What are you doing here?" he said, his tone neutral as he moved away from whatever he'd been doing on the bench and started coming down from the sleigh. "Adam said I'd find you in the repair room," I said, gulping since he didn't exactly sound happy to see me. My nerves were raw, but I walked toward him anyway. I wanted to talk to you, so I asked Adam if he knew where you were, and he told me you were in the repair room, so I walked over here and came in the door. Now I'm here and you're here also." Oh man, I was babbling. This was not going the way I'd hoped. "Don't they need you at the party?" he said, making me wonder if his question was a hint that he wanted me to leave. I hesitated. "Tanya has it covered." "Oh good," he said, jumping fully off the sleigh and turning in my direction. "Yeah, that's good," I said, the clicking of my heels against the concrete floor echoing throughout the large space, which was quiet except for the muted sound of the band outside playing "All I Want for Christmas Is You" and taunting me with the words. I stopped beside the sleigh and gulped in a bracing breath. "Sorry if I'm interrupting you." "It's fine," he said, keeping his unreadable gaze on mine. "You good?" "No." "Yes." His lips thinned. "You came to talk about something?" "I did," I said, wondering what he was doing out here. He hadn't worked since he'd arrived, and it's possible Adam had given him a job fixing sleighs. "Are you working on that sleigh?" "No," he said, but didn't elaborate further. I shuddered, goosebumps pricking along my arms. This was going to be harder than I thought. "You cold?" he said. I shrugged. "A little." "Here," he said, taking off his suit coat. "Take this." "Thank you," I said as he wrapped the coat around me, his hands brushing against my shoulders, sending electric tingles wafting up my neck. "Oh my. That's sweet of you." "No problem," he said, peering down at me, his eyes searching mine. I opened my mouth, trying to find the right words to tell him that I'd been wrong to end things between us, and that I'd franchise the Christmas complex, if that would make him happy. But the words seemed stuck in my throat, and my gaze landed on an open box on the sleigh. "What were you doing on the bench?" I said, turning back to him. He gave me a side glance. "What's going on, Harmony?" "Are those cookies?" I blurted. "They are," he said, looking a little sheepish. My eyebrows lifted. Did you bake those? He shook his head. Bought them from a bakery. I glanced at the box again, recognizing the label. Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies? He nodded. That's the place. My eyebrows rose. But they aren't decorated. No. He closed the box of plain-looking, tree-shaped sugar cookies. Oh, I said, my cheeks heating as I waved my hands. Sorry, that's none of my business. Liam sighed. Harmony? I'm sorry for how I behaved the other day, I blurted, before taking a deep breath. I should never have ended things with you so abruptly. I miss you. His expression flickered. You do? Completely, I said, wondering if he could hear the pounding of my heart. I'd never been this nervous in my life. I've been miserable without you, Liam. You have? He said, seeming more than a little surprised at my confession. Yes. I nodded, lacing my fingers together in prayer position. I'm sorry for thinking that Adam made you a partner instead of me, and I'm also sorry for believing that you'd franchise the Christmas complex behind my back in Alpine Ridge. He made a choking sound. You thought that? I wanted to roll my eyes at myself. Adam said it's not true. No, of course not. It had really seemed like you had. I shook my head as my voice trailed off, knowing I should have asked questions instead of assuming the worst. Sure, I had the idea of franchising, Liam said, a line forming between his eyebrows. But I never wanted to become Adam's partner. Besides, he was only considering you, and rightly so. He made me a partner tonight, I said, my voice flat. Congratulations, he said, the corners of his mouth lifting a little as if he were genuinely happy for me, even after I'd hurt him. I know that's what you've wanted. Thank you, I said, shaking my head as my throat tightened. Even with my dream job, my heart felt empty without him. I needed to show Liam that his dreams were just as important to me as mine. As a partner, the first thing I'm going to do Monday morning is have a meeting with Adam to tell him that I support franchising the Christmas complex. His eyes widened. Really? When did you change your mind? Well, I didn't, I said, the backs of my eyes burning. But it's your dream, and if it means that much to you, then that's what we're going to do. I've made so many mistakes with you, Liam. I should have listened better and supported you. I really hope you can forgive me. But even if you can't, I'm not going to let your investment go to waste after you purchase that building for the first franchise of the Christmas complex. Liam looked shocked. Is that why you think I bought the building? Of course. I pressed my lips together. You told me you're creating a children's mural in that space and painting each brick a different color. Why else would you buy that building and make it so child-friendly? He dipped his head. To start a pediatrician practice there. All of the blood drained out of my face. Why, you're doing what? I'm opening a medical office in Alpine Ridge, he said. My jaw dropped open. You are? Why? For work, so I can stay here permanently, he said, giving me a serious look. You're staying permanently, I repeated, my brain processing that the children's mural was for his pediatric office and not for a franchise. I shook my head, tears blurring my vision. I thought you were done practicing medicine. What changed your mind? You did, Harmony. He blew out a long breath. When I came to Christmas Mountain, I thought medicine was behind me. But after I tended to your ankle when you fell, it started me thinking long and hard about what made me want to go into medicine in the first place. Eventually, I knew the right thing for me was to get back to it. Why wouldn't you go back to your practice in New York? Honestly, because you're not there, he said, finally giving me hope that he still had feelings for me. He paused a long moment and then said, "It hurt when you ended things." And just like that, my heart dropped to my stomach. I'm sorry, I said, my throat tightening. I just felt betrayed. He shook his head. I'd never betray you. I should have known you wouldn't, I said, since he'd never done anything to break my trust. But that wasn't the only reason I gave up on us. He nodded. You said we want different things. I sucked in a breath, knowing I needed to lay it all on the line. I placed a hand to my chest. I can see a future with you, Liam. But it hurts knowing you don't want that too. He grimaced, a mix of emotions crossing his handsome features. Marriage wasn't something I could ever see working out. I get that you've been hurt in the past, I said, gathering all the strength from inside me to put my heart out there fully. I've been hurt too. But I'm not going to give up on the life I want just because it's hard. I don't think you should either. You're a strong person, Harmony. It's one of the things I admire most about you, he said, raking his hand through his hair, the movement causing something to fall from his pocket. A white tube bounced along the floor before coming to a stop at my feet. We bent down to retrieve it at the same time, but I gathered it in my hand first and straightened. My eyebrows came together as I read the words on this tube. What the? I lifted my lashes. Why do you have green cake icing in your suit pocket? And why do you have plain Christmas cookies? What were you doing on that sleigh, Liam? Trying to win you back, he said quietly, looking open and vulnerable. My heart rate kicked up and my vision blurred. Really? The corner of his mouth lifted as he took the tube from me. Do you remember telling me about how you decorated Christmas cookies with your family and that you always wanted the cookies to have the perfect amount of icing? I let out a small laugh as a single tear slipped down my cheek. I was always afraid of using too much or too little. Exactly, he said, brushing away the tear with his thumb before leading me up onto the sleigh. We sat side by side on the bench. I brought the cookies here to decorate them with you and show you that the icing doesn't need to be perfect. Life doesn't need to be perfect. Are you sure? I said, blinking rapidly with relief, knowing he wanted me back. I'm all about making lists, underlining, highlighting, triple-checking, you name it. He chuckled. Things didn't go perfectly with us, and you're still here, aren't you? Yes, I said, my voice a whisper. I'm still here. Me too, he said, gazing into my eyes. You surprised me by coming to find me tonight. I had set things up on the sleigh in here so I could be the one to apologize to you. I swallowed. Really? He nodded. Something happened to me the moment I first saw you sitting at your desk, looking deep in thought as if the world depended on that piece of paper you had in front of you. It was the blank plaque form that needed to be filled out with my job title, I said, remembering back to that day. I couldn't bring myself to fill in manager when I'd wanted so badly to see the word partner on that plaque. I could tell by your concentration that you were all in with that form, he said, lifting my hand and wrapping his fingers around mine. The passion in your expression lit me up inside. I remember your smile, I said, taking my other hand and brushing my fingers along his cheek. The way your eyes twinkled. There's something I need to confess, he said, squeezing my hand. I'd been used to saying I didn't believe in marriage so much that I kept saying it even when it was no longer true. I bit my bottom lip. You don't believe that anymore. I don't, he said, picking up a smaller rectangular box that was next to the cookies and then lifting his gaze to mine again. A flicker of emotions crossed his face. I'm sorry I made you feel like I wasn't all in with you, because I am. When you unlocked the escape room, you unlocked my heart, which had been closed for a long time. I didn't think it would ever open again. I know how that feels, I said, my throat tightening at all the remembered hurts and disappointments and the urge to give up on love. It had taken all my effort to keep moving forward with hope, but somehow I had found the strength, which led me here. This is for you, he said, holding up the little rectangular box. I blinked. What's this for? A gesture, he said, handing me the box. Open it. I removed the top to find a navy blue velvet box inside. When I opened it, I saw a delicate gold chain that had a key charm with an intricate antique design. "It's beautiful," I said. "You have the key to my heart, boss," he said, lifting my chin, those beautiful brown eyes looking deeply into mine. "I love you." I smiled up at him through fresh tears. "I love you too." We gazed at each other for a few moments, needing to take everything in as my chest threatened to explode with joy. And then I kissed him. He cupped my cheek and his mouth melted with mine, the feel of his lips feeling so right that I exhaled softly. I felt his mouth curl into a smile. When we finally pulled back, he was beaming at me. "Will you put the necklace on me?" I asked. "Of course," he said as I lifted my blonde curls so he could clasp the gold chain around my neck. "There, it looks perfect." I shook my head, laughing. I thought things didn't have to be perfect. "Maybe sometimes they just are, though," he said, inclining his ear toward the wall where the band was still playing outside. He broke out into a wide grin. "Like now. They're playing our song. Do you hear it?" I paused and listened, hearing the faint lyrics to Silver Bells. "I do." "Would you like to dance?" he said. Then I yelped in surprised delight as Liam swept me up into his arms, holding me tight as he hopped down from the sleigh, and we swayed to the music. "This night really is perfect," I said, smiling up at him. "It is, boss," he said, his eyes twinkling as he looked down at me. "It really is." I sighed, folding against him as we danced. "You know what?" he said, his mouth near my ear, causing tingles to skitter along my skin. "The Christmas complex is what brought me here. You sharing your vision in that business is what inspired me to take a second chance reuniting with my brother. It also led me to you." "I'm glad it did," I said, pulling back to look at him. He gave me a wink. "With this in mind, imagine what would happen if you shared your dreams with the world." I laughed. "You never give up on franchising, do you?" "It's a good idea," he said with a shrug. "But I'll be busy setting up my practice. The choice is yours." "We'll see what the future holds," I said breathlessly, feeling giddy with love. "All I know is that I'm happy right now." My cell phone shrilled from my silver sequin clutch and interrupted our dance. I pulled back with a frown. It could be a problem with the party. "Go ahead, boss," he said, that nickname making me smile again. I pressed my cell phone to my ear. "Hello? Harmony, is that you?" Liz said, the sound of her enthusiastic voice making my heart stop. "Yes, I am here." "You sounded funny for a second," she said, and I could picture her bubbly face and wild gestures. "But anyway, not to worry. I have great news." "Oh," I said, holding the phone away from my ear as Liam looked down at me. I held onto his steady gaze and braced myself. "We have a buyer for the house. It's a full-price offer. It's the best Christmas present ever. Aren't you just thrilled?" Liam squeezed me tighter and pressed a comforting kiss to my forehead. Closing my eyes, I told Liz that I was happy and that I'd be available to sign all the papers tomorrow morning. After hanging up, I felt Liam's gaze on me as I dropped the phone back into my clutch. "We don't have to dance if you don't want to," he said softly. "Is there anything I can do?" I was sad about the house. There was no denying it was hard to let go of my childhood home. But after all I'd learned, I was willing to see this as an opportunity. I'd squandered too many of those because I'd held on so tightly to what I believed was the way things were supposed to go. And I'd almost lost the greatest opportunity of all, the one who had me in his arms. "You can dance with me," I said, smiling up at the man I loved. And Liz was wrong. "You're the best Christmas gift of all." "I love you, Liam." "I love you too, boss," he said before pressing his lips to mine in the softest, sweetest kiss I'd ever known. Chapter 25. The next morning on Christmas Eve, I drove to my childhood home for the last time and felt jolted by the big red "Sold" pasted over the for sale sign out front. Yes, I knew it was coming, but losing the house was still painful. My family home had been filled with so many happy memories. I would really miss it. As I pulled into the driveway, I noticed a snow-covered car already parked there. Must belong to the buyers. My stomach twisted until I realized it was just Hannah's car. I didn't know Liz had called her to sign papers as well. It was actually comforting that I wouldn't have to sign my beloved home away all by myself. I stepped out of the car and started toward the front door as snowflakes fell all around. When the door burst open, my gaze shot up and I saw my sister running toward me. "Hannah?" I blinked, my eyes bulging as she galloped toward me without a coat and in her bare feet. "Have you lost your mind? It's literally snowing right now." "You're finally here," she said, throwing her arms around me and pulling me into a bear hug. While still attached to me, she let me tug her toward the door a few steps before she grabbed hold of my elbows and stopped me. "You'll never believe what happened. Ben and I fought." "Oh no," I said, my lower lip jutting out. The forecast had been for a white Christmas, but it wasn't shaping up to be a merry one for my sister. Perhaps that kiss between them I'd seen in the square had been a goodbye kiss. Poor Hannah. Poor, barefoot in the freezing cold Hannah. I tried to pull my sister toward the door so she could warm up. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be sorry," Hannah said, shaking her head. "Be happy for me. We finally fought after all these years. It was wonderful." What am I missing?" I stared at my sister. I'd been so taken aback by her bare feet that I'd misjudged her emotions. She wasn't upset at all. She looked joyful. As if all her actions weren't confusing enough, Ben appeared in the open doorway of the house. "Why is Ben here?" "Come in, Harmony," he called from beside the open door. "I just pulled cinnamon rolls from the oven. You'll want one. Or two, or as many as you can eat. Cinnamon rolls are my favorite. Ben made them knowing it would make me happy," Hannah said, jumping up and down. "I'm so excited to eat them." "Let's get inside before you get frostbite," I said, wondering why she was flipping her lid over an argument and a pastry, although the cinnamon buns were homemade. Inside, Ben led us to the kitchen and then put Hannah's feet into her slippers before straightening to kiss her. I was so confused by her excitement over fighting that I didn't know how to react. Probably safer to focus on the cinnamon rolls. "The rolls smell delicious," I said, my mouth watering a little. "But the new owners are going to be here soon. Liz said they waived the inspection and are taking possession right away in order to celebrate Christmas in their new home. We have a lot of work to do moving things. I don't think they'll be too happy with us messing up their kitchen, either." Ben looked at Hannah, and they exchanged mischievous grins. "Actually," Hannah said, taking Ben's hand in hers, "I think the new owners will be all right with a dirty kitchen. Don't you think so, baby?" He grinned. "I think they'll love it, especially the wife." "Something weird is going on here," I said, looking over my shoulder and spotting moving boxes stacked in the living room. "Did the new owners come by already? Did they drop off their belongings? Where's their car? Where's Liz, for that matter?" "Liz already came and left," Hannah said, a huge grin spreading across her face. "You know Liz, always on the run. Though she did say to give her best Christmas wishes to you. But I need to sign the papers." I blinked once, twice, 3 times, finally putting the pieces together. "Wait, did you sign the papers for Mom and Dad?" Hannah shook her head and bit her lip. "They signed online, but I made them promise not to say anything since I wanted to tell you the news in person. They also sent us plane tickets to come visit them in January for a vacation." "A vacation to Puerto Vallarta?" I said, wondering if I even owned a swimsuit that would fit me. Probably not after eating those cinnamon rolls. Although it would be totally worth it to have to order a larger size. They really smelled delicious. "Okay, I'm pretty sure I can get a week off for a vacation in Mexico now that I'm a partner. But when do the new owners sign?" And when did they drop off their boxes? Hannah turned to Ben, and when he winked at her in response, my sister lipped in my direction. Ben bought the house for me. We signed the papers this morning. This house is ours. Can you believe it? Liz is going to put our old house on the market after the new year. Are you serious? I said, shock rolling through me as I let Hannah dance me around the kitchen. But I felt dizzy as my mind flooded with questions. Wait, you need to start over, I said, bringing her to a stop even as the room kept spinning. I thought you two were in danger of a divorce. Hannah laughed. Didn't you hear me outside? I told you we fought, Harmony. Ben slipped his arm around my sister's shoulder. We sure did, honey. I tucked my chin. And this is a good thing? Turns out that the never fight method may be good for Mom and Dad, but it was horrible for us, she said, leaning into her husband and gazing up at him with love-struck eyes before she turned back to me. After you and Liam argued so much about whether or not to franchise, I thought about how freeing it would be to let all of my frustrations out like you were doing. Eventually, I dragged Ben into the bedroom and told him everything he did that bothered me. You fought because of me? I said, blinking rapidly. Yep, I was inspired, she said. This was a breakthrough for us, Harmony, Ben said, gesturing with his hand. There were all these misunderstandings between us. It caused resentment to build up because we never talked about what was upsetting us. We were afraid if we fought then, that would be the end. It turned out that stuffing things down was what had been tearing us apart. Like how I was falling behind in some chores because I was working extra hours in order to save for a bigger house for us. Hannah nodded. He'd mentioned saving for a house, but then I'd pushed it to the back of my mind. Sure, I knew we needed a change as the kids got older. But I was afraid to tell Ben I didn't want to move away from a home we loved. Thanks to you, I finally told him. Through fighting, Ben said, picking up where Hannah left off, we came to see that there was a perfect solution. Buy the bigger house that Hannah always loved. They both threw their hands out to indicate this house. You bought our childhood home, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. I can't believe you two bought this house. This is a wonderful surprise. Can this Christmas get any more perfect? Yes, it can, Hannah said, holding her arms wide. We're hosting Christmas dinner tomorrow night right here where it's always been, and you're coming. Ben has already prepped Mom and Dad on how to join us on a video call. They're having tacos for Christmas dinner, apparently, so I thought maybe we could too, so it's like we're all together. I laughed. We could make margaritas instead of mulled wine. Exactly. Hannah said, clasping her hands together. I wasn't kidding about those cinnamon rolls, Ben said, thumbing toward the oven. You two should dig in before they get cold. But when I started to take off my boots, Hannah stopped me and smiled. No, wait, you should invite our wonderful neighbor to Christmas dinner first. I'm sure you'll want him to be here. We'd love to get to know him better. He also came by and dropped this off. Hannah handed me a red envelope before moving over to her husband, who began taking cinnamon rolls off the tray. I looked down at the envelope in my hand, which had personalized cursive handwriting on the front. Wondering why Liam had dropped this off, I opened it to find a thank you note from a children's home in Alpine Ridge. The return address seemed familiar, and then it clicked. That had been the stop Liam had made that day. I scanned the letter and then found an enclosed picture of a group of kids holding round wooden Christmas wreaths with handprints all over them. These must have been made in the Kringle craft room on that day the paint had spilled. The final line of the note warmed my heart. The children have these wonderful gifts thanks to your generosity, Ms. Harris. Thank you and Merry Christmas. The wreaths were what had been in the box that Liam had taken inside that building before we left town that fateful day. He'd been dropping off handmade donations from the Christmas complex, and he had done it in my honor. Liam's kindness never ceased to amaze me. I hurried next door and knocked, unable to believe the sweet gesture he'd made for the kids at that children's home. I only had to wait a few moments for Liam to open the door. Before he could say anything, I threw my arms around him. "Merry Christmas Eve to you too," he said, lifting me up and twirling me around in a circle before setting me down. "What are you doing here?" I held up the red envelope. "This thank you card should be addressed to you, not me." He took the card from me, read it, and then handed it back. "The Christmas complex is your doing. You deserve all the thanks." I put a hand on his arm. "But the hand-painted windows and wreaths were your idea." "I'll concede that we both played a part," he said, slipping his hands around my waist. "Sounds like we make a good team." "The best," I said, lifting up on my tippy toes and pressing my mouth to his. The kiss was warm and sweet, contrasting the cold snowflakes falling on my cheeks. I pulled back with a contented sigh. "Do you have any plans for Christmas dinner?" "No." "You do now," I said, snuggling close to him. "We're going to spend our first Christmas together. That all right with you?" "There's no place I'd rather be, boss," he said, his brown eyes twinkling, and he pressed his mouth to mine in a long, lingering kiss that melted my heart. Despite the name of our business, Christmas was ironically the quietest day of the year for the Christmas complex. We were closed, of course, and everyone had the day off. From our creative team to our cleaning staff, this was a special day to be spent with family and friends, relaxing after a lot of really hard work over the holiday season. I'd intended not to work, but I'd hardly slept last night since all these ideas kept swirling around my brain about how to franchise the business. Instead of visions of sugar plums dancing in my head like they should be, it had been visions of what I'd do to that space Liam showed me, and ideas for a painted holiday mural. Although that space had seemed good for the spin-off franchise, a larger space would be even better. Surely there was another place available that would work. I'd have to check with Liam's real estate agent. I jotted notes in the middle of the night, using a black pen and several highlighters that I always kept in my nightstand, just in case, about a candy cane slide and gumdrop chairs that I knew kids would love. My dream and ideas made me realize that franchising could bring joy to neighboring towns if we did it right. Waking up with these ideas this morning felt as inspiring as when I used to wake up on Christmas morning as a kid, excited to find out what Santa had left for me. But this Christmas morning, it was my office I wanted to sneak into before everyone woke up, not the living room to find presents beneath the tree. At this early hour, there wasn't a single soul on Main Street, which looked picturesque with a fresh blanket of snow in the growing dawnlight. Outside our building, I glanced up surprised to spot a light in my office. Had I left my desk lamp on before heading to the Silver Bells Company party the other night? It seemed the only answer, but I felt certain I'd turned the lights off. I was pretty sure I'd double and triple check them, actually. After unlocking the front door, I considered calling the police in case there was an intruder. But this was our safe small town, and it would have been silly to bother the authorities at 7 a.m. on Christmas just for them to discover I'd left the light on after all. So, instead, I grabbed a roll of wrapping paper lying on one of the tables and held it like a baseball bat for a weapon. Because that wasn't silly at all. Shrug. I hurried up the stairs, being quiet as a mouse, and then shrieked when I saw a man in a beanie hat outside my office door. I swung my snowman-covered paper bat back in preparation for a swing before deciding it would be better to run. Just then, the man turned around and faced me with his twinkling brown eyes. "Liam," I said, lowering my arm as my heart raced. "You scared me. What are you doing here?" "Harmony," he said, his eyebrows shooting upward as he moved to block my office door. "You're not supposed to be here." Laughing, I used my roll of wrapping paper to point over his shoulder. "That's my office, and it's Christmas. You are the one who isn't supposed to be here. What are you up to?" I tried to move past him, but he quickly spun me around with a hand on my shoulder and began marching me toward the stairs. "I love you, boss," he said. "But you have to go." "Go?" I said, laughing again. "Liam, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You can't work on Christmas. You invited me over for dinner. Shouldn't you be basting something right about now? We're having tacos, I said, holding up my palms. It's a long story. Don't ask. But Hannah and Ben are doing the cooking. I'm bringing the dessert. I guess I'll be bringing the guacamole. Liam steered me into the escape room and sat me down in one of the chairs by the fake fireplace. He leaned over me with a hand on each armrest. I can't believe you're here right now. Just wait a minute and then I'll make you pancakes at my place, all right? No way, I said, shaking my head, curiosity getting the best of me. This is my business, and I demand to know what in the world you are. He stopped me mid-sentence with a kiss, the warmth of his mouth melting me all the way down to my toes. Yeah, that was a good way to get me quiet. Trust me, okay, he said. With a happy sigh, I nodded. I trust you. Merry Christmas, by the way, he said, tucking one of my blonde curls behind my ear. Merry Christmas, Liam, I said, smiling up at him. He stood, making a motion to leave, but then he paused, staring at the door with a look of despair. I covered my mouth to hide a growing smile. Liam, my love, I said sweetly. He continued to stare over my head. Yes, dear. Did you remember to put the snow globe against the door to keep it from closing? I said, my tone teasing. You know, so we don't get locked inside the escape room? He glanced at me, all sheepish and apologetic. I've brought us back to our beginning. Not quite the beginning, I said, smiling. I know a lot more now than I did back then. Like that I'm not a slick businessman from the big city who is out to ruin small-town businesses, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. Very funny, I said, standing up as he started searching the room for clues. He looked so cute, shaking presents. But yes, I learned that, and other things. He scanned through the naughty and nice list, which had held a clue before. But then he rolled the scroll back up, clearly disappointed when it didn't provide any answers this time. Back then, you didn't know how important you were to Adam and his business. I nodded. But a special person helped me learn that I'm enough. He smiled and then began tugging on the various stockings hanging from the mantel to no avail. Finally, he came over to me and wrapped his arms around my waist. Do you mean, he said, brushing his fingers across my cheek, that you can see now how you're not just enough, but more than enough? To the Christmas complex. To your family. To your friends. To all those who love you. That too, I said, tilting my head up to accept his affectionate kiss as he held me tightly in his arms, making me feel safe and secure. But what I actually mean is this time I know the code. Oh, he said, letting out a laugh. Well, that is definitely different than last time. What are you waiting for, boss? I'm waiting to find out what you're doing here in the wee hours of Christmas morning, I said, squinting at him. You give me a clue about what you were doing upstairs outside my office, and then I'll give you a clue about how to get out of here. Deal? No way, he said, shaking his head. Not going to happen. I set some music to play and resumed my seat in the chair. All right, have it your way. Liam grinned and then continued searching for several minutes before coming to kneel in front of me. Procrastination, he said. Procrastination? That's your clue. Now tell me the code. Excitement prickled down my spine. Procrastination, what did that mean? I told you I'd give you a clue, not the code, I said, wagging my finger at him. Your clue is city sidewalks. His mouth twisted to the side, and he backed away with a mischievous look, before he went to look out the windows and seemed to realize they were fake. He rummaged around the windowsills as I considered his clue. Boxes, he called out. Now let me have another clue. What kind of a clue was boxes? Ring, I said. If he was going to give me vague clues, then I'd give vague clues right back in return. He looked around longer, raked a hand through his hair, and then turned to me. Monotype cursiva, he said. Monotype core. I stood up from my chair, heart pounding as Liam searched around, but eventually he stopped when he realized I didn't give him a clue. He grinned. Do you maybe want to get out of here? He asked. Soon it will be Christmas Day, I said in a whisper. His eyes drifted over to the tree. Hanging deep inside its shimmering boughs was a single silver bell ornament. He sauntered over and pulled it off, discovering it was connected to thin silver thread that weaved down the tree, under the rug in front of the fireplace, and over to a loose brick just behind the bookshelf. He pulled out the brick, which switched the mechanism holding the trapdoor in place. He grinned at me. Still doing a little renovating, I see, he said. If I could have spoken, I would have told him it was all inspired by him. The silver bell from our song, the silver thread which connected me to him, the colored bricks which I hoped to put in the first franchise that he inspired. He held out a hand. Are you ready? I'm ready, I said, my heart pounding in my chest. Together, we slid down the slide, smiling the entire way. Once we reached the bottom, we ran back up the stairs like little kids, trying to catch a glimpse of Santa. I was gasping for air by the time we reached my office, but I stopped short at what I saw outside my office door. My eyes widened and then my vision blurred. Pasted on the wall outside my office was a placard with my name, so I knew the order form had finally been completed. Not by me in the end, but by Liam, the man who I'd gotten pretty much everything wrong about, except that I loved him. That I'd gotten right. Metal, gold. Lettering, black. Font, monotype cursiva. Name, Harmony Harris. Position, partner. This wasn't the way you were supposed to find out about this surprise, Liam said, gesturing to the placard outside my office. Adam and I had something planned that involved everyone being outside your office after the holiday, and... It's perfect, I said, tears welling in my eyes as my chest filled with warmth. The way I saw this couldn't have been planned better, and believe me, I know how to plan for everything. He slipped an arm around my waist, stared at the plaque, and then turned to me. What do you think? I like everything about it, I said, my heart filling with joy as I gazed up at him. I tilted my head. All of my dreams are coming true. This feels like a miracle. Today is the perfect day for miracles, he said, brushing a lock of my hair behind my ear and then dropping his forehead to mine. Merry Christmas, Harmony. Merry Christmas, Liam, I said, lifting my lashes and touching his cheek. You know what else? I've been thinking about what you said to me at the holiday party. That I love you? Warmth spread across my chest. I've definitely thought about that too. The corners of his mouth lifted. Tell me. I tilted my head. You said that sharing my dreams had inspired you to take a chance to heal the relationship with your brother. And that it led you here to me. He nodded. I remember. So, I've been thinking, I said, a smile forming through my tears. Imagine what could happen if I shared my dreams with the world. You're saying? I want to franchise the Christmas complex, I said, pulling at my blonde hair by the roots before throwing up my hands. I'm sure that's surprising to hear me say, because nobody has resisted the thought of franchising more than I have. But the ideas are coming to me non-stop. The idea of spreading joy and inspiration to other towns feels right. If that's what you want. Excitement bubbled up inside me. You really think I can do it, I said, but it was a statement and not a question. I knew he believed in me. More importantly, I believed in myself. You can do anything you set your mind to, he said, moving closer to me. Sharing your dreams with more people would spread even more joy. If everyone opened their hearts and shared their dreams, then imagine what this world would be like. I smiled at him. I'm going to talk to Adam on Monday. Whatever you say, boss. I leaned toward him and he met me halfway, his mouth capturing mine in a soft kiss that made me feel complete. Then our mouths opened at the same time, deepening our kiss and sending goosebumps skittering up my arms and neck. I could feel the magic of Christmas dancing all around me, and somehow I could hear the jingling of silver bells to boot. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to read Amanda's story in Christmas with the Nanny Next Door, the Mistletoe Book Club series, Book 6. To receive a free book, sign up for Susan's newsletter. SusanHatler.com/newsletter